Well, we are back for night 2. I am Russ Fisher. I am a trade addict. No, you might have noticed no one from the Dynasty Addict Podcast Network is here. This is a hostile takeover by myself and John. John and I podcast together every year for the draft, and we volunteered to, or at least I volunteered to host and then kind of roped John into it so I didn't have to just talk to myself for the first hour or so here. So I appreciate you being on, John.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I like that. I'm John Hogue, and I don't really have a trading problem, but I definitely have a taking over other people's podcast problem. I've done it the most on this show, by the way, on Trade Addicts. I've taken over their podcast several times now. So
it makes the most sense because honestly, I feel like Russ sets out to take over everyone else's podcast and eventually does. So someone should do it back to him and just take over his podcast.
That's true. Like, especially since now he's too busy. He's on Dynasty Wall
DTC.
Street. Yeah, DTC.
He took over Game Night too. I mean, I don't know. I think he just goes, I see a podcast. It's my podcast now. He is the Dynasty podcast version of the captain meme of look at me, I'm the captain now.
Yeah. So, but he's so busy doing taking over other podcasts that he doesn't have time for his own one. So yeah, we just kind of sweep into power here. There was a power vacuum and we filled it.
Yeah, and we can talk as much trash about him as we want because he's not here.
Yeah. I also stole his quarterback, so.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
We got that, too.
I think he's more upset about that than us stealing his podcast tonight.
Yeah, I think so. I haven't had a chance to talk to him. I'm kind of curious if what's more upsetting, that or last year. I mean, he had a pretty strong reaction to the Cincinnati Bengals drafting Jamar Chase.
I think he's okay with Chase now because T. Higgins still did pretty well, and that was his main concern.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think it's definitely. I mean, I won't speak for him, but if I were him, I'd be more upset about Drew Lock currently being my starting quarterback.
Oh yeah.
And I do know exactly how that feels.
There are very few things that are more upsetting than that.
Oh, man. We've come a long way from the days of you telling me that Drew Lock is going to be one of the next top quarterbacks in the league.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's unfortunate. We always try and prop up the things on our resumes that we got right, the big hits that we had. And it just never has nearly the legs of the things that you got wrong, and that you got wrong, that you missed bad. And that was easily my biggest miss ever, was the idea that Drew Lock could do anything of any use to anyone.
In fairness to you, so I've become fairly well known at this point, or maybe not even well known. That's probably not the right word, because I feel like maybe there's 5 people who actually remember me at this point. But that said, for having draft freakouts during the Dave Gettleman era.
Yeah.
And one of the first ones was me recording myself essentially fainting when they drafted Saquon Barkley. And what people don't remember about that, which is great for my brand, essentially, is I was fainting not just because Barkley was the pick, but because I really wanted Josh Rosen. So it's not like I was all that correct in who I wanted otherwise anyway.
Yeah, and Saquon was great that first year, and I mean, I've been saying on my own podcast, so might as well say it on my new podcast here, Dynasty Addicts Podcast Network, hosted now and forever by Rec Fantasy and Superflex Dude. Saquon Barkley is the biggest buy in all of fantasy football for me.
You think so?
Yeah. There's just so much to like between the new regime that you guys got coming in, Brian Daboll running that offense, plus addition by subtraction, getting rid of Joe Judge and Jason Garrett.
He also gets to run behind Evan Neal now.
Yeah, they improved the offensive line. You at least in theory you get Daniel Jones healthy. It sounds like, or at the very least, who'd they bring in to be is
Tyrod Taylor.
Tyrod Taylor, yeah. So which I mean, we've seen him be great for fantasy purposes at just kind of distributing the ball throughout in offense. You get Kenny Golladay healthy finally, a full year as a member of the Giants. There's a lot to like there, man, with that offense in general. But it's going to start with Saquon Barkley, and he's finally healthy. This is the thing that people miss with an ACL injury, is that second year when they're actually on the field. Like, that's still part of the recovery process.
Yeah,
The compensatory injuries, trusting the structural integrity of the knee, like that's all part of the process.
So to your point, I injured my knee as a kid, and I've been told I don't know the medical term, but it slid out of its socket essentially. Ugh. And I used to be a runner before that, and I've been told by doctors that I subconsciously don't run as fast as I possibly could because I'm essentially protecting my knee. So I imagine that's something that people, especially athletes, need to learn to somehow get past that like mental block of I need to protect my body even if I don't realize consciously I'm doing it.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, so Jamal Murray of the Nuggets, I think his was an ACL, and it was like halfway through the season last season, and all season long we were hoping like that he was going to come back because Nikola Jokic is awesome, but he can't do it himself. We need a second player here. And we kept thinking, all right, now, Murray's about to come back. Well, he did his postseason wrap up press conference today, and he was talking about the mental side of it. He said, physically I'm mostly fine, but like I just can't run full speed. I can't get myself to dive for loose balls. Like, I'm just worried about what's going to happen to the knee, and it takes time to get past the mental block behind it.
Yeah, that makes sense. The one thing I will say, and this will piss off Brian Harr, but he's also not on tonight, is there is the chance that the Giants do trade Barkley, but that may also be better for his situation. One question I had here, John, is who are you, since this tends to be the more fantasy relevant part of the draft, at least typically, I know we did see a lot of wide receivers go last night. Who's the number one guy for fantasy purposes that you're looking for landing spot tonight?
Breece Hall. It's Breece Hall all the way, because there's a pretty wide range of outcomes for Breece Hall. And, most of them are going to at least put him in the conversation for rookie pick 101 in any format. Even in Superflex, I mean, we don't have any quarterbacks worth even considering at 101 at this point. So, and I don't know, depending on landing spots, I don't know how many of them are still going to be first rounders.
I think if they don't, besides Kenny Pickett, obviously, I think if they don't go in like the next 10 or so picks, that tells us a lot about how the NFL feels about them.
Yeah.
And that means they probably should not be late first or even like early seconds.
Yeah. And especially if depending on some of the landing spots, it's going to be, I've been saying for several weeks now, like I look at this quarterback class and just see a bunch of backups. Like, this is your chance to get your backup quarterback and just have that locked up for a few years.
Yeah, I will say one thing that I started hearing some buzz about last night was the Giants possibly taking Malik Willis with their pick. Mm-hmm. And at first I was like, no, don't do that. Why would you do that? And then I thought about it some more, and I was like, honestly, if they don't get extra 2023 capital to move up next year to grab whoever they want in that class that seems stronger, I'm not entirely opposed. There are three guys that I like ahead of them, but if all three guys are off the board since they pick fourth in this round, I would be totally fine with them saying, all right, Malik, you're the pick, and let's see if you have as much upside as people think you do.
Yeah, because you're probably not going to be You're most likely going to need a quarterback next year, but you're not going to be in range without a massive step up.
You have more confidence in the Giants winning some games than I do. I mean, I will say this. I'm very confident in the new regime. Mm-hmm. I think some people are more confident in them turning it around very quickly. Whereas what I'm liking is just the fact that I see that there is the groundwork for a plan and they're building towards that plan. And that's totally fine for me. If they don't win a ton of games this year, I'm not going to be like, man, this new regime sucks. I'll be like, yeah, they didn't win a ton of games, and that sucks because we've had losing records for X number of seasons now. But at least they're building towards something, and you can tell there's some kind of thought behind it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, you've got a defense that's going to keep you in most games. And that's the big it's kind of the big hindrance for a team getting into the top of the draft, essentially. Like you really kind of need a pretty bad defense in order to get there. And there's some bad defenses in this league that are going to have no problem getting into the top 2 or 3 picks. So
that's fair. Also, not to interrupt, but do you have the draft on? Because what's happening right now? They're like doing a magic trick to try to escape from chains, it looks like, unless I'm just on a delay. And it honestly looks like this person is just like spasming.
Oh, I'm not seeing that part. I'm on I think I'm on ESPN. So
I'm on the NFL Network, and like they have someone, I believe it's a magician, I have to assume, in a straitjacket hanging upside down from chains and like spinning ridiculously, and is now taking off the straitjacket.
Whoa.
Huh. All right. Cool.
Getting the whole Vegas experience. They handed out some shrooms before that. Just get everybody tripping before the Tampa Bay Bucks can get their pick in here.
This is the DAP Network After Dark edition.
Yeah.
Yeah. I drafted some different guys in a pre-rookie draft that I talked about last night. So I'm obviously looking for them for landing spots. Obviously very interested in the Giants picks. I'm not going to lie to you. I can't remember offhand whether the Broncos have a second or whether that was part of the deal for Russ or not.
They've got the LA Rams second that they got in return for Von Miller. But the trade was their first this year and next year, and their seconds this year and next year, and then the players. So,
they still do have at least 1 second.
Yeah, and I think they've got 2 thirds too. I know they've got the Rams third, but it's going to be it's so obviously it's the last pick of the second round. So
yeah,
to wait a long time to finally get to see them make a pick.
I think you're okay with that, considering that you got Russell Wilson though.
Yeah, we just have to keep telling ourselves that was the first round pick, was a 9-year veteran quarterback.
Yeah, it was your first and second round pick, and then you got another second round pick in a trade.
Yep, and then we'll have to do it again next year too.
Hey Andrew, welcome to the Dynasty Addicts Podcast Network, as hosted and taken over by John and Bobby. And it's also After Dark because we've already talked about dropping acid. So, we're off to a great start.
I am surprised, impressed, and just generally happy at how much you've changed the world in 15 minutes. This is awesome, guys. Well done.
I mean, later we're going to release some steamy calendar photos of the two of us under the DAP Podcast Network banner.
What have we unleashed? Oh, my goodness. Good to be here, guys.
Yeah. And so, Andrew,
you can't tell I'm live from my garage today. Like I decided, I was mowing the lawn. Awesome. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna have a garage beer and just hang out in the outdoors for a little bit. And you guys can tell me what happens because I don't have a TV.
Nice.
That's perfect.
Who are you? We were just talking about. We both, obviously, because we were here, we're talking about the teams that we love and what we would like them to do, but also just general landing spots for fantasy purposes that you're looking forward to. So, first of all, what do you want the Bengals to do in the second round? And then follow that up with a landing spot for a particular prospect that you're looking forward to tonight.
I think what I'm looking for the Bengals to do is to continue being smart. I don't know how else to put it. Just don't screw it up. I would love to see another offensive guard or tackle. I mean, we went defense in the first round with Hill. I'm sorry, which I'm fine with. I think that was a great pick. Last night, again, I was kind of, getting near the end of my energy and drained of all sort of logic. But after doing some more research today and listening to some people I trust, I was like, you know what? You're right. That's a good pick. That makes sense. He's a safety that can play corner. So like, it's a good combo pick. So yeah, I'm hoping for an offensive line. Hopefully, we got a good center or guard or somebody, but I'll be honest, I don't really mock too much in the second. There's just too much chaos. It's just not worth it. So I don't have a specific player. I'm just hoping we get somebody good and have some good values fall our way this time.
Yeah, that's completely fair. And then right before you go into your fantasy player, because I guess I'm taking this job over from Chris tonight.
It's all yours, man.
The Bucks at 33 selected Houston DT Logan Hall, and the Packers have traded into the draft and are now on the clock.
Ooh, what'd they trade to get in there?
I would have to imagine it's wide receiver, but I feel like, so I don't know. Last year during the draft, there was an almost inside joke at one point that we kept saying, this has to be JOK, right? It feels like the Packers drafting a wide receiver is this year's version of that. Like they have to be taking a wide receiver here, right? And then they just don't. And then Aaron Rodgers goes on the show and talks about how wide receivers often bust in the first round, even though they often bust in every round. So, things are happening.
Just most of them exciting. Bust.
Yeah. Statistically speaking, most players bust. That is a fact.
Yeah.
Breaking news. Yeah. We're the only geniuses that have figured this out. That's right.
I just updated my rankings right before we came on here for DLF for Superflex Dynasty, and I was able to include the rookies that were drafted last night. And I was really surprised that I managed to get Garrett Wilson as my wide receiver 1 and current 101 out of the class. Got him put him at wide receiver 21 overall. And that just felt really high. Just because, again, there's so much risk with these guys when they haven't even played a game yet. But I was also just like, man, people are still going to hate this though. Like I couldn't bring myself to put him ahead of DeAndre Hopkins, Amari Cooper, Michael Thomas, which I imagine you guys are going to be like Garrett Wilson over those guys pretty easily, right?
I want to say yes, but there's hesitation on my part. But the hesitation is I really like Amari Cooper, and I've always been, and I will acknowledge I'm biased. I've always been an Amari Cooper person, and I continually seem to defend him every offseason, at least when I was more active, and I still find ways to do it now. Yeah. And then Michael Thomas, at least until the Olave pick, I was pretty high on him coming back into the Saints offense. And then I had honestly just blanked on the other player you mentioned. So clearly I care about them deeply.
Cooper, Thomas, and Hopkins.
Oh, Hopkins. Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing is like, I think fantasy players fall into this trap of name value. And what I mean by that is like, it's really hard for me to say like, oh yeah, you have him below DeAndre Hopkins. And there's a part of me that's like, of course, it's DeAndre Hopkins. DeAndre Hopkins has been DeAndre Hopkins forever. And DeAndre Hopkins is one of the best wide receivers in the game. But then there's another part that's a bit more rational, I think, that goes, well, Hopkins is getting a little bit older. He just got target competition in Hollywood. Hollywood has like the college connection with the quarterback, et cetera, et cetera. So I think if you're being smart, you probably have Garrett Wilson above all those guys. I just think there's a case to be made for those guys as well. And it's not something like, oh, it's so obvious that you have to have him above them.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I'm at too. And you kind of said something there, which I thought was interesting, where you were saying that's too high. I don't know. I feel like depending on the situation, some of those vets are tumbling in dynasty ranks right now. I mean, nobody wants them, right? I mean, they're kind of, I don't want to say they're get out now while you can, but like get some value while they, before they drop all the way off. So especially for Hopkins and Thomas, I've seen those guys going for like seconds and thirds, which is just mind blowing to me.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, if you're talking about longevity and dynasty, I don't think there's a problem with having Wilson up there. Who do you have just ahead of that? Like if you have Wilson at 30 or 21, who do you have at 20,
Real
19, and
quick
18?
before John answers
yeah.
that, they traded in for Christian Watson, so it was a wide receiver.
Oh,
and also
that is it.
Our good friend Zach, Tacit Assassin 13 on Twitter, asked a question that without even seeing it, you both started to address. So good job. But it was essentially just, how did your pre-draft feelings change about this class after the first round? And we're somewhat talking about it with the Garrett Wilson conversation.
Yeah.
But, Zach, I will admit for myself, I was definitely more optimistic about this class going into the first round than I am coming out of it. And I think a lot of people who were warning me, 2022 picks are not going to be that strong. I was like, you say this every year, and I'm not going to take you seriously. And now I wish I heeded that advice a little bit more. So that's my answer to that question.
I feel like I nailed it, man. I've been
toot that horn, John. Toot that horn. I love it.
Not to brag or anything, but I've been so down on this rookie class for months now.
Yeah.
And even started going, you know how hard this is for me. I even started getting away from the quarterbacks and started saying, I don't want anything to do with these quarterbacks either. I went from Malik Willis at 101 to pushed him down to 102 behind Breece Hall, and then finally even talked myself into Kenneth Walker at 102, and was just like, I really don't think that Malik Willis is going to be a foundational type of player for fantasy purposes. I want nothing to do with him. The one thing that I have kind of come around on, though, I'm feeling a lot better about these wide receivers. It felt very similar to the quarterbacks where, it's a deep class, but maybe they look a little bit better. Some of them look a little bit better than they actually are, just, relatively speaking. And I'm feeling a little bit less like, I think that there's more upside to this class. There's no Jamar Chase in this class. There's no Justin Jefferson. But that's fine. We kind of have, there's a lot of Jalen Waddles, I think we've got 3 or 4 guys with that type of upside, and we'll take that. We'll be happy with that.
So I do have some more news, not to interrupt John, but the Titans selected Auburn quarterback Roger McCreary, and the Giants have traded back. And if I'm reading Rappaport's tweets right, they traded back with the Jets, which seems interesting because if that pick becomes huge for the Jets, we will be hearing about it in the New York media forever.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting to see what the terms of the trade were before I know whether I should be happy or upset about it.
I saw it was 36 for 38 and 146 by Field Yates.
36 for 38 and 148. I cannot do math right now. That is like a 5th rounder?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now I'm not sure if this is legit, but it looks like the Jets may be selecting someone that we would care a lot to know about.
Oh, interesting.
Uh-oh.
So make sure you check, because I'm just checking Twitter.
That said, there were 3 or 4 guys that I wanted at the Giants pick, and if they only traded back 2 picks, they are all still there. So I'm more than okay with that.
Yeah, I'm hearing Breece Hall to the Jets.
Yeah, Breece Hall it is. I'm with Clint here, by the way. I would have rather seen Green Bay take George Pickens than Christian Watson, but he is kind of the opposite of Alan Lazard. They're like opposite ends of the athleticism spectrum.
So people who are Michael Carter truthers just have to be
dead
inside right now.
Because that's me.
I was one of them. That's not good.
Yeah.
Oh, geez. Okay. All right. I just took over an orphan with Michael Carter on it, so that was a smart move.
But also, this just goes to show, if you have any running backs essentially that are not the top 5 going into the dynasty offseason, just trade them for whatever value you can get for them.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
It's never going to work out for you.
Yeah. Man, that Jets offense is just
they're loading up.
They're powered by rocket fuel at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Zack
Something like
Wilson
that,
will
yeah.
have no excuses this year whatsoever.
I'll
Yeah.
laugh when they get a Willis in the third or something. You know what I mean? Like just blow it up and just go crazy.
I
I'm
think I
telling you,
said
man.
this yesterday, but I'm pretty happy for the Jets only because like they're in market, so I enjoy watching them. So getting good players is also good for me because I get to watch good players play them. Because I will fully throw this out there. I am not a red zone watcher. I don't like try to flip between games. I try to get as invested in one game as I can, even if it's a terrible game like the Giants playing the Commanders, like I talked about the other day. I'm sorry, John. I think I cut you off there.
Oh no, you're fine. Yeah. Yeah, Zack Wilson. So, for a while there, we were getting that second year quarterback breakout. Every year we got, it was Carson Wentz and it was Pat Mahomes and it was Lamar Jackson and it was kind of Kyler Murray. And we didn't really get that last year, but we're gonna get it again this year, and it's gonna be Zack Wilson.
Strong take.
That's the breakout guy. Everyone's
John's
looking
mouth
at
to
Trey
God's
Lance,
ears.
but yeah.
He's cheap as hell too in Dynasty.
Yeah.
Maybe not now, but he has been.
I have him in Trade Addict 7, so I'll be more than happy with that. It looks like so earlier today I tweeted. I don't usually bold take the draft, but my bold take was essentially that Seattle is going to take Malik Willis at 40, and it looks like Clint is agreeing with me here. So I put it up there just to show that people agree with me and I am smart.
You are smart, Bobby.
Thank you.
Somehow you hacked your way onto the live stream. You're amazingly smart. Wow, you look at you. A force to be reckoned with.
Clearly, it's just my hacking skills and not me texting Russ to send over some information whatsoever.
Well, I felt after hosting last night and kind of taking the reins, I was happy to have someone else offer to do it. So this is also, I get that podcast every week or two and twice a week sometimes. So it's nice to give you a little, yearly respite from your break and have you come in and dominate the Dynasty Addicts podcast network.
Yeah. It's also, I will say there's a difference between hosting and just being on the podcast for sure. Because I feel like there's a switch in my brain that's like, okay, when I'm just, all I have to do right now is talk. But when I'm hosting, I'm like, I need to come up with subjects and I need to make sure everyone is getting a chance to talk.
And be honest, how did I do last night? Was that right?
Yeah, I thought you did a great job.
But it is very different. See, tonight I can have a beer and a cigar and not have to worry. Like it's on your shoulders tonight, Sam.
I was going to comment that you're taking after your QB there.
Yeah, I almost wore my Burrow jersey because I knew I was going to smoke a cigar, but I'm like, no, I want to wear Chase tonight. Like this feels like a Chase day, like a big, baller day. We got to get some action on this. McPherson wasn't a bad pick, but we got a safety cornerback. I'm like, no, I need some flash today. Like, let's get something fun. So I wore my Chase jersey this time.
The Falcons are on the clock after a trade up. If this is not quarterback, I will be shocked.
Same.
Because I think the only reason you do that is basically to jump Seattle and take whoever you want there.
Let's see here. Well, I guess we'll wait and see, right? We'll find out. I do have some picks out there in that orphan I just took over. It's a DTC league, so I'm thinking I should just pull them all, but let's let it ride. Let's see how it goes.
If the Giants manage to trade back and essentially get
and add a pick for nothing,
right, and nice, get Booth here or Dean, I'd be so happy.
It says the Texans took Baylor safety Jalen Petrie at 37. Is that what you guys are seeing too?
Let me see. I might not be as up to date as you are actually. Let's see.
I'm using the Chris Allen approach and just refreshing Twitter like a madman.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing too. I do have the trade terms for the Falcons. So it was 38 for 43 and 114.
Bad. Good jump up. And so you said Falcons now traded with the Giants at 38, right?
Oh yeah, I guess that must have been the Giants. I didn't even realize because I forgot
the Giants traded back for
38.
Yeah,
wow.
So they've just traded back and added 2 more picks.
So
I mean, they must be happy
in a
with where
single
they're
draft. Shane has traded back more times than Dave Gettleman did in his entire tenure.
It's a new regime, Bobby. Aren't you happy? Look how good this is going for you guys.
I mean, this is Wait, actually, did the Giants have 30? Is this wrong? And this said the Giants had 39, so it might have not been the Giants at 38.
Well, I see. Well, this is SB Nation. I don't know if that's accurate. It says Giants at 38, but I thought you just said Falcons traded from 41.
They did. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah,
if this
we'll
is
figure it out. If you're watching this for information, you've done something wrong. Like we're not a breaking news stream.
That has always been the case. We are here purely to entertain and maybe provide some information.
That's right.
Actually, no, that's not it. Our good friends, the Dynasty Dummies, were not able to do their typical day 2 draft, and I was going to borrow a line from them, and I know Zach was here. Maybe he's not in the chat anymore, but I feel like I am at very minimum an honorary dummy, if not a dunce. So I am a Dynasty dunce, and I will own that term.
I got the pick. At least Twitter's got the pick. Arnold Ebikidi.
For the Falcons?
For the Falcons. They do not take a quarterback.
I am shocked.
Yeah. This is all going exactly as chaotically as I thought, and I can't predict a thing. This is great.
Seattle has to be like over the moon right now. But watch, I said that, and I said the Falcons were taking a quarterback, and Seattle's going to be like, nah.
Yeah, they're going to pass too. Why not, right? Some
all the
interesting
quarterbacks are going to go
Jets.
undrafted, like Malik, Sam Howell, all the Matt Corral. Is that how you pronounce it? Is it Corral?
Yeah,
Corral. Yeah.
They're all going to go undrafted. That's what's going to happen at this point.
Man,
they probably
at the Jets,
should.
Though. I mean, Jets got Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, and Breece Hall.
Yeah.
Like, my goodness. Oh, we've got a Gabriel.
Yeah, surprise guest. I didn't want to tell you guys who was coming on. I just wanted to be
Whoa.
surprise.
Can you hear us, man bun?
He just wants to stare us down.
That's fine. That's totally fine. He's working on the audio. He'll figure it out. He's a smart dude. I'm not afraid. But yeah, Seattle is definitely happy right now.
Yeah, I
get their
imagine
picks
they have to be. So, John, I had a question for you while we're waiting for some more picks to come in. Since you said you just updated your ranks, where did you put Kenny Pickett among quarterbacks and who is around him?
Well, so I put him back to back with Mitchell Trubisky. I do stuff like that all the time.
Hedge the bet, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't mind it.
I put Pickett ahead of him. I think Trubisky probably starts week 1, and I think Pickett ends up starting more games in 2022. So I've got them just ahead of Matt Ryan, just behind Jared Goff.
Jeez, you're killing me here, John. I took him in a rookie draft. I need you to say like he's the best. Everyone should trade for him.
I mean, I'm still hedging with that whole thing, because I mean, I've got him ahead of Matt Ryan because whoever wins that quarterback competition, I mean, you've got him for several years, where Matt Ryan probably looking at a year. You know, if it kind of feels the same with Jared Goff, but I think that you're going to get more out of that 1 year than you would get from, you know, either of those two quarterbacks. But it's the same
You're
thing.
saying you'll get more from 1 year of Jared Goff than you would 4 years of Kenny Pickett, or possibly 5 years of Kenny Pickett.
Very possibly. Yeah. I mean, not total scoring, obviously, but like more startability, I think.
Okay. I think we're making a live bet here. I will bet you that Kenny Pickett, well, actually, I guess it depends if he starts.
I don't know how we can structure this that it's gonna work.
Okay, this time next year,
Uh-huh.
meaning draft day next year.
Yeah.
Kenny Pickett is more valuable from a dynasty perspective than Jared Goff, just straight up.
Yeah, I'm not taking that bet because I think you're right.
All right.
I think Jared Goff probably gets 1 more year, and then I think they're looking to replace him. But what I'm saying is that 1 year with that offense that they've put together now, with Jameson Williams on the outside and DJ Chark on the other side, and Amon-Ra in the middle, TJ Hawkinson, DeAndre Swift catching passes, like there's a lot of fantasy points to be had. So I think that he's a valuable starter for 1 year, and I think that should be worth something, even in Superflex Dynasty.
That's fair, but I don't know. I
Rocky
struggle
would
with
love that.
putting Jared Goff above Kenny Pickett in dynasty rankings.
Yeah. It is tough. But I mean, so once.
Also, did we already announce the Falcons pick, right?
Falcons Arnold Ebiketie, right? So we are waiting on
Yeah.
Chicago at 39, which I'm guessing is another receiver here. Chicago could really use a receiver on that.
I've heard
Robinson, right?
I've heard a lot of smoke about Alec Pierce to Chicago, and as someone who took Alec Pierce at 404 in that rookie draft I mentioned, I would jump up and down.
They can wait on Alec Pierce though. They don't need to take him here.
Look, no one asked you, Andrew. They are taking Alec Pierce here, and
Fair.
I am jumping up and down.
Okay. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong until we know for sure one way or the other, but it's an interesting pick. Let's just put it that way.
I mean, we've all heard it. Alec Pierce is Cooper Kupp, so it's a great pick, right?
So they get to pick 9 picks later too. And in between, there's a bunch of teams that probably don't go wide receiver. I'd love to see them double tap wide receiver. They won't do it because these NFL teams never do that, even though they should. But man, that would be fun. Like get Pickens and Pierce on the same team.
We have a confirmation, by the way, from the NFL Network that the trades we were talking about was the Giants trading down twice. So you were right about that.
And they added a 4th and a 5th to trade back 7 spots. That's impressive, actually. Like that's really smart. They got 2 picks to trade back 7 spots. That's well played.
Yeah, I am incredibly impressed with the new regime. I mean, I've lived through 2 Giants Super Bowls. I was born right after another one. My mom actually, funny quick story. My mom tells a story about like essentially watching Giants games while being pregnant with me, and she claims that's how she knew I was a boy. Just putting this out there, I recognize that it is 2022 and women can definitely be in football, and I do not agree with my mom saying that whatsoever, because that's just a dated opinion. But I was born, my dad was very excited because I was born like shortly after the Giants won their 91 Super Bowl or whatever it was. But at least for my sense, this is the smartest Giants front office that I've witnessed so far, just from some things they've said, some things they've done. I'm really bought into what they are doing and saying.
Yeah, they're really turning this around. I mean, especially with what's going around, with the Jets this year. Like I said, getting what you could argue is the top cornerback, the top receiver, and the top running back in the first, 36 picks. That's impressive right there. Just to let the draft fall to you that way. And you're going to have, that's all somewhat fantasy relevant, even with the DB pick, because obviously defenses will shut the other team down. So I mean, that's a lot of splash for the Jets, and so the Giants are going to have to keep doing this kind of stuff if they're going to compete in that market, right?
This is I was going to say this is also probably the smartest Jets front office I feel like I've seen too.
You know what? They were both.
It's a weird thing. Yeah, it is a weird thing to feel somewhat hopeful about like any New York sports team that's not the Yankees. I'm not going to lie. New York sports, besides the Yankees, has been rough for a number of years now. So it's nice to see it, and also occasionally the Rangers. The Rangers occasionally go on like extended playoff runs, but yeah, I don't know. It's a good time. I'm feeling good. I'm glad to be back in the game, talking about football with New York sports doing interesting things.
Yeah.
So what happened with Man Bun? That was a tease, big time.
He was having some audio issues, maybe. Yeah. I'm sure he'll be back. Gabe doesn't dip like that without a reason.
The Twins sabotaged him. They were like, nah.
Yeah. Stepped on the cord or something.
Also, Andrew, I know what you mean about being tired after 4 hours. So Sean and I used to do the Superflex Super Show, and I stayed on for every night of the draft and for every hour, and also usually a post hour then like mock draft too. And I just told myself like, okay, I will get through these 3 days and then I will like sleep and be fine. It's okay. And also in college, my buddy did a 24-hour essentially radio marathon, and I stayed up for most of it to support him. It's essentially raised me by doing radio for 24 hours straight. And so I can function on a little sleep, I think.
Well, that was my record, 4 hours. I've never done 4 hours without a break, so that was pretty awesome. I'm pretty happy with myself.
Dude, and you kept the conversation moving the whole night too. Like it's one thing to just be here like on camera for 4 hours, and another thing to like facilitate a conversation nonstop for 4 hours.
That's why I'm celebrating tonight. I'm like, I did my job. I'm good. Whew. Whew. It's almost like I should have had the cigar after last night. Like, whew, what an event.
And I volunteered primarily
awesome.
because I did not want to just sit around, because I know that I'll watch the draft regardless, but watching it alone without talking to people is a very, even though it's interesting, it's also a very boring activity, in my opinion.
100% agree. Yeah, and we have the Bears pick, by the way. Kyler Gordon, cornerback out of Washington.
That's one of the guys I wanted for the Giants, but I figured that would happen between them trading down a bunch.
Seattle's a back-to-back. I mean, it's rare you see a back-to-back in the NFL draft, but obviously quarterback is a position of need, and they almost have their pick because they weren't going to take Pickett, I don't think. So Seattle fans, Russ has got to be excited right here, you know?
I mean, if they were able to get Malik Willis here, I would be happy for them because it just feels like such a good fit. He feels like the sort of quarterback that Pete Carroll wants.
Yeah.
And he can also, he can throw hero balls to DK Metcalf all day. And as John and I already discussed, no one is worrying about him beating out Drew Lock for the starting job.
Yeah, but Pete Carroll's going to be like, it's going to be a competition in off-season camp. We're going to have to see how they play and, like, do all that, the Pete Carrollisms like he does, chomping on his gum. So it's like, he's not going to give us anything. He's the worst at that.
They're going to have a dance-off. That's how they're going to determine who starts.
That could be entertaining.
I would pay money to, one, watch an NFL team make its starting decision based on who's the better dancer, and then two, if they let me watch the dance-off battle between their quarterbacks.
Well, yeah, I'd love to see him follow through with whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like show the dance and then be like, well, it was voted that you were the better one, so we got to follow through. We got to hold our team to the fire for that. And you win, Drew Lock. You're the better dancer. Like, how awesome would that be? Terrifying and terrible for Seahawks fans, but I mean, just like, woo.
But after the confidence of winning the dance-off competition, maybe he then goes on to become the greatest quarterback ever because he's like, the
team's got his back. You know what I mean? Like, you danced yourself into this role. Now we got to back you up.
Yeah, and also just like, I'm a great dancer. I should be more confident in my other skills. Maybe I'm a great quarterback and I didn't know it.
Yeah, I don't know if that's Drew Lock, but that would be entertaining. Actually, I'm curious, John, as a Denver fan, I don't know if we got into this last night. What did you think about Drew Lock when he was drafted? Like, was that somebody that you had hopes for? Like, wasn't he an Elway pick though? Yeah,
and that was the thing. It was not only was it an Elway pick, it was like a signature Elway, like a stereotypical Elway pick. Like it was Brock Osweiler, it was Paxton Lynch, like the exact same process that led them to Brock Osweiler and Paxton Lynch is what led them to Drew Lock. He just thinks that you have to be big and stupid to play quarterback in the NFL. Because that's what he was.
Check and check.
And so like that, it just makes the trade for Russell Wilson so much sweeter for me. The fact that they made that trade 2 days after John Elway's contract expired. He's no longer an employee of the Denver Broncos.
As soon as they could. Yeah, they got out of that as soon as they without any retribution. They're like, we're just going to send him away. Now that our safety net is gone, we don't have to worry. He's out of the building.
I thought you were going to say that it was that much sweeter that he was traded for on the same day that they were announcing Aaron Rodgers' contract, and then Aaron Rodgers backed out and was like, "Whoa! My contract hasn't been announced yet. I will not be upstage."
Whoa, pump the brakes. Yeah,
that was fun too. Yeah, there was a lot of egos got hurt over that trade. So I like that too. But it was also so. Russell Wilson was when the Broncos drafted Brock Osweiler, they passed on Russell Wilson. He went a few picks later to Seattle, and so they were basically correcting an error that Elway made back then, 9-10 years ago, and refused to correct himself. They did it for him. And not only that, like instead of the big, stupid white quarterback that he was always looking for, they get the small, the small black guy who runs, like just everything that Elway hates. And it was just so perfect.
We have the pick, by the way. Defensive end from Minnesota, Boye Mafe. Am I saying that right? Could be Boye Mafe.
You're asking the wrong person.
I know. So I'm asking you, Bobby. Like, you're the host. You should know everything, right?
We'll go with it. I mean,
it doesn't really.
What I do is I look up because I do try to pronounce names right. Is one of the things that I tried to do when I was still podcasting. Is I look up pronunciation guides if I don't know.
Oh, Shane is in the room. We've got it. We've got a joiner. I like this auto join when they come in. This is amazing. I like it. So Shane,
there's no delay here. I am putting you on blast as soon as you join in.
I love it. So I was stopping in for a couple minutes. I got a show I'm doing at 8, but result to the Jets. I'm assuming you guys talked about how the Jets have the best offense in all football now.
Yep. Yeah, correct.
I mean, you know that we all love to overreact just like you do, Shane. So yes, we clearly agree.
Zack Wilson, QB1, no doubt about it.
Yeah, honestly, joke all you want, but his dynasty value goes up, right? I mean, it has to. He's got tons of weapons now. Everybody was hating on him, but how do you not succeed here?
You're bad. That's the only way.
Well, you're Drew Lock, right? Exactly. No, I get it. I mean, we've seen it before, but I don't think he's that bad. I think he had a rough first year, and I think there is definitely a chance that he is, he produces this year. I don't think it's out of the realm.
No, he should be. He should be good this year.
In the Trade Addicts pod, I remember trying to move Wilson because I was a little concerned after his first year, and people were like, "I don't even want to give you a 2022 first for him." And now I'm like, "Look who's laughing now."
Yeah, dude.
And until they take Malik Willis, I tell you what, that would just New York media would roast him. That would be so funny. Well, they could trade Wilson, right? Like they could get something for him. They don't have to just sit on him. But who's going to take Zack Wilson? He didn't do enough last year to make him valuable in a trade, in my opinion. So I don't know.
The Jets clearly like him, right? They're building around him. They are giving him weapons. They are not messing around. They're like, look, we're not doing the Daniel Jones where you get Saquon Barkley and a bunch of bad wide receivers. They're like, you know what? Elijah Moore, Corey Davis, and whoever else was out there last year wasn't good enough. So they said, guess what? Corey Davis is now your wide receiver 3, and we're giving you Breece Hall to play with too. So you better be good, bro.
I was about to give Shane a compliment for the Eagles, and then he had to go and jump on the Giants again. I was going to say congrats on winning the draft and getting A.J. Brown.
Oh, dude, that's ridiculous. They got him for 18 when Arizona paid the 23 for Marquise Brown. Like, no, Jesus. What are you doing?
Doesn't it feel like a dynasty pick from someone who's never done this before, right? Someone who's like, you know what? I really want that rookie. I've got rookie fever. I'm going to trade you A.J. Brown straight up for this pick on the clock so I can take Treylon Burks, who could become A.J. Brown. Like, it just feels like a dynasty trade. And you're just like, oh, you only got one first for A.J. Brown. Oh, my goodness. Like, that's just what it feels like.
It's exactly that. And it was beautiful. Well, they got a third, too. They threw in a third. So it's exactly a dynasty.
Thirds get deals done. Exactly. Thirds get deals done. That's right.
Because they sent a screenshot of the trade calculator, and they're like, well, when I had the third, you see.
Well, see, they left it 106 or something. They left it like 109. You know what I mean? They didn't put the player name in there. They're like, you could pick anyone. So the player is always worth less than the pick, right? So like they give it the biggest boost. They hit all the different buttons they could to like up the value of the pick, Yeah.
Ooh, so we got both picks for the Seahawks, and neither is a quarterback.
But
Kenneth Walker.
Interesting.
Kenneth Walker?
Yeah. Kenneth Walker. Woo! And I think you already said Boye Mafe.
Boye Mafe, I think. Yeah, but Kenneth Walker, that's a big pick.
That is a big one.
I like it. Now we're getting into some fantasy stuff again here. So Kenneth Walker in Seattle or Breece Hall in New York? Who's the RB1 in this class?
Dude.
It's the Breece.
Dude.
Pretty easily.
I'm just trying to cause conversation, man.
Those are both good landing spots. Those were landing spots we were looking at.
Andrew, have they just banned the ability to stack the box? Because if I'm any team playing the Seahawks and I go, oh, they have Drew Lock back there, and then they have Kenneth Walker back there, I'm stacking the box on every single play.
Well,
oh yeah, that's what DK, they did to Javonte.
So maybe DK becomes a wide receiver 1, right behind that top tier with it's like Chase, Jefferson, and DK is like a top 3, and AJ right there, AJ Brown. I mean, some of these guys are going to see their value go up way high, but there's going to be plenty that go down too. I mean, after thinking about it last night, we talked about it with Rocky when the trade happened. I mean, I think this is probably, it's a little down for AJ Brown in the short term, but as we settle things with more of the draft, I think it's going to be better in a couple months. Oh,
that was adorable.
Kids are great. I don't have any, but I've heard. But yeah, I think AJ Brown is definitely going to be somebody we're talking about for years, no matter what. So I'm not worried about it, but I'm just saying, like,
so I'm doing, obviously I'm an Eagles fan, and I'm writing for I write redraft content for Fantasy Data, and as soon as that trade happened, I said I claim this. I claim this. I deserve this. And I said, look at my picture, because my picture in my Slack, in the Fantasy Data Slack, is Jalen Reagor with the ball bouncing off his face mask. I said, I deserve this. I am writing this. So I definitely dug into it a little bit. At worst, I say it's a lateral move.
At worst, yeah.
At worst. And I think, and I put this in the article, the Eagles just spent $157 million on pass catchers. 2 years in a row, they've spent first-round draft capital on a wide receiver, Valentin, who they picked, and then traded for A.J. Brown. They're going to be throwing.
By the way, Clint in our chat, and he's saying that Seattle might be thinking they can still swing a deal for Jimmy G. Or I'm just going to throw this out there, Baker Mayfield. So maybe that's why they didn't go for Malik. Yeah. It's not a bad idea. I mean, at this point, neither of those guys would cost a second, I imagine. It's probably at most a third. So,
I mean, how you might be able to get Baker in June when the Browns cut him or something. I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like, honestly, Baker's got like such a low value in Dynasty and in the NFL right now. Like,
or when Baker cuts himself, you mean, because he's just so fed up with the Browns.
Yeah, he moves out of that stadium. He's been having all those ads in, and is like, I'm taking my talents west. You know what I mean? Like, he just picks a team, and then he just shows up without even being on the team. And they're like, are you on the team? Like, he's like, I want to be. Just, can you please let me play? Like, I'm better than Drew Lock. Trust me. You know, like, he's got to have somewhere to go.
Or just wait on whoever gets cut in Carolina. Like, there's so many ways you can go where you don't have to be stuck with Drew Lock.
Also, Kenneth Walker is a generational type of talent. I mean, that's the kind of running back that Pete Carroll probably loves. He can do it all.
The Vikings just traded in, by the way. And also, I'm very happy because if the Giants actually stick at 43, they traded down a bunch, and pretty much everyone minus one player that I wanted them to take at their initial pick is still there.
Who are you looking on defense?
I'm looking at defense. So the corners, I want Dean, obviously. And I may have just, because I have not slept, I may have just said the wrong name, but I'm pretty sure I said the right name.
No, you said Dean.
Yes, that's yeah.
Who I'm hoping falls to 51, but I don't see that happening.
Honestly, so I was saying this earlier, Shane. So people were talking about like potentially taking Malik there, and I was like, if two of the corners were gone and Dean was gone, I'm not opposed to it because it somewhat started to make sense, but I feel like I talked myself into it, but at the same time, it feels like a home run swing that could work out.
What about Booth? He's still on the board.
Booth,
right?
Booth is my number one guy that I want. So
yeah,
he's still on the board for them for now.
Also, yeah,
Minnesota just took Booth. Minnesota just took Booth.
God damn it, Minnesota.
Yep. So they traded up and took Andrew Booth.
Minnesota gave up. I only know this because I did a mock draft where I was stuck with Minnesota and I had to go defense, and they gave up a ton of passing yards last year. And there's two ways you can address that: either the cornerback or the defensive line.
Yep.
So it looks like they went and got a guy that had first round draft capital.
Yeah, I like Booth a lot.
First round buzz.
Yep, I like Booth a lot.
So now it's basically Dean, or I'm not quite sure what I want at this point.
Sky Moore.
Well, so here's the terms of that trade.
Want a wide receiver.
Here's the terms of that trade. So Colts trade 42 and 122. Vikings trade 53, 77, and 192. So they traded up 11 and then kind of swapped a couple later. But the Vikings end up getting they lose a pick, so to speak. So the Indianapolis gains a pick later pick swaps and all that. But I like that for Minnesota. You're exactly right, Shane. Yeah. That's where they needed the help the most.
You got to go up and get your guys here in the second round because there's guys. This is where obviously in the first round too, right? But the second round's where especially at the top, all these guys that you were like, oh, I can't believe he's still there. Like, right. We did not expect him to be there. Let's just go blow a 4th round pick, a 5th round pick. Like, who cares about those? Like, those are basically essentially 3rd or 4th rounders in dynasty leagues. You know what I mean? Like, once in a while they'll hit. They're nice to have, but
they're practice squatters. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. I think Gabe might be in here.
Gabe
I don't know.
back.
He's trying.
Hello.
Hey, Gabe.
We've got man bun.
Hello.
Dad bun.
Jeez.
I don't know how these things work much anymore.
What up,
Literally had to restart the computer. Like it was still not working, and I was like, "Oh my god, I'm gonna download. Yeah, I'm gonna download every single driver I need to for this."
Welcome to the show, Gabe. Awesome to have you on.
Andrew's taking over the hosting duties again.
Yeah.
No.
Welcome to the show, Gabe.
I'm just saying welcome because I love Gabe, man. Gabe's one of my favorites.
It looks perfect because you're center frame and you got the cigar too. You were holding it up like "Welcome to the show."
Welcome to the show. Come on down. Yeah,
I thought it was perfect timing because I saw the Breece Hall thing happen and I was like, cool, I can slide in and still say that Breece Hall's not the 101.
Well, okay, so let's talk about it. What are your thoughts on Breece Hall then?
It's okay to be very wrong. Like if you're gonna be wrong, just go hard. That's what I respect about it. You know what I mean? Like make Ken Walker your 101, Gabe.
It's not Pickett, right?
No,
wow. Just checking.
That surprised me. That surprised me. I'm surprised Malik didn't go day one along with everyone else. But
I hope Har's okay. Did anybody send a wellness check on Brian Har? By the way,
I talked to him earlier, and he's come around. So he's now in the stage that I was with like Daniel Jones, where it's anger, and then it's like, okay, this guy is on my team, and now even though I didn't like the pick, I need to support him because he's on my team. He's reached that stage.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that. But that was awesome to watch. I definitely want to try to get a clip of that as a GIF where he's just like.
We watched a man's soul leave his body last night.
How long are you guys going tonight?
All the way, baby.
Yeah.
I guess
round 2 or
round 3. Bobby's going all the way. Yeah.
I will be here. Whoever else wants to be here is welcome to be here.
I got a couple other shows that I'm jumping on. If this draft's still going on and you guys are still around, I'll jump in.
Welcome.
So I got a couple other shows.
Shane's important, guys. Shane is the best. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on.
I hate you all. Bye.
See you, Shane. Classic Eagles fan.
Question for you guys. Now that the other quarterbacks weren't even in the top 10 of the second round, are they still even worth any of them, even with a good landing spot? Are they worth a late first in this year's rookie drafts in Superflex?
Yes. Quarterbacks are always worth, in my opinion, late first to me.
So
they're just so hard to find.
So what would prevent you from taking them in that late first?
If they go in like the 4th round, right?
So they could be third rounders and you would still take them in the first round.
I guess I don't want to answer too hard on this, but it kind of depends where they go and it depends on who else goes. But you don't get a lot of quarterbacks, and in Superflex, they're so hard to get. So I would be entirely happy getting, I would even probably take like a Ritter at 112 if he goes to New England. You know what I mean? Like, or Tampa Bay or something like one of those. Cause like, they're just so hard to find. Like, even if he's not starting this year, I might take somebody like that just because the QBs are so rough. Mm-hmm. That's just me though.
Yeah. It still depends on landing spot. They have to have a path to actually being the starter. But if they have that, so the hit rates are so low at this point that, I mean, you're just kind of like, this is a 1-year proposition, but I mean, every NFL starter has to be rostered because, that's
backups. I mean, honestly, like even backups, like you got Bridgewater and stuff like that. Like you got Drew Lock is getting rostered. Baker Mayfield is still like, just outside the top 30 QBs. And so if you can get a guy with that at 112, 111, I don't hate it. I'm not going to take anyone at like 106 now. You know what I mean? Like those are all wide receivers and running backs now.
Our buddy Zach says bad quarterbacks are easy to find. So
he's smarter than me, and he's not wrong. Yeah, that's very true.
That's true, but I mean, some of these rookie quarterbacks are going to be those bad quarterbacks.
So Clint is saying y'all seeing what is reported as the Giants pick yet? Here for Bobby's reaction. I have not seen it, so you could be the one breaking the news to me, Clint.
It's not what you wanted because that already happened, but if that did that.
Oh, okay. Just saw it.
I still have not seen it, and I don't like that you're all playing coy.
I don't mind it.
I see it. I see it now.
It's interesting.
It is what they already had.
The position you didn't want.
It's a wide receiver.
It is a wide receiver.
Okay. I guess
that's a fun wide receiver group.
Which wide receiver is it?
It's not the one you think. I'll guarantee it's not the one you think.
So it's not Pickens.
No.
It's not Sky Moore.
Nope.
It rhymes with
Rondale Moore.
I'm not
Wandale Robinson.
They took Wandale there. Are you
Wandale,
serious?
yeah. They took Wandale Robinson, Kentucky.
That's a terrible.
The draft comes. This is Bobby coming back. Come on, Bobby. Tell us how you really feel.
Just straight up trash pick.
Aww.
Yeah.
Well,
what if it's just like the Tony was a trash pick?
I mean,
I feel like people still probably think that, but I don't think it was as bad as we all thought.
Correct. Maybe. He did well last year. I mean, he wasn't bad.
Wait, so question. Dean went the pick before because I think I'm not up to date.
Booth went at Vikings.
Booth went at 42 at the Vikings, and Giants took Wandale Robinson at 43. I believe we've got the Browns on the clock for their first pick now.
Dean still on the board, you're telling me they took Robinson.
Dean is still on the board. Yep.
Awful pick. I'm
surprised. This is like last year when we were streaming. We kept
when they got Tony.
No. When we JKO kept falling. And, and Nathan was on. And we kept joking about JKO about not him kept him falling and falling and falling. And that's how I feel like with the Dean right now.
Yeah.
Is there something we don't know about Dean?
I think there was some medical thing going on with him. I think
gotta be right. There's something we don't know. That's all I'm saying. Because I was shocked he's not taken by now. Not only by the Giants, but by a couple of other teams I thought would have taken
even in the first. I mean, he was even money to go in the first. Not that that's a tall tale sign, but
but Vegas tends to know what they're doing, right? They're making tons of money. I tend to trust Vegas more than myself.
You shouldn't rely your mock drafts on that entirely, but it's certainly a source.
Mm-hmm. One piece of data.
Analytics, film. I've heard of it.
Ish, as your phrase of choice. Ish.
Trying to get some decent light in here.
Man.
Looks good to me. You're all right. I'm using sunlight or what's left of it. So when that dies, I might be out of here.
My wife told me to open the blinds.
The only way I can make myself feel better about this pick is at least they picked up like extra draft capital before making a trash pick.
Oh my God. Could you imagine if they took him at like 38? Sorry.
I was mid Gatorade sip there and I did a spit take.
I shouldn't have said that while you were drinking.
Oh God.
That would have been way worse, right? 36 to 38, and then they take him at 36. Like that'd be even worse. Like, oh man. Okay, so is Galladay still in New York?
So Andrew, I need you to host briefly. I will be right back.
Go for it.
Gotta go get his lucky hoodie.
Yeah, he's got to go change.
Oh yeah,
something. I love that logic.
John and I talked about this earlier. Yeah. Last night I was wearing a particular hoodie. I sneezed on it, so I took it off. And
look what happened.
When I was eating dinner, I accidentally sneezed on the hoodie, so I took it off and I changed hoodies. And now look what happened because I didn't wear that hoodie. But no, I was actually going to get some whiskey to deal with this.
Good. That's a smart move. That's the way to do it.
Yep.
Oh,
sorry. I was trying to. Again, I'm out of shape. I was trying to log in.
You're doing great, Gabe. Who is your team, by the way, Gabe? Who do you follow? Who is your fandom for?
Am I? J-Mike and I, we occasionally root for the team named the Jacksonville Jaguars. Well, no, we had a side conversation tonight. J-Mike and I, we still talk even though we don't pod. We were like, okay, well, if it's not the Jaguars that we're rooting for entirely, that's right. 7. That we were deciding who, and I basically listed all the teams in the AFC East aside from the Patriots, but I also put the Bengals as a good rooting spot. I mean, he's around there, so that's fun. So bang, 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 Bengals. Who dey?
That's what I'm saying. I know J Mike's a Bengals fan, but not like a full out Bengals fan. Like he's,
I mean, I'm a secret Mafia fan, like 100% actually. Like my
who isn't? Like
well,
that's everybody's at least second team.
My next door teacher kind of turned me on, and I mean we've been next door to each other since Josh Allen was drafted, and we were both like upset about Josh Allen being drafted. Like we wanted Josh Rosen, both of us.
Hindsight 2020.
I know. Well, I mean, to be fair, like it was don't come for me, Mafia. I know y'all are out there listening like somewhere, but like it was a very much an outlier situation that happened. But I'm all in on Joshy boy now. So got a jersey, for my son, got a cutout for my next door teacher. So I'm all in. And I admitted I was wrong several times back on, a podcast named The Open Bar.
Oh, I've never heard of it.
Yeah.
Have you jumped through a table yet?
I haven't yet.
Initiation.
I do feel a little phony. I kind of want to wait until they win a Super Bowl. So then I kind of have an out of like, maybe I never have to. We have a fantasy. Yeah, we had a fantasy influenced pick there.
Yeah,
if you want to call it that.
Go ahead, break it, Gabe.
Breaking news: with the 44th overall pick in the NFL draft, the Houston Texans attempt to replace their number one wide receiver in Brandon Cooks, John Mechie.
Ooh, look at
you ain't Mechie Brandon Cooks yet, though. You ain't Mechie him.
So a pick later, they took a better wide receiver than the Giants did. Cool.
I was just going to ask. I'm glad you're back, Bobby. So would you have rather had Mechie?
If they had to take a wide receiver there, yeah.
Yeah. Of the two, right? Let's say you had to take a wide receiver.
Robinson would have been. Robinson's probably like 8th or 9th down on my list of wide receivers who should have gone there, still on the board.
Wow. You probably.
I was not kidding when I said trash pick.
Yeah. There are a lot of upset Giants fans on Twitter.
First of all, they should not have gone wide receiver. Second of all, if they had to go wide receiver, there were so many better wide receivers than Robinson.
Who did you want for wide receiver if it was going to be?
Pickens, Sky Moore.
Yeah.
Pretty much anyone not named Robinson.
I think Pickens is going to fall because of the reports of his kind of tude.
Yeah. They probably, to be fair, they're probably like, oh, we can't have another Tony. Pickens, get out of here.
Yeah, true.
Nobody wants a team of Tonys. One Tony is enough.
Well, that's where I was going to ask next. Like, did they got to trade Tony now? Isn't that the logic? Like, you're taking Wan'Dale Robinson. Does that mean? I mean, Tony's been on the block, but does that mean that they're literally all the way done with Tony? Because isn't Wan'Dale pretty much Tony?
So what you're saying is we take probably our best playmaker, not named Saquon Barkley, because we took Robinson. Is that the implication here, Andrew?
I don't know. I'm trying to find some sort of silver lining on this for you, Bobby. I'm trying. Like, but if they trade Tony for something of value, that's good, right?
Look, so the silver lining is, at the end of the day, this is a trash pick. Yes, but they didn't mess up round one, and that's progress.
When like you said before, they got a bunch of picks. They got a bunch of other picks. Like, they got
a bunch of other picks. Things could still happen. They could still maybe they knew someone real. This is me playing like the conspiracy game. Someone really wanted Robinson and knew that they were going to take him later or something. And they also knew the Giants had Tony, and they're like, we can't have someone who has his skills out there if we want to jack up his trade price. So now someone will offer them a 23 first for Tony because Robinson's not available to be like the knockoff Tony.
Another pick.
I mean, I see the yards after the catch thing, but I still see them a little bit different.
Yeah, I don't think they're exactly the same player either. Yeah. But I do think this pick was made with the idea of like Tony might be gone next year because of his dude. Galladay is almost definitely gone next year. Sterling Shepard is hurt all the time, even though he's one of my favorite players. So while they have wide receivers right now, they definitely needed to plan a bit for the future. I'm just not happy that this is how they chose to do it.
Well, and Shepard is like kind of was the slot receiver. and I mean, Tony played plenty in that last year too. And Robinson does that too. So.
Okay. Also, I will say I feel a bit better because I don't know if you guys know, and I'm probably going to butcher the pronunciation of his last name, but Paul Perticisi, is that how you pronounce it?
Perticisi, yeah.
He is the person that I basically would like to be the Giants GM, just from my years of interacting with him on Twitter. And he's a pretty good scout. And he said that Robinson was actually his number 7 wide receiver and that he loves him. And he thought that he warranted round 2 or round 3 consideration, even though the league looked at him as round 3 or 4. But he also agrees with you that he thinks this means Tony is gone.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
I this is how much influence. I know Paul's not listening, but if anyone knows Paul, this is how much influence he has on like my thinking about the Giants. That if he says that he's happy about it, it makes me feel like instantly better, basically.
We got Lions pick in. We think Malik goes here.
Maybe. I mean, well, just to clarify, Baltimore took David Ajabo out of Michigan for defensive end. So just to clarify, in case
did not take Malik.
Did not take Malik. No, Baltimore shouldn't take Malik. So that would have been dynasty up for chaos.
I still want that.
I know, that's fire. Oh, and they got Keegan Key dropping the pick. Is he from Detroit? Give him the substitute teacher.
I like.
Oh my God! What if he gave him like a mispronunciation of the name,
yes.
like in that?
Hey, Aaron. Yeah. I'll bet. I mean, Malik.
I might
come on, Malik. Come on down to Detroit.
I might need to turn the sound on for this. Please do it.
Oh, it's Josh. How are you
Giants
supposed to?
Josh. Wow.
I mean,
how do you?
if it's Pascal, I mean, he could have butchered it.
Didn't hear it, but I'm sure he tried. Or Josh. How do you?
What pick are we actually up to? Because I think the screen that I'm
Detroit. It's scrolling across the bottom. I'm updating live. So Josh Pascal, defensive end out of Kentucky for Detroit in 46. I'm updating it as we go as much as I can, just to keep it relevant. For those watching, anyone watching, they can at least pay attention to us and get draft picks. It's a win-win.
Zach says it's Belake, by the way.
Balake.
Josh Pascal.
Yeah. Josh could be it.
Josh.
By the way, Gabe, when you're talking about JOK, I mentioned how that's what it felt like for a while with
JKO earlier. I was like, I was spacing. Sorry, carry on.
I was just going to say that's what it felt like for a while with the Green Bay's Packers pick. It's like, this has to be a wide receiver, right? Every single time they were on the clock.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And it wasn't any of those times. Yeah, until the last one, I guess.
I'm very confused by how Dean is still on the board. And I also thought he would have been the Patriots pick, to be honest.
Oh, my God.
He still might be. That's what's so funny. Like, the Patriots love that kind of crap. They're just taking guys that fall.
Yeah.
Ugh. Well, I'm curious, though, honestly, like, Gabe, would you take Walker over Brees? I don't think anybody would take Walker over Brees, but I know that you're one that hadn't really put your full opinion on this yet.
I probably wouldn't, but I probably would at the same time, in that I think he's going to be, well, maybe he might just end up being like a 102. He won't be a 102, you think, will he? I feel like people, I know that they're like, people just, they're in between him and Brees for the RB one, but what do you do with these 6 wide receivers that were just drafted in the first round? Like, that's where I think I would have a wide receiver as my 101. I don't know why.
Well, who would be your 101 then? Yeah, which receiver are you the most excited about then? Because they all have question marks.
I know.
We don't know enough of the picture either. Because if one of those teams gets Malik, or gets some sort of major upgraded QB, like if Atlanta gets Malik in the 3rd, some crazy thing happens and they upgrade the QB for Mariota, like that could make that different, right? That could change that value.
Yeah.
I don't think Olave is ever a 101, no matter what happens in New Orleans.
You don't think?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I just don't think I don't think New Orleans is going to take a QB either. They got Dalton and Taysom Hill, who's still a QB in my mind, and the Jameis, the throwing Winston, and that's not bad for Olave. But again, it's like there's just a lot of question marks.
A lot of question marks everywhere. But the one that got wide open was, obviously Treylon Burks.
Well, that's fair.
I mean, fair. the vacated targets. Shout out.
Oh God.
PA howdy.
Is Peter on?
You gotta earn those. But I mean, people are lazily calling Burks a AJ Brown clone or whatever, but I think it's like AJ Brown super light at this point.
Well, when you trade AJ Brown for Treylon Burks, it doesn't really help the case when people are already doing that.
Yeah, and throw a third on top of it, and still like whatever. But I get it. I think immediate return is obviously Breece Hall for the 101. I do think that like it's one of those things where I think if we're looking like three years ahead and we're like redrafting the 2022 rookie class, and I mark my words, Breece Hall.
Well, wasn't N'Keal Harry the 101? You know what
exactly.
I mean? We've had guys that were locks, definite. No one's upset. N'Keal Harry or DK Metcalf was the debate, right?
Yeah.
And I would say with all the confidence in my chest, N'Keal Harry was the 101. Yeah, there were some people thinking DK, but everybody thought Harry in that opportunity, in that situation, and everything. And then, you know what I mean? Just nothing. So
right.
I don't think Breece Hall is that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying crazy things happen.
I will also say Andrew makes hosting really easy because he takes over even if he's not.
I know. I can't.
I'm not blaming you. I'm fine with it.
I also just love conversations.
I think people are going to have because of the Harry thing a little bit, I think people are going to have a tough time trusting wide receivers again too. And maybe the draft capital helps with like most of them being taken in the top half of this draft. But like, I don't know. I thought the consensus was that this class in general, and even the wide receivers, were more like day 2 grades, and maybe it was just because of like who else was available from I have no idea of what to say about defensively, but like maybe there just wasn't as much defensively for there to be balance basically. And that's why it was just kind of like best player available. And really they are day 2 grades, but they just so happen to be the top pick at that point. But I mean, I see potential. I don't think that all 6 are going to be busts, but I'm just that's why I think that at least 2 or 3 of them are going to be better picks than Breece Hall. I just like Breece Hall being that, like, especially in this weak draft class, like how are you not in the first round? And then you look at Jonathan Taylor and like, I had no idea how he was. It was a tough draft class, but I have no idea how he was in the second round still. Like, I was like, dude, this is clear cut 101 for me. And
the dad bun pulling no punches for Breece Hall.
Right.
I don't know. I wouldn't be like all in as much as I would be like Jonathan Taylor from a second round perspective. Like, that's all.
No, I think you're right. I think a lot of people are very in on Breece Hall, and the Jets are a decent landing spot, but it's not an amazing landing spot. It's a up and coming offense, but we still haven't actually seen Zack Wilson be a great quarterback who leads to great scoring opportunities. And they also don't quite have the O-line that the Colts did for a Jonathan Taylor, and he's not the prospect that a Jonathan Taylor was. So I'm with you.
Right.
So I'm seeing here updating my dynasty rankings and was about to ask for you guys' opinion, but sounds like we're way off on Breece Hall, so it would not be a useful exercise.
Well, go for it. I'm curious.
Well, so, okay, Breece Hall or Antonio Gibson?
Gibson for me.
Yeah, barely Gibson, I guess. I don't know.
Close,
I don't care.
I'm gonna say Hall because I'll take the reset on age.
Trade back
the rookie contract. Yeah,
trade back.
Like if you gave me like we talked about thirds getting deals done. If you gave me Breece Hall and a third for Antonio Gibson, sure.
Yeah. Breece Hall or Nick Chubb.
Oh, Chubb.
Wubba Lubba.
Yeah, baby.
Wubba Lubba Chubba.
I'd say it if Chubb was like 37 years old. I'm just kidding. But.
Like I said, I'm not sure if this is useful exercise. Breece Hall or Javonte Williams?
Javonte. I mean, I think everyone's probably going to say that one. Maybe except Hogue. Is that why we're exercising or what?
Yeah. Those are some of the guys that that's kind of the area that I've got Breece Hall right now. So that's where I'm.
Clint has an exercise for us. He wants to know in Superflex, are you taking the 102 or 223 first?
23s.
I was going to say, I don't know that this is really a question. I would smash the 23 first at this point.
Yeah.
But I'm curious if anyone disagreed, which is why I brought it up.
Because they're saying Breece Hall is the consensus 101 all formats. So who's the 102 in Superflex? Because we don't have a Malik pick yet.
It's Malik, even though he's going to fall to
no matter
the
what.
third round. Yeah, no.
At day three Malik.
I thought it was going to be Kenneth Walker for me, but sitting here going through it, I ended up with Garrett Wilson.
It's Kenny Pickett now, guys. It's obvious.
Yeah. Gotta be.
Yeah, those wide receivers are going to be fun to. I think you're right that Breece Hall is probably going to just be 101 across everywhere. That the landing spot is like kind of nice for Kenneth Walker, but it's difficult as we know.
I have the Bears pick. I was making sure you didn't already have it there, Andrew. It's Jaquan Brisker.
All right, let's keep going until you guys do.
Yeah, let's keep.
Breece Hall.
Come on, can we exercise more?
I'm
out of shape.
Good for you. Breece Hall or Austin Eckler?
Eckler.
Breece Hall or Dalvin Cook?
All these RBs about to fall off this year. I see.
Yeah. Well, yeah. One more. You get one more year with these guys.
Yeah.
Joe Mixon.
I still take Mixon, but you know what I was going to say? The question for me is like
really
Kamara.
The guy wearing the Bengals jersey takes
I know, right?
Mixon.
What I'm saying, like Kamara, like with the legal issues, like he might play this year, but he might be suspended next year now because they pushed that trial back. So like Kamara or Breece Hall, I might take Breece Hall, to be honest.
Okay.
I think I would take Breece Hall over Mixon at this point.
I don't hate it. I'm not going to get upset about that. I think that's a fair movement. Again, homerism, got to draft with your head, not your heart. I can't help it.
I will say, like, maybe with the exception of one or two guys that John talked about, I would actually take Hall over pretty much all of them just for the age reset. Because I agree. I think most of them probably have one or two seasons, and if that's the case, you might as well take the guy on the rookie contract who's probably going to produce decently well in what's an up-and-coming offense. Because here's the thing. If Breece Hall hits it all this year, with him being the consensus 101, his value, even if it shouldn't, will get close to that, Jonathan Taylor type range.
Yeah. That's the whole thing at running back. To me, that's why Breece Hall is 101, is because we've got this running back bubble that's just about to pop.
Yep.
We're going to lose a bunch of guys in the next year or two. And Breece Hall is the only guy really coming in to replace any of them at the moment.
Yeah, so, I'm with you.
Yeah, unless there is, for whatever reason, an elite prospect that continues to grind, but lately that doesn't seem to be the case with running back.
Yeah.
I mean, you can go down the list.
Yeah.
McCaffrey. You can start there if you want to be spicy.
Already done, in my opinion.
Eckler, Barkley.
Yeah. Henry and Zeke are going into year 7. That's unheard of for running backs.
Yeah.
What we really want to know is, how does Rook feel about this?
Hi, buddy.
Rook.
Hi, little bun. Get it. Get that mic.
Can you say hi?
Love it.
Rook.
Hi.
Attaboy.
There you go. What's up, buddy? Oh, yeah. That's a good pick, that dinosaur.
The dinosaur is what Breece Hall is going to do to the league this year.
That's some good analysis. That's a hashtag analysis right there. Or we're talking about dinosaur.
Can you say
backs.
Breece Hall anything but 101? I'm just kidding, Ho.
Or nothing? Yeah,
We need both sides represented. That's important.
I agree. I do.
Zach asked, will Pickens fall 6 more picks to the Pats, and will he still be there at 55 when Belichick drafts Samson Evans out of Eastern Michigan?
I feel like this is one of those like DGN games. I don't even know if they play this game, but it like if that's a real player or not. If they don't, they should probably try that.
Is a player a member of a boy band?
Yeah. That does kind of sound. That's good. That sounds like that does sound like a boy band.
That would be a tough game. I don't know a lot of boy band names, so that's perfect.
Yeah, Hogue, you're entirely right on the age spectrum, though. I'm with you.
Yeah. And that
I was just thinking about that when you started saying all those running backs. I'm like, yeah, it's true. About a lot of these they're gonna drop off here shortly.
Yeah.
Well, the funniest part to that though is what John was saying. Like, it's not necessarily about what you would want either. Like, a lot of rookie drafts, I tend to take the most value, right? You draft for value, you trade for need. But like, where does the market value people right now? Like, I've got a couple. I know you guys do too, right? A couple drafts starting on Monday. And it's going to be interesting this close, starting on Monday. We're not going to have a lot of, real time to get our analysis done. So it's going to be interesting when we get to that like 106, 107. And you're just like, I don't know, there's a lot of good players left. I mean, there's a lot of good positions. But that tier 1 is Breece Hall and tier 2 is like 8 players now.
Yeah.
With Malik falling this far and Pickens being still the only QB taken, I mean, there's going to be a lot of late QBs in the first round, if any. Like we were talking about, like that could still not happen.
Have we ever seen quarterbacks fall this much in a draft before?
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I mean, I guess there's a reason that, like Marcus Mariota got a starting job, and so did Mitchell Trubisky, because I guess the NFL was trying to tell us, like, hey, we really do not love this class.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There was what was that QB class that?
There was EJ Manuel.
That one,
yeah, 2013. That one was
That's
gross.
right.
That was right before I started playing Dynasty. Missed it by that much.
Yeah,
I think that was close to my first. Oh no, I guess I started in 2015. That's when I started paying attention a little more to rookies, more than I remember like starting to pay attention to rookies, and I was like, EJ Manuel, what? Also, Hogue, I'm like, you have a good point with, the grouping Breece Hall with these potential running backs that are falling off, but also those are like really high, and some of those running backs kind of have some question marks,
Yeah.
Saquon, I guess if you want to say Christian McCaffrey has question marks, I know some people do.
I do, yeah.
Gibson, people have mentioned. Akers, of course. Kamara with the legal stuff, like kind of around that range is what you were mentioning with Breece Hall, but like, and so I understand your mindset, but like I said to Andrew that, trade back,
right,
and get those like old guys, but like still the production kind of thing, like maybe it's Aaron Jones or David Montgomery or Miles Sanders. Like, can you still, put a little bit of trust into something like that? I mean, the Bills haven't taken a running back yet. Singletary, like, I don't know. So
Zach Moss, baby, Zach Moss.
let's go real
holding
deep.
out hope.
Yeah, I mean that is the move, because you can probably take 101 and ship it off for 2 running backs who are both going to outscore Breece Hall this year.
Yeah,
like that's the whole thing. That's where it gets so tricky with doing dynasty rankings. Is all of these guys that I mentioned, I have no doubt that they're going to outscore Breece Hall this year. But I'm just again, you only get them for the 1 year. So if we're going 1-to-1, it's tough. But if you can get 2 of those guys, and go win your championship this year, then, it doesn't matter that you didn't reset the clock at running back with Breece Hall because you got your championship. Now you're playing with house money for the next couple of years anyways.
Well, let's play the game though, in the game within a game in a sense, right? if you earn the 101 and you need a lot of players, let's say you're still not really contending. You were the worst team last year. Maybe you've made some moves in the offseason already, or you got some players that were hurt and that's why you earned the 101. I'm looking at it like if I earn the 101 and I'm still a year away, right? Am I taking Breece Hall? Probably. Right? Like it's still a good pick. You still take the pick and trade him maybe after the draft or something, right? Like you don't always have to. And I think this is something we always try to harp on Junkies. I know they do it on all of the entire network talks about this, but take the player that makes the most sense, draft for value, and then you can trade that player for more 23 seconds or 23 first. So, you can kind of move around a lot, but it's going to be an interesting year for rookie drafts. I'm excited for the next few weeks because there's going to be a whole bunch of variability. There's going to be people that think that Garrett Wilson's the 101. And they're going to want to trade up to the 101 to get Garrett Wilson. And then you're going to be with the 102 going, I guess I take Breece Hall. And your 103 is like, I guess I take Kenneth Walker. Like it's like, there's no solid set in stone. Like the last few years, it's been, I wouldn't say easy, but there's been clear tier breaks. And this year, that first tier is weird.
There's an opportunity to get good value out of this rookie draft because there is no consensus. If you somehow just luck is part of it, but also if you get your assessment right, you can get value later in the draft because maybe someone doesn't agree with you that the player is as valuable as you think they are. And they're your 101 or 102 and you're getting them at like 109. And then it turns out you're right and they outproduce all the other rookies and suddenly you've hit a gold mine essentially.
I mean, really, that's who wins is the 108, 109, 110, right? Like those picks are now a lot more valuable because this tier keeps getting bigger, it feels like. And going into the draft, I felt like there were 6 players that I was kind of high on. Malik was one of them. And I might even say Ritter might have been one of them, right? And now it's like, well, both of those guys aren't. Now the 108 could be a lot more valuable. Could be very interesting.
Yeah, I will point out that we are almost, and also that's adorable. And that's just been the theme of the podcast tonight. But
I love it.
I got to look closely. I don't even know who this is.
Normally that'd be weird. You have an excuse because you've got twins.
Yeah.
We are halfway through the second round, and one quarterback has still been taken.
Mind blowing.
That's bad.
I never would have predicted this.
Oh. Can we talk more about Breece Hall?
If you want.
I want to ask Hogue about where he would if you're. I don't know about, and I'm not Deafy at all. I'm just curious where you would put him right now in the 2023 class between I know a few between Bijan and Gibbs.
Yeah.
Really quick for Zach's purpose, because I don't know if I hope he's not waiting for us to break news, but the Patriots traded into the pick, so the Patriots are on the clock.
Malik?
Oh my God.
Dean?
Yeah.
I mean,
they might as well.
It would be the most Patriots thing to trade out of their last pick with people thinking they were taking Dean there, and then get him this much later in the second round.
So again, I got the trade was 50. Patriots traded or received 50 and traded 54 and 158. So to move up 4 picks, they gave up like a fifth rounder, I think at that point.
You're asking me to do math. That's Gage.
No, I'm guessing, and I'm not looking for an answer. Nobody comes to this stream for analysis of numbers. You know what I mean? Like, it's not what we do.
True.
We're just here for shits and giggles and to hang out with each other. That's really all it is. People are watching. That's all.
I got the shits.
I'll get the giggles.
Got all kinds of depth at the G's house for that.
I'm just here to eat naan on camera. That's what I've been doing every time I'm not talking.
Gotta get that naan.
Patriots selection. Here it comes.
Break it.
Here it comes. Who is this guy? Who's this guy?
What if they take Sky Moore?
Ben Lepper? Oh, Lawrence Guy. Okay.
How many do they have? Wide receiver, like 8?
Well, they have a lot of them.
They have like 8 wide receiver 3s.
Are any of them wide receivers that we care about? I don't know. Oh, it is a receiver. Taekwon Thornton.
What?
Who?
Yeah.
I legitimately mean that. I have no idea.
They traded up to get Taekwon Thornton with the 50th pick.
Damn right they did.
4.2840. He was fast. Remember, he was the fastest guy at the combine, if I recall. Okay.
Don't act like you're not surprised.
I'm not acting. I am surprised. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, again, they did need receiver, I guess, but to trade up, interesting. I don't know if I saw him with a lot of second-round value. Bill knows something we don't. We said that about Harry, I guess, right?
They know that they're not going to use him. They don't. They're like, who cares who? Just give me the closest wide receiver to where I'm sitting right now, because I mean, we're not going to give him the ball. So
Zach says that he would rather have Pickens, but that he is a special teams maven for those of us who have no idea who the player is, which is, I think, all of us except
special
Andrew.
Teams. Yeah.
Got their next who was their
got their wedge buster.
Who was their favorite special teams guy for so long? I guess Bolden was always good on special teams, but I was thinking of a wide receiver that was, I'm sure Zach knows.
Yeah.
Didn't Julian Edelman start out on special teams, or am I making that up?
I hate Baylor.
Yeah, I know he was a punt returner for most of his career.
And also, haven't most of their guys started out on special teams? Wasn't that also the path Walker took, or am I making that up too?
I feel like, I mean, the Patriots just kind of have a type when it comes to their offensive skill positions, and a big part of it is special teams. Like, you've got to be kind of, you've got to be versatile, and you've got to be able to play special teams. Otherwise, again, they don't actually use the wide receivers. So it's like, there's kind of no point in having you here if you're not going to be part of our punt coverage or something.
I don't hate Baylor, Clint. I just have been hurt by Baylor.
I'm pretty sure Joe Judge made that pick for the Patriots. He is the special teams guy. So,
Eagles.
Here's a question.
Can we get Shane back? Is he done with all of his pods, or?
Earlier, Andrew, we talked about the fact that you would still select some of these quarterbacks in the first round. We've now gotten additional information of them falling. Would you select any of them with the information we have available now in the end of the first round?
I'm still holding out hope for a good landing spot. Man, it's getting harder and harder, isn't it? It's getting harder and harder. I don't know. You'd almost have to hope that if Seattle takes Willis in the third, maybe. Right? That's where it comes, it literally is going to come all the way down to landing spot, because draft capital is not going to be a deciding factor. It's interesting. I don't know. I mean, the more picks that come off the board, I mean, am I going to take Taekwon Thornton over a quarterback? No. Right? Am I going to take Wan'Dale Robinson over a quarterback? Probably not. No offense. But, man, what a weird draft.
So,
I love it.
Here's a question. If none of the quarterbacks go before, let's say, a trade for a veteran happens, so a trade for a Baker Mayfield or a Jimmy Garoppolo, does that knock them out of the first entirely for you?
For me, I think it might. Yeah, I mean, we're getting there. I'm starting to get a little nervous. I thought somebody was going to trade up. I thought New Orleans was going to take Willis.
Because I think once we get to the third round, that becomes territory for people to start trying to trade for Baker or Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yep. But that's a whole different ball of wax too, right? Is Garoppolo, does he help that offense enough, depending on where he goes, right? And all that. Then does the rookie Willis or Howell or Corral, any of these guys, Corral, any of these guys, they're all going to get really bad spots now, I think. And that makes me real nervous. So this could be that rare rookie superflex draft where there's no quarterbacks in the first round. That's really weird.
They might all be career backups at this point.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, that's where we're getting to. We're getting close.
Did any of y'all play when Russell Wilson was drafted? Dynasty?
I mean, not when he was drafted, not the year he was drafted, no.
No. I'm just curious who was in Dynasty. Maybe I know Zach's been there a bit.
Well, Hogue, you've been in Dynasty that long, right?
Not quite.
No, you just not quite. I'm just because I mean, like as far as draft capital goes, like you're dead if you're not a first round.
Pretty much, yeah.
QB, I was saying second you could round up a little, be like, all right, second round he's still good, but we're running out of second round.
Hardly though. Still, I mean, just
and not only that,
you
almost have to be top half of the first round too. Like, it's a pretty low hit rate once you get to the second half of the first round.
So there are a couple fantasy relevant second rounders, and I only know this because I asked earlier today. And the ones who are still in the league are Derek Carr, Jalen Hurts, Andy Dalton, and Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, Andy Dalton. Oof.
But even there, I mean, aside from Jalen Hurts, I think, and that's rushing upside probably only that you can put into a QB1. Like, I guess longevity matters, and for dynasty's sake, and just the ability to have a starting QB on your roster. Garoppolo's a weird one.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. I think he just kind of got lucky.
Who did the Eagles take at 51? Oh, they took center Cam Jurgens at 51, and then Pickens went to Pittsburgh at 52. Pickens and Pickett on the same team now.
They're getting weapons for Pickett, so Pickett's going to rise up people's boards whether they want him to or not.
Well, and that's where it comes down to. People might think Pickens is worth, or he's worth that early first. There are going to be people making, potentially anyway, have that opinion that make that trade up. We were talking about trading back, but to trade back, you have to have people willing to trade up, right? I don't know, maybe.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And at this rate, I think we're rooting for the quarterbacks. There's actually a higher hit rate for quarterbacks in the third round than the second round. So I think that at this point, that's what we're looking for.
Who are some of the hits from the third round, John?
Russ.
I believe Dak Prescott.
Was Dak third or fourth?
I thought he was fourth, but I'm not 100% on that.
Yeah. Who are some of the other guys? I'm drawing a blank
Hasselbeck
now.
a fourth or something? Like, I thought he was in the later rounds.
So Dak was a fourth rounder. I just looked it up.
Nice.
Yeah. I thought he was fourth.
So now Green Bay's on the clock at 53.
Foles.
Foles. BDN. Ooh. Hey, there we go. 53rd. Indianapolis apparently traded in for the 53rd pick and takes Alec Pierce.
Oh, nice. My fourth round pick coming in strong.
There you go. 53rd overall. Interesting. I don't know. I haven't seen a trade on that, but I just saw the alert. Interesting.
I'm trying to remember who else
Dean is still on the board.
I'm trying to remember who else is in Indy at this point. I need to look up their depth chart.
Lennon and Greasy. Matt Schaub. I mean, if you don't have Russell Wilson, like I don't know why you would spend more than a third round pick on any of the remaining QBs. Like, honestly,
almost like no one wants him, so I don't want him. You know what I mean? Like, everybody's letting him fall, so everybody's letting him fall. It's
actually going back to the Pierce pick for a second. Their second top wide receiver before this was Paris Campbell, or Ashton Doolin. So that's actually a pretty solid pick for them. They needed some help.
Sorry, I was looking at third round QBs. What was the pick?
It was Alec Pierce.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Indy traded in to get Alec Pierce. Apparently, and I'm not 100% on that, but I mean, again, we're not news breaking here, but that's what I've seen.
And I was saying, Gabe, that I had a rookie draft before the NFL draft, and I took Alec Pierce with the 404. So I'd be pretty happy about that. Oh, who is it?
Sky Moore to KC.
Oh my God! So, yeah, he's an immediate
Yep.
He's right.
Pick, maybe.
Yeah, he's right he's right there with those first round wide receivers, 100%.
Yep.
He'll land around
because of landing spot, because
106, 107.
Mahomes, the Mahomes boost. Like, CEH got the Mahomes boost. Why not more? Does that hurt Juju?
I think CEH got the Reed boost. I mean,
fair.
The Reed Chiefs, / Mahomes boost, but
yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say booth there, Bobby. I didn't mean to bring up.
It's gonna be okay.
I thought as far as my Mafia allegiance goes, I was hoping Booth would go to the Bills in round 1. I wasn't sure if he would go in round 1, but I think he's definitely a first round guy.
I mean, people can take shots at the Giants now, and I'll be okay. Before, I would pretend to be okay, but it would hurt a little. Now I'm just okay. Because even if I don't necessarily believe in their second round pick, as I said, the first 2 just made me so happy that I'm good for a while.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Alec Pierce is kind of nice.
Yeah, I don't mind Alec Pierce. I was Cincinnati, obviously. My alum. Me and Chris.
All I know is everyone on the planet is comparing Alec Pierce to Cooper Kupp.
Yeah.
And Cooper Kupp, I know Cooper Kupp's grandma. She would not appreciate it, guys. So the backstory there is I once tweeted out when I was still doing active tweeting, but I tweeted out rookie stats, and I was talking about how Cooper Kupp was leading the league in receiving yards among rookies, and his grandma liked it and commented on it. And then I was we're great friends now. Me and Cooper Kupp's grandma.
Interesting. What's her name?
I could not tell you. I don't remember at this point. That's how great of friends we are.
Just Cooper Kupp's grandma.
Yeah. Well, then I looked her up and I was like, oh, she's married to his grandfather. And this is all the players. And his grandpa played in the NFL too. If you didn't know.
Kupp, yeah.
How can you comp Alec Pierce to Cooper Kupp when Alec Pierce was drafted, 30 picks ahead of Cooper Kupp?
So what you're saying is he's better than Cooper Kupp.
He's better than Cooper.
Oh, that's a bold take, Gabe. I like it. Draft Capital says.
All right, chill. I come back one night. I've had
you got to miss this a little bit, right?
No, I do absolutely. Y'all have seen the background the whole time. I've just been
baby central,
either feeling guilty, holding a baby, maintaining a toddler, whatever.
Your hands are full. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Literally. Right now, your hands are full.
When they're 18,
what's up?
When they're 18, Gabe will be like, all right, I'm now ready to talk about
I'm
how
ready to come
Pierce
back in the game.
Better than Cooper Kupp.
Yeah. So I want to hit back on some of the points that I made in 2022.
Years ago. I want to talk from the start and go. Be a fun podcast, actually. Catching up with Gabe.
I want to redraft the 2022.
And now we're in 2038.
Breece Hall.
Go back and
At that point, it'll be league winning Arch Manning Jr. Not even Arch Manning. Yeah. Arch Manning Jr.
Junior.
Yeah, Junior. He's just come off his MVP season. And Saquon Barkley, the third, is his running back. But I want to go back and talk about Alec Pierce.
You guys remember Breece Hall? Oh, man, he was a bust. Have all the hindsight in the world. That'd be great.
Right. Now his son.
Frank Gore the fourth. Best running back ever.
What are you talking about? At that point, it would just still be Frank Gore. He'd be a cyborg, and he'd be unretired.
Yeah.
Man, what a fun draft. I mean, where's Malik Willis going to go now? That's where I'm really curious.
Where isn't he going to go?
Everywhere, apparently.
Mm-hmm. I'm still on this, whatever stream I'm watching, just on YouTube, it's just doing the KC pick.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything about Arizona at 55. I don't even know, again, because there's so many trades at this point, I don't even know who's on the clock right now. There's just so much going on. There's 12 trade-ups, which I think is the most ever for the first 2 rounds. And we're not even done with the second round.
The NFL channel just got to the Colts pick.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I'm about to turn it off again, kind of like I did the other
night.
I
had it on last night, just kind of to see it in retrospect. But we can go back to Indianapolis and Alec Pierce if you want, and then catch up. We can play slow. I don't mind.
It's okay. I appreciate knowing what the picks are as they come.
Well, I got the pick. You ready? 55, Trey McBride to Arizona.
Oh,
all right.
That's not terrible.
That's fun.
They needed a tight end, I guess, right?
Excuse me, but I traded for Zach Ertz, so they didn't need a tight end.
So day 2 is not your friend, Bobby.
No, day 1, everything was coming up, Bobby. Day 2, I sneezed on my sweatshirt that I wore during day 1, and everything has just gone downhill.
This is where I wish we had Hard to kind of like come back at you, because we were all giving him flack last night, and I'm sure he would love to give you some back.
I was defending him, sir.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, he would just love to come and talk trash. That's how Hard works.
I was like the one person being like, I know where you've been, and everyone should be nice to you right now, and they're all just jumping on you.
I'm a Bengals fan. I definitely know where he's been. Like, we had a bunch of bad picks.
But you have not had to sit there and podcast in front of all 5 listeners and people on the podcast.
It's true.
And take a bunch of crap from them at once.
I mean, you had a great first day yesterday. Does that make up for the last 3 or 5 years of iffy drafts in one draft, or not enough? It's still not enough, right?
No, it's not enough at all.
No. You guys have done a good job of turning it around. Even with that Wan'Dale pick, I don't think it's been a bad draft for the Giants. Let's be honest.
I mean, I would, as I said, I would have been more upset if they took him and didn't get extra draft capital. But because they did, I'm like, all right, that's fine. I do want to see them trade Tony now, though. I've talked myself into it. He's gone in my brain. I no longer love him. He's just, it's just a thing. Yeah.
I don't blame you.
I say that until he scores like his first electric touchdown, and then I'll say, I never said he was dead to me.
We'll edit that part out. Well, wait, we're not editing.
We have the Dynasty hot sauce pod coming in hot with $1 was a terrible pick. Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
Larry Monkey's living large today. His Jets are objectively winning this draft.
Yeah, by far.
Objectively.
Objectively. I love it. We need more dad puns from the dad bun.
I disagree. The Eagles are winning the draft. Once they made that
AJ
Brown, that was it. They won.
That's pretty. And they already made a pretty nice trade. You know, they were one of the only teams that actually did a trade like weeks before the draft.
Yeah, the Eagles also just have, I hate to say it, but they have really smart cap management. And I don't know, Howie is just an impressive GM. But
who was their first other pick?
Davis.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Oh, yeah, because they were gonna. They got what's his name? I'm so out of football shape, guys. Oh my god. Fletcher Cox on the 1-year deal. So, I figured they were gonna try and do something there, but.
I mean, I don't know. I still think the Jets have had a better draft. I honestly can't help but think like that team is just going to be is going to be a pretty hard team to pass up if all these picks hit. That's a big if. But man, Eagles did have a good draft by taking a veteran instead of Burks. That's a big deal.
Maybe J Mike and I are Eagles fans.
There you go.
Are you trying to figure out what team is your new team?
You know, just a team to secretly root for. Something fun. I feel like, I don't know. I'm kind of scared to root for Philly, though. I feel like kind of
scary. You have to say go
fans.
Birds and like curse people out a bunch and
throw
batteries at Santa.
Chin could teach you. Rocky could teach you. It's true. Not hard to be Eagles fan. They've had a long time of being Eagles fans. They're happy now.
And the whole their little anthem, you know, fly, Eagles, fly. Like, it makes me want to just do Sweet Caroline. Fly, Sweet. Eagles, fly. Bah, bah, bah.
That sounds like a perfect Zach Reed kind of song, right?
Man, Mafia.
I like the Mafia, though.
That's
their song.
Yeah. Everything about that. Like, there's even a section of that stadium where like you're just gonna be sitting, like everybody around you is just gonna have a bunch of dildos. Like that's like you just know by your seating assignment that you're supposed to bring the dildos.
I was gonna say, is that on the ticket? Like bring dildos just in case.
That's gonna be Gabe's kids' first words. Dildos.
Yeah.
Dildos. There you go. Yeah.
Thanks, Hogue. Jeez. Just kidding.
Earmuffs. Yeah, right. You've got earmuffs. They can't hear us, right? I have not seen a pick, and I don't care. This is fun. This is good times. But as you guys can tell, I have lost the daylight. I am now in a dark garage in Ohio, just waiting to see how this goes. But at some point, my battery's going to die, and the light's dying, so I might have to dip off here in a minute. But so far, I think this has been a pretty interesting draft. Not exciting in the sense of like quarterbacks and fantasy and all that, but it's been very interesting.
You're much more intrigued by it than I think the rest of us are, which is why we've been so quiet.
Possibly, but I love the like Malik Willis still falling is odd. Dean falling is odd. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of stuff we must not know. That's what I keep thinking. Somebody knows something about Willis and they don't like him, and everybody got the same memo. And his draft stock is tumbling, and his fantasy draft stock is tumbling. I have him in a Devy league. I have him and Ritter in a Devy league, and I'm just like, come on, babe. Nope, neither one is help me out right now. That's all right.
I think the Giants made like a background deal. So they're like, everyone just let Dean drop to the third in our pick and we'll be cool. That's how I'm telling myself we're good.
We got the Dallas pick finally. Ole Miss defensive end Sam Williams. Interesting.
I'm not going to pretend to know anything about
I don't know anything.
Oh yeah, how about them boys?
Yeah, Josh should have an opinion, that's for sure.
How about them boys? All I can say about them boys right now is trading Amari Cooper for a fifth when all these other guys were flying off for like a first-round pick.
Yeah, just cap hell. They totally, screwed themselves with the Ezekiel Elliott thing.
That's still bringing me joy because I have to remind myself that other teams in the NFC still suck, except the Eagles, apparently.
We are blazing.
Oh boy, we might have another twin.
Now Bills are on the clock, right? So Bills are up at 57 now. So this could be your mafia.
Here we go.
Let's see what they do.
Oh, maybe. A trade. Never mind.
Oh, it's a trade. Perfect.
Yep. Bucks got it. Oh, time to get a twin.
Time to get a twin. Them's the rules. It's the rules of the DAP Network podcast. You got to have a twin in your hand at all times. Oh, wait. You got an extra one I can have, or Gabe? You got something I can hold on? And it's just nuts to see these guys fall like this. I don't believe it. I'm almost thinking, is Pickett a first-round pick now just because there's, someone's going to take Pickett. You know this. Every rookie draft is going to have somebody take Pickett in the first round.
I mean, despite John's ranking of Goff over Pickett is a first-round pick in this draft just because of how it's played out.
Yeah.
Regardless of the value, regardless of where he should have gone, he is first round. They will start him at some point this year. I mean, that's not nothing.
Yeah.
Also, Clint says Cowboys garbage draft, and Clint is a Cowboys fan, so that answers your question for you.
Yep. There's probably a lot of upset Cowboys fans with this. It's not flashy picks. They're just, meh. Wonder who the Bucks take here. Pick is in. Man.
Seriously, too, Nakobe Dean, why is he falling so far?
It's got to be medicals. It's got to be.
Yeah.
It's the only thing I can think of. That's what we don't know in the fantasy community. Like, we don't know any of those, draft medicals. But, man, brutal.
It's also a position that the NFL just doesn't seem to care about for some reason. They have weird ideas sometimes about this stuff, but after the difference that Micah Parsons just made.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, too. We always seem to be higher as a fantasy community on players than the NFL actually is. And that extends out even to the defensive players where we're like, oh my God, this guy, even though most of us don't play IDP, so we shouldn't really pretend like we know what we're talking about when it comes to defensive players.
Yeah, that's true.
And Sky Moore to the Chiefs, though, still that's an interesting. And he's gonna rise. I guarantee you. There are gonna be people that want Sky Moore now.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that Sky Moore are people? I'm trying to think of how to phrase this question. Are people going to regret drafting Sky Moore in the first, the same way that they did after CH got his Chiefs spot.
We'll see in a year, right?
And also, how does this impact everyone's favorite for whatever reason, even though every year he takes this disappearing act, and I've talked about this for years, but Sammy Watkins got a bump from going to the Chiefs for whatever reason, even though I think most people understand he's not a real thing. But
well, week 1.
Do you think most people now will just be totally out on Sammy Watkins?
I said that last year, so sure. I'm out. I don't want Sammy Watkins.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't wanted him for a few seasons, but there still seems to be people every year.
Man.
Let's see. Also, for the few people in the chat, I feel like this is a Russ thing that Russ would want us to do. I did put the chat link in there so that you can join us and talk to us if you'd rather do so than being in the chat pod.
Yeah, come on, join, guys. Let's have. If you're just sitting around and hanging out, drinking beer, watching the draft, come on and give us your ideas. We're literally looking for any input at this point, because I'd love to hear somebody hype up Trey McBride with Arizona, because I don't know if I got it in me. You know what I mean? Like, if you got an opinion, I'm willing to listen. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I need that hype, because I'm not gonna lie. I was riding that high from yesterday.
Yeah.
Then the Robinson pick happened, and honestly the draft has just been, at least from a fantasy perspective and also like a fan perspective, a little boring. And I am running low on some energy, although not two twins low. So
you're doing great. You're doing great.
If you want to come on and provide that pump up,
Oh, you need me?
Yes.
Oh, all the time, Gabe. We need more.
Always.
You need to pump it up?
We're like your third twin.
I need you to do curls with your twins in your arms.
Yeah.
I was almost so proud of myself yesterday. I was doing the double like, rocking them to sleep, like at the same time, like walking back and forth. And
twofer.
It's really not easy at all. And particularly like once they actually get asleep, like you can't just like lay it down. Like, so you kind of like, I lay it down on the bed, and I like kind of slide one out, and then and I do that with the one that's like way more asleep. And then I take the one that's less asleep and, rock it a little bit more, whatever. And then I lay her down in the crib. I don't know why I keep saying it. They're both.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, they're both it to you, right?
I was just generalizing, in case anybody wants advice for future twins that are male or female.
Giving advice that any twin manager would have.
Twin manager, nice.
That's right.
Yeah.
You're managing
rostership.
So to bring it back to football. So
yes, please,
when Gabe's talking about rocking them to sleep, what he's talking about is ball protection. Gabe has really good ball protection skills, and he's looking for the fantasy players who can also protect balls and make it so that when he puts that baby to sleep, and by putting them to sleep, he's talking about laying it down in the end zone, clearly. He then does a touchdown celebration with the other baby, or in this case, the second ball that he's caught for a touchdown that day. And what we're talking about here is Alec Pierce on the Colts, baby.
Bringing it home. I like it, Bob.
Yeah. And I wish you had said Alec Pierce the same moment that my daughter just exploded in her diaper.
Your daughter's an Alec Pierce fan. That would have been funny.
Yeah.
Alec Pierce. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is where he.
I don't know where y'all are at of announcements, but shout out to Montana State. Falcons select Troy Anderson for linebacker. I don't know if y'all said it already, but heck yeah, man.
At this point, I'm really only announcing fantasy picks, to be honest with you. Like, I just
second round. That's
Troy
very high for Montana State. That might be the highest actually for a Montana State player.
I don't know of a single Montana State player. John, you might know of one, but I don't know of a single Montana State player in the NFL. But I don't know linemen that well.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I can't think of one. But I mean, I believe they're the same division as Northern Colorado. here in Greeley,
Yep.
which is
They are.
where Vincent Jackson came from. So, like that's the only, as far as I know, that's the only player ever drafted from Northern Colorado. So, like that just tells you how improbable it is that anyone comes out of that division.
It's pretty crazy that we're
Dane Fletcher. That's who I was thinking of. Y'all remember Dane Fletcher?
Yeah.
At all? Yeah, he was Montana State.
This is not football, but the other day.
For
so I went to a D3 school, and Tim LaCastro, who was there at the same time as I was, hit a 2-run homer for the Yankees. And I was like, my God, this is the greatest achievement to ever happen in sports, clearly.
Ever.
Yeah. Nothing better has ever happened in sports. You know, not like Bo Jackson or anything. No. Tim LaCastro's 2-run homer.
Did you take credit for it? You're like,
I mean,
that was pretty much
I caught
me.
him everything he knows. We talked like one time in the hallway, and I was like, hey, in 2022, I have a feeling you're going to be up at the plate, and you're going to see a curveball in this particular. I don't even know if it's a curveball. You're going to see a curveball in this particular pitch count. I want you to swing like you've never swung before. Man. But also, what I was going to say is, we are now very close to the end of the second round.
Yes.
There's been one quarterback taken. And I was earlier today defending the quarterbacks and being like, oh, if they still go in the top 10 of the second, I'll still take them first. I think I'm now at the point where I cannot do that. It's just...
Yeah. Yep.
I still think it's going to come down to landing spots, but yeah, like it's getting tough.
You got to take all the wide receivers pretty much at this point over them.
I would.
Yeah.
Except, I will say, except Pickett. And Pickett is by default now a first rounder in Superflex.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think so, which is
Pretty
weird.
easy.
I mean, that's not what I would have guessed.
Yeah.
Well,
Interesting.
I mean, I said earlier, just because I feel like I can talk more confidently about Pickett than anything that's happening right now, that I actually do, even though everyone's hating on it, I like the pick because even though it's not sexy, I feel like he has a high floor and they're surrounding him with weapons. He has a bunch of people to throw to underneath, and Deontay Johnson and Freiermuth and Najee. So he has the weapons to succeed already. And also the Steelers always have a great defense, so it's not like they need him to go out there and play hero ball. So he might be more of like a game manager type, but I still generally like the pick, especially in what we're seeing now. I mean, hindsight is 2020, but given everything that we're seeing happen, it's just like, man, this might be Kenny Pickett might be one of the last boats of fantasy relevance in this class.
Interesting.
Yep. Yeah, so it's Pickett, it's Hall and Walker. And
that might be the first tier, and maybe 2 receivers or something. It depends on how you think of them, but man, it gets ugly quick after that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does.
So, and then from there, it's 9 of the 13 wide receivers draft, unless Trey McBride sneaks in, like if you have a tight end premium.
Oh, hey, Andrew, the Bengals are on the clock. They traded with the Bills.
I was just going to say that I see the Bengals traded up. Okay, well, who are they going for here then? So that's pick 60. So who did Minnesota take? It probably doesn't matter.
They're going to take Malik.
Oh, just don't. No, I don't like that. I don't.
Sorry. Desmond Ridder.
I'm okay with that. Yeah, I don't mind Ridder being a backup, I guess. That would suck for my dynasty pick, but
that'd be a weird backup for Burrow.
I wonder if they take Dean.
Everyone's going to take Dean. The entire league is taking
We've
Dean.
said it for a whole round, I feel like. Jesus.
Yeah, his slide's been pretty crazy.
There you go. Offensive lineman Ed Ingram is who the Vikings took. Check analysis. We got nothing.
Man.
So yeah, Cincinnati on the clock. Okay, don't screw it up, guys, please. Pick is in.
So Ethan Turner said, I had some questions on Dean. And he said Dean's got the second highest injury risk rating among linebackers. Biggest concern and most likely reason he's falling is the meniscus injury that's been underreported throughout the draft process. So there we go.
Okay.
Yep. That explains something.
Yeah.
Malik to the Bengals?
That's what I said.
Don't do this to me.
But, I did not hear it. What's up?
I don't know.
Dean has a meniscus injury that's been underreported throughout the draft process, according to Ethan Turner.
I see.
What's your daughter had to say about that, Gabe?
A lot. What? This is I did a mid-twin switch.
Okay.
Draft,
what's this being say? We're just
draft
gonna keep it generic.
Day.
It.
Draft day trade. Traded the 103 chronologically, not on favoritism. 103 for the 102. And
you got the one who didn't recently explode, because that seems like a good trade to me.
No. So that was the catch, is that I had to trade the 103 and a explosive shit from the 102. In addition to the 102, of course.
A contract you got to eat. Yeah, it's a negative.
I had to eat it. Yeah, I had to eat the shit. Yeah.
Well, the Bengals pick I've seen from a couple sources. I'll break this, and then I think I got to dip off. My battery is at like 3%.
Oh, we're just getting to the good shit.
I know, but the fact that the Bengals traded up was them telling me to get off of this, maybe. But they took Taylor Britt, cornerback out of Nebraska. I'm okay with that. Bolster that defense a little more. That's why I wanted a cornerback in the first, but Nebraska, DB, Taylor Britt. I'm okay with that. I don't hate it. I don't have twins to handle or anything, but I'm okay with it. I mean,
sure you do. You got Jamar Chase and T. Higgins to worry about.
I'm into that. Yeah, 20. Bobby, do you want to send the link? It looks like Larry might want to hop in here.
I did send the link.
Well, I don't know. Send it again. I don't know. Here, I'll send it. Let's see what this does. Just send that and see what happens. Like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Send the link.
Maybe it's just because I posted in like YouTube and not from the
might
God mode.
Oh man.
Either way.
What were you thinking?
At this point, if anybody wants to hop in, that'd be hilarious. Let's just see some randos jump in and say the Eagles are the best guy. Come on in.
I can't believe you just shared the.
Isn't that an open bar move? That seems like an open bar move, and I love it. That's again. Why else? What else would we do with Gabe on the stream, but just make this open bar ish? You know what I mean? Yeah. Like straight along the line of
heavy.
Why not?
Man, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm definitely running out of steam too, and it's because this has just not been the most interesting second round.
It's been kind of boring for fantasy. Yeah, I mean, what a weird year.
Good year to have twins.
Yeah, you picked a great time on that, Gabe. You must have known something.
I did badly want to go to Vegas, nonetheless.
There we go. We got Larry in here.
There he is.
Larry Monkey.
There's Larry.
What up? What up, people?
Perfect, Larry. Welcome to the chat.
And look at the Zack Wilson fathead in the background.
Good to see you, Andrew.
Yeah, good to see you, Gabe. John, Bobby, continue. You're doing a great job with your takeover.
All right, man.
Boring as it is, you'll make it fun. But Larry, enjoy. You're my man.
Thanks for the baton.
Yes, you guys have a great night. I'll see it later, and we're gonna have a good time. Live it up.
See you, Andrew.
See ya.
So, Larry, earlier we were talking about, or at least John was talking about, how much you love Zack Wilson. So your fathead is well timed.
Yes.
Can we talk about Breece Hall?
Always.
Love Breece Hall. I feel like I'm the only one in Jets land or Jets Twitter that want a Breece Hall.
Really?
Yeah, Jets Twitter. Me and Jets Twitter have such a love-hate relationship. They just want a defense. Just defense. And like you have this young quarterback. You gotta what do all the successful teams that take on a young quarterback? What do? They just like overwhelm him with, talent, or they just try to throw everything against him. Offensive linemen, wide receivers, running, just let's pile on the young quarterback. Yeah. What they do to Sam Darnold, the complete opposite. They just drafted defensive players and stuff. So yeah, I'm all about just give me all the offense. The Jets have never been fantasy relevant. They've always drafted somebody like the Jets would draft like a 5th round running back that wouldn't even be on a DLF like rookie rankings fucking sheet. Like that's where that's where they get all their
Sean Green and Bilal Powell.
Yeah. was it? There was some other guy that they took in like the 5th round, and then everyone's like, oh yeah, this guy could be something. So yeah, the Jets Twitter's not used to like thinking from I guess a fantasy or a dynasty. They're not trying to build a dynasty team. They're just like, oh, we need defense. Oh, the offense is fine. We only have Michael Carter in the backfield, Tevin Coleman. That's pretty much it. Ty Johnson, come on, they back then. The Jets had Quincy Enunwa and Robbie Anderson, and Jets Twitter was like, "Oh yeah, dude, these guys." And I was, and I'm just like, "No, this is terrible. There's no depth. They've never had depth. They've always been the worst offense in football. Yet most of Jets Twitter is like, oh, we need to get defense. This just doesn't make sense. So I've been bouncing around all these like Jets streams and stuff, and everyone's like, Dean, why are they? And they're, oh, Breece Hall. Oh man, well we already have Michael Carter, and I'm just like, are you kidding me? Michael Carter was always a complimentary piece.
No. Michael Carter over Javonte Williams. Remember?
Well, if you listen to was that the Debbie Delight? Remember those guys?
Debbie Delight. I remember him.
That was a catchy tune, man. Right? Yeah. There was always that argument of that North Carolina backfield. But yeah, right. But Carter's the man. He tore it up in the Senior Bowl, but he's not. He got banged up this season, but he had a great season. He was great, but he's not like, like Breece Hall.
Right.
Breece Hall's like a stud, man. He's up there. He catches balls. He's a great pass blocker. The pass catching is going to be great, and then you have the Michael Carter just run right over you. He'll just carry 10 guys into the end zone with him.
Yeah. So all right. So we haven't really talked about
what was the question. What was the question?
I was saying earlier, Larry, that I'm in the New York market and I'm a Giants fan, but I do like seeing the Jets get good players because I tend to watch their games anyway. So I like getting to see good players play.
Yeah, and there's never been any good players on offense for the Jets. And everyone, I don't know. I just smoked a bowl and then sat down and just like started in on Jets Twitter. That's what just occurred. But,
FF Airy Monkey.
I love the Breece Hall. I wanted Breece Hall. Like I saw him, he fell right, and like when he got out of the first round, I was like, oh man. Jets have like the 6th pick in the 2nd round. Someone's going to trade up. Then all these quarterbacks are available. And there's a lot of good defensive players too. And some more wide receivers. Yeah. So I didn't think Breece Hall would fall. And then again, I thought Houston was going to take him. So apparently that was what was going to happen. Houston was going to draft Breece Hall. And that's why the Jets traded up. So another skillful move by Joe Douglas. He's the man.
That was great. Sorry, go ahead, Gabe. I know you have something. I just want to keep.
I know. I just want to keep talking about Breece Hall so badly.
Yes.
So we were talking earlier about Breece Hall.
Yeah.
Compared to we did an exercise. We were exercising. Hey, Josh. We were exercising and talking about Hogue was trying to set us up of like, do you want Breece Hall, young running back, large workload, or do you want aging running back with large workload that's going to fall off allegedly? I saw what he was doing, but
Dalvin Cook.
Yeah, whatever. But okay, do you see a similar workload to those guys because of Michael Carter coming from a Jets fan? Because I know you're just kind of, putting out an image in your mind of what the Jets are going to look like this year and beyond. Pounding the rock with Breece Hall and catching passes, and then Michael Carter down your throat. Blah, blah, blah.
Well, I mean, they want to be a running team. That's always kind of been their thing. Then you have Zack Wilson, who likes to, was slinging around the field. But that San Francisco offense, that LaFleur offense that everyone talks about, they kind of just they've never really had like superstar running backs, and then they'll stick with one of them, it seems, based on last season until somebody gets hurt. But I don't know. They both add value, so it doesn't make sense to keep one on the bench. Carter has a great skill set. He was awesome last year. I thought they were good. I thought they would ride Carter for 2 years, then take I thought they would hit the 23 draft class, but I think they like where they're at as a team, and I felt that it was time to add a back. And I guess they were in a position with the draft capital, all the draft capital they had to, pull the trigger in that running back window where most of them get drafted. I mean, I don't care about the wear and tear on them either. Everyone said that about Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, well, I mean that just happens with running backs anyway. They get through their first contract and then they're done. But
yeah, I also don't see Carter as a third down back. I think he's going to be more involved.
Well, and that's what I was
going to have. I mean, if you look at there's a montage of Michael LaFleur, like just these plays are just. I don't know if you've seen that video. I've retweeted it, where they just throw like a bunch of like LaFleur's like sick plays where they're throwing it backwards and catching it and lateral and this and all this weird shit. So. Yeah, he's a great play caller. So hopefully.
Well, Josh, welcome to Locked On Jets.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good time.
Welcome to the new Nick Chubb and
Kareem
Hunt duo in the NFL that everyone
that can be a thing up there.
Yeah. What if it is though? What if Michael Carter is the cheap buy here?
What I want to know
quick,
what
to get off the Jets just for a second.
No.
We'll come back to them. Don't worry. Josh, since you just joined, what have you thought of the second round so far? Any huge surprises? Anything you're excited about? Because most of us are struggling to find things to be excited about. So we need you to tell us to be excited. I know Larry is very excited about Breece Hall. We've covered that. But what are you excited about?
Larry should be. I mean, the Jets have made 4 good picks, which is 4 more than they made maybe the 15 years before Big Joe, their GM, came into town. So, I mean, that's a good thing. Yeah, I mean, it's been fun. I mean, Kansas City gets pick-ins and, what's going on with the quarterbacks. Like, that's fun. Like, we're 2 picks away from being in the 3rd round. No Malik Willis, no Sam Howell, no Desmond Ridder. Like, when and where are these guys going to go? And at this point, what are super flex rookie first round drafts going to look like now? I mean, Kenny Pickett, and that's it as far as quarterbacks go. Like, none of these guys. I don't care if. I mean, the Bills are on the clock right now, but I don't care if the next 2 picks are Malik Willis and Sam Howell or Desmond Ridder. Those guys aren't going in the first round.
Sorry to interrupt, Josh, but the Bills made an actual interesting fantasy pick. They took James Cook.
Oh.
I mean, unfortunately, he won't be able to unseed their running back 1, Josh Allen. But it's interesting. It's another interesting little.
It's a football move.
I mean,
well, they lost out on McKissick. That last minute change of mind. So maybe this is their JD McKissick.
Yeah, I mean, it just gives them another piece to play with. I mean, the Bills are a team that don't really have any holes, so just go out and grab a toy that's fun to play with, and that James Cook, probably.
Well, I mean,
second best receiving back in the draft. So,
yeah. Who's the superflex dude taking 101 in a superflex? I'm sure you guys talked about this already, but
Breece.
Let's talk about Breece Hall.
Yeah, it's too bad that Zach already used. We don't talk about Bruno on Melvin Gordon because we only talk about Breece Hall is just like perfect for that.
You just have to for it to spin off somewhere. I think we just said that Breece Hall's 101, and then the next tier is really interesting because it seems like at this point in my mind is like a 8 to 9 player tier.
Yeah,
because they're going to put Sky Moore with those first wide receivers. Trey McBride's probably going to be there with and tight end premium.
Also, real quick, Gabe, the second round is now officially over with the Denver Broncos selecting Nick Bonito.
Ooh.
Okay.
Who the hell is that? What position is that?
I'm trying to figure that out right now, Hogue.
Is that
Pretty
one
sure
of
he's a
the? Is this a
linebacker.
game? Is this the boy band member or player?
I had to wait 2 full rounds for a pick.
He's a linebacker. He's a linebacker, Hogue.
Okay. So it's Nakobe Dean, but whatever.
I know.
Dynasty
Dropping to the
Hot Sauce
third.
Pod did a live show last night, and we did like towards the end we did a Superflex mock draft, just like in the spur of the moment, and we had Hall number 1. Then it went Wilson, Burks, London at 104, 105 Walker, 106 Williams, 107 Pickett. Then it went Willis at 108, 109 Olave, Dotson, 111 Watson. But yeah, Pickett. You think Pickett's a little move closer up there, or think that 1-6 areas or 1-7 areas where Pickett belongs?
Pickett will be in the first round.
I mean, he was there. There aren't really even there's not really any quarterbacks drafted past pick 15 that have really. It's only been a couple that have actually done anything there. It's almost like a second round quarterback.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. It's
James
bad.
Cook. So he's the RB3 in this class, James Cook. We knew they were looking for a running back.
Yeah, I thought it would have been kind of fun if they did Spiller, but
yeah,
just for a good bit. But yeah, I think that's more detrimental to Zach Moss than Singletary. Yeah, I'd see more.
Yeah.
Moss in Cook than I do Singletary in Cook. I think Cook's just kind of a grinder, but I think he's a little bit more nifty than Zach Moss is.
So that was his second round. That was the last pick of the second round. So he has second round draft capital, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah. We just group it into day 2.
The
analytics folk.
Where
day
does
1,
the next
2, and 3?
Where does the next quarterback go? What team needs a quarter? What team's going to take a random quarterback?
Someone's going to trade a third rounder for Baker Mayfield. That's the next quarterback.
Wow, nice. That's fucking hot.
If Cleveland can get a third for Baker, they would call that into the office right away.
Oof. You think they're just harassing every team right now? Want Baker here? Want Baker here? Want Baker here?
They're like, Baker's better than all these guys. Just trade a third.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Who needs a backup? Jacksonville, maybe Tennessee. They need a backup quarterback. So,
and Baker wasn't even
to develop behind Trevor.
Yeah,
might be ready in contract number 2.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, like, you're taking these guys to be career backups, so just call it what it is.
Unless, hey, round 3 is our magic QB round. Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
So all QBs for round 3, even though there's not enough to fill out for the entire round. But that's all that's happening is just quarterbacks.
Look,
I was right though, right?
When
those were gross names, but it was a better hit rate than the second round.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, when you have CJ Beathard, CJ Beathard on the board, you don't pass it up.
Here's the thing at this third round pick, and I realize there's other people that I could want, but as a Giants fan, honestly, if they took Malik there, I'd be like, why not? Just take the upside swing.
Yeah.
Throw him, use him, and just give him a couple of plays set up for him. Like put a couple some Malik Willis packages.
I mean, Atlanta should do it. Seattle should do it at this point.
I mean, what do they want to disrupt their quarterback room? Like, who gives a shit, man? It's a third round quarterback.
Yeah. Seattle doesn't want to upset that
Drew Lock,
Geno Smith quarterback thing they got going on right now. Won't want to do that.
Yeah, Geno. He was what was he? Was he the last pick of the first round?
Second rounder Geno was.
Geno, yeah.
Second rounder Geno. Jesus.
And the only reason why I remember that is because they brought him to the green room, and he bought one change of clothes because he thought he was only going to be there one day.
Yes,
He had to go out and buy another suit because he was there for a second day and didn't have any clothes.
Yep.
So the Jags select Luke Fortner.
That's a good pick.
What position is he? Because I need to update.
He's
the
a
tracker.
center.
All right.
Yeah, I just want to lean offense, man. Just keep piling up the offensive line and I thought I heard a boop.
You did.
Boop.
We got Robbie on the show.
Superflex,
hey, everybody, how's it going?
Right?
No quarterbacks to talk about. He's out.
Yeah, he's like, I hate this.
It's amazing. Love it.
Yeah, Robbie came in, and instantly John was just like, nope.
Yeah. I mean, the last time I was on a stream with John, I had a few too many soda pops and got mad about AJ Dillon to the Packers. So,
actually,
now
yeah,
I'm fine with.
I remember that.
Happens, but
by the way,
yeah.
For those who don't know, Robbie's getting married in a few weeks. So, congrats, Robbie.
Congrats.
Thank you.
2 weeks.
Thanks, everyone. Yeah. Between that and working 8 to 5 with preschool and kindergarten kids Monday to Friday, I'm kicking by right now. But letting this exciting draft get me through it.
So, Robbie, as a question for you, since you are a Packers fan, how are you feeling? One, how are you feeling about their draft so far? And then two, how are you feeling about the fact that they didn't take a first-round quarterback to pair with Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love?
I mean, my standards for a Packers draft after 2020 has really changed. It's really at this point, as long as it's someone who will play for them within 2-3 years regularly, I'm pretty pumped. So, last night, I mean, getting Walker and Wyatt, it's hard to not be, worried about the receivers, but watching the run happen and seeing them not come up, I think my kind of take on it the whole time is just go BPA and take a receiver when you're comfortable doing so. And then, did they overpay a bit to get up to 34 to take Watson? Maybe, but with kind of where everyone ended up going, they were going to pick at 53 before. It looked like they were going to miss out on pretty much everyone anyway. And if the Packers are there, they probably have someone trading up ahead of them to get one, right? So I like it so far. I'm pretty excited about it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, Christian Watson's an interesting pick, but I'm glad you guys finally got a wide receiver because you definitely needed one.
Yeah, pick 34 is close enough to the first round that, I just want to know when a quarterback's going to go. See one here with the Giants, Bobby?
I was just saying I really wouldn't mind if they take Malik Willis here because it's late enough and he still has some upside, although maybe I'm totally wrong about that and everyone's wrong about that.
Apparently so.
I wonder at this point if Malik is the next quarterback to go.
So it's the Giants pick, at least if the source can be trusted, is Joshua Ezeudu, if I pronounce that right. Also, I'm going to not bother with the tracker anymore because it's just getting to be too much.
You've been entering those manually? Those picks?
Yes.
Holy shit, man.
Although, to be fair, Andrew was doing it while he was on, but I took over as soon as he left. And I do not have the energy or just honestly motivation to keep track of this draft anymore.
Who would you have rather had instead of Wan'Dale Robinson? Because that was people were kind of shitting on him. Like he was great, and then
I wanted Booth there. I wanted Neal there, although I know Neal has some medical concerns apparently. Those were the main guys. Honestly, if it had to be wide receiver, I would have rather had Pickens or Sky Moore or I don't know, pretty much like any wide receiver not named Robinson is what I said at the time. That said, there's a guy that I trust on Twitter, and his name's Paul, and I will not try to pronounce his last name because I will just butcher it. But he is who I wish was the Giants GM. And he said that he actually had Robinson as his number 7 wide receiver. So he made me feel a little bit better about the pick. But I was not happy. I was a little happy in that they traded back and got some extra picks, which is great. Yeah, but that pick definitely brought down my mood a bit. I was riding the high from yesterday, being like, this is a new regime. We made some great picks. And then that pick happened, and it just was like, oh, no. You psyched me out. You gave me a little bit of hope, only to pull me back into, oh, so we're doing this again, huh?
Yeah, he fell out of favor in the dynasty community, but I don't know. Maybe they see a role for him where he can produce. I guess he's small, so I guess he'll return kicks too.
Some people are saying that this basically means that Tony is for sure gone, and I guess I could see that. One of my best friends is a big Robinson fan, and so he was trying to make me feel better about it too, but he was not particularly successful.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be a draft night stream without Bobby freaking out about a Giants pick and Brian Harr freaking out about a Steelers pick, and we've gotten to see both of those so far.
I thought I had made it through because we got through the first round, and I was happy, and I didn't care so much. But no, it happened.
Couple of Gettleman type picks here for the Giants.
I mean, I don't know enough to be honest about Josh Azadu to know whether I should be mad about the pick or not.
Looks like from what I'm seeing, he had like a late 4-ish grade on him. So
not great, but not bad either, I guess.
Right. Wasn't like a UDFA or something like that.
That I would have been mad about. Oh man.
All right, guys.
So
I'm
Bobby.
I'm gonna dip out real fast.
Yep, see you later.
But, I'll probably see you in a little bit. But yeah, thanks for letting me on.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for joining.
See you soon.
Like on Jets.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm somewhat regretting my volunteering myself to host this entire night.
It's a long one, eh?
It's a long one, and also it's not that entertaining so far.
Yeah. Well, I think a big thing you're waiting for right now is Spiller, right? So, and we're coming up on some potential Spiller landing spots that could make you a happy camper, I bet, because you got him 113 in that league. It's Atlanta,
yeah, that's true.
Houston. There's still some teams that could use a bell cow, so let's hold out for that for you.
Yeah, I did get a nice Alec Pierce spot because the Colts depth chart is not very good, so I was happy about that.
That was a really good pick by the Colts. I like that one a lot.
I mean, when you're top two, besides wow, you can tell that I'm fading because I'm forgetting the Colts receiver that everyone just absolutely loves. Yes, besides Michael Pittman, when your top two receivers are Paris Campbell and Ashton Doolin, that's not a good look.
I remember when Paris Campbell was a thing.
Me too.
Simpler times.
And Josh, I know Robbie.
I think I took him 301 in a 10-teamer. Paris Campbell, yeah.
I definitely took him in the second in a couple drafts too. I was just gonna say, I know Robbie was busy with some wedding-related activities earlier tonight. What were you doing before the draft?
There's rounding up kids. I got 3, so it's fun.
Yeah, that's completely understandable. And I will say, we've now had 2 nights of this, and Russ has not made a single appearance.
He's going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
Well, we'll gang up on him in the Cool Kids Club.
Yeah. Oh, man.
All right, so Tennessee on the clock. Huh.
Have we had any picks since the Giants pick? I've honestly just stopped paying attention because I need a break for a second.
The Browns took a linebacker, I think.
All right.
Tennessee is on the clock, and curious to see if they double up at wide receiver here.
Yeah.
I mean, I like Burks, but I don't know if you can expect them to be A.J. Brown day one. I want to give him a little bit.
I keep forgetting about Robert Woods, too.
Yeah.
It just came back into my head yesterday. I was like, oh, yeah, they do have Robert Woods still. So, I assume they still need a third guy to kind of round out the starters. But, yeah.
They went offensive tackle, so.
So I was trying to look up more stuff about Joshua Ezeudu, and I accidentally typed in Joshua Ezeudu, so that's not a great sign.
There you go.
Oh. That could lead you to a bad place on the internet.
Let's see.
So, who else is available? Well, Spiller's available.
Spiller is still available.
That for fantasy,
not Pickett.
All the quarterbacks are obviously still available.
But do we care about them anymore?
No, not really.
We're 70 picks in, and there's been one quarter. That's got to be some kind of record.
And also, it means good things for Kenny Pickett, because at least one team cared enough about him to take him.
I wonder now, though, if Pittsburgh is like, damn, we could have gotten him.
They just didn't take him and take him in the second still.
I honestly think Hart might have been right that the last time they didn't take someone out of Pitt, it became Dan Marino. So they were like, not again.
Right. Yes. Baby hands. We have to bring them onto the team.
Man. I'm going through some rankings of players. David Bell hasn't been taken yet, right? So I guess David Bell's still out there. I want to see where Pierre Strong lands, but I don't think that many people actually care about him.
I love Pierre Strong. I care.
All right. So, other than that, though, it seems like we've hit on pretty much most of the fantasy guys that people care about besides the quarterbacks. And no one cares about the quarterbacks anymore.
My God, trade all of your late round picks now for anything that you can. We went through a round and a half, and we're out of players that we care about for fantasy.
It's looking pretty bleak.
Well, by care about, I meant non-third or fourth rounders, basically.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Players that we care about. We hit that wall at what is that, when Sky Moore got taken, pretty much.
Pretty much. I mean, Rashad White, I guess, doesn't have a spot yet, unless I missed it.
No.
Let's see. He has a spot. Samir White doesn't have a spot. And then we're starting to get into the third round type guys. Justin Ross is someone who I actually want to see where he lands.
Yep.
It's so weird. Just kind of looking at mocks and stuff. I've seen everything from fourth round pick to UDFA. So
wow,
I'm really curious where he ends up.
If he's a UDFA, I would want the Giants to go scoop him up pretty much immediately.
I don't think he will be a UDFA, but if he does, I think a lot of teams are going to go after him.
Oh my God, this is how you know how bad this draft has been for quarterbacks. Rappaport just tweeted from our NFL draft coverage, could the Panthers trade back into the third round for a QB? And then they used stock footage of people going nuts about it.
But at this point, why do you need to trade into the third round? Just use your fourth round pick.
Here's our starting quarterback that we drafted in the fourth round. And we knew it too. It wouldn't even be like a Dak Prescott situation where he surprised them. It'd be like, we are drafting you and you will be our starter.
Right now.
Yeah, can you imagine? Hey, Sam. Yeah, we took this kid in the 4th round. We're pretty sure he's going to beat you out. So we just, we want to drop so you don't have any false hope of starting this season.
We're giving you a heads up. We've taken Sam Howell in the 5th round, so get lost, dude.
But I mean, we bring up the Panthers, and that's amazing. That they made the right move, considering the head coach's head is on the chopping block at this point. But also that, like, at this point, like, they made the right move, and they still might be rewarded by getting a QB in the 4th round. Like, yeah, it's just amazing.
Hey, Bill.
Hey, buddy. What's up, guys?
How's it going?
So
Anything
Bill,
exciting happened? I just got home.
No.
No.
The only thing I saw was Sky Moore, which is pretty exciting.
This has been, I don't know about you guys, but this has honestly been the most boring draft that I think I've ever experienced in caring enough to watch.
There we go.
I had fun yesterday.
I will say my opinion was also colored by yesterday. I had fun because the Giants made good picks. And then today I had less fun because they took Robinson. And then the picks were also very boring.
There was
yesterday, the top 10 picks were boring because it was very much like, okay, we pretty much knew who was going where. Yeah. No one went crazy and made a trade. And then the Commanders came in at 11 and just started this like onslaught of trading, and not just picks, like, AJ Brown, goodbye. Hollywood, you're going to the desert. I mean,
I actually think that's part of the problem for today. Is there was so much excitement yesterday that by comparison, this just seems like the doldrums of like yesterday. If yesterday was like the finale of a fireworks show, this is tumbleweeds blowing through like a desert town.
It's just the trash that the fair leaves behind. It's like, oh god.
Yeah. There's a half-eaten hot dog on the ground.
Oh,
that's the what was it, like Thornton to the Patriots? Was that his name? That's the pick.
Oh yeah, that was fun.
That's the half-eaten hot dog on the ground that they were like, yeah, maybe this has some value.
I just love that the Patriots will continue to just draft bad wide receivers, and they don't care one bit.
No,
they're just like, let's draft these guys that are not good.
You think that would have told us something when we all thought N'Keal Harry was 101, that the Patriots drafted him, because we should have just known he's a bad wide receiver. He's drafted by the Patriots.
But we live and we learn. We trust me, I don't think Thornton is popping his way into the end of the 1st round this year. So
the only good wide receiver in recent memory from the Patriots was a UDFA in Jacoby Myers, and he's not even like that good.
So I'm on ESPN right now, and it's showing the best available, and 4 of the top 6 are quarterbacks.
And teams are just still like, we'll go in another direction here.
And there's got to be something wrong with Dean, right? Like there's something underlying.
So Ethan Turner tweeted out earlier that there's like a meniscus tear of some sort that was underreported. I don't know if Ethan has inside sources, but he is one of my go-to PT sources. So,
well, one of the broadcasts said he had a pec tear that he didn't get surgery on.
Oh,
so you're saying he just has a bunch of underreported injuries?
Apparently, like this guy's falling apart, and we didn't know about it.
But also, like I get it, injuries can have long-term impact or whatever. But like a guy that was being talked about in the 1st round, at some point, even with the injuries, you have to imagine like 4th round, 5th round, people are just like, yeah, I don't care.
Well, and especially if you're a bad team, right? Like, I mean, just take the risk on getting some elite player, especially if it's just something you're worried about this year, or you can correct over the course of the year, Oh, Lindsay
said, he also declined surgery. So
Hey, good news. The Bears are taking 6th-round wide receivers in the 3rd. So that's
who did the Bears take?
Lions fan approves.
Velus Jones Jr., wide receiver, Tennessee.
Excuse me. Velus Jones, I drafted with the 505 pick in my league. That
sounds like where 6th-round picks go, usually 505.
Yeah. Everything is coming up Bobby again. Let's go.
I will have to report to you, Bobby.
I'm starting to get disgusted by Bobby's draft.
Where Velus Jones goes in post NFL draft mock drafts, because I feel like he's not going to change that much.
He probably just went from a 5th rounder to a 4th rounder draft. All right. Let's go.
Bobby playing chess while everyone's playing checkers. Or maybe it's the other way around. I don't know what Bobby's doing out here.
But Alec Pierce, I will say, probably did go from a 4th rounder to at least like a 3rd or maybe even a late 2nd. So.
Yeah. I think he might be like an end of the 2nd guy now.
And I took Kenny Pickett at 109. Somehow I avoided the QB mine and took the one relevant QB. So now I just need. Actually, how is this possible? Of all the players I drafted, and I drafted 7, and we're talking through 5 rookie rounds. The only one I don't have a landing spot for is the one I took at 113, which is Isaiah Spiller.
I have 3 that have not been drafted yet. So
listen.
So what you're saying, Bill, is I'm a better drafter than you, and you just
I had the 412, the 512, and I traded into the late 2nd, which he has not been drafted.
No context needed. I'm a better pre-draft drafter than Bill.
But yes, you are a better drafter, no doubt.
I think he's playing Rectors. He's playing Rectors.
It's true.
Well, I think this is funny.
Hey, thanks.
All it took for Seattle to start building a good offensive line is to trade Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Seattle taking another offensive tackle and actually got good value on the guy Abraham Lucas, who I think a lot of people had as like a late 2nd.
That feels very like Carroll traded Russell Wilson and was like, hey, this thing you were asking for years? Yeah, I'm going to give it to this other guy who everyone thinks is trash. Fuck you.
I'm going to give it to Drew Lock. Let's go.
It's because they have to. That's kind of the thing, right? Like, I mean, we see it with Rodgers. We're not going to give you a wide receiver because you're good. Like, we're not going to give you an offensive line because you're good. Like we can put those assets into another area where we can, we have to compensate more. So, I think that we would love, of course, there to be like the all-star team, but like, I think teams, for the most part know or have a reason why they're doing stuff that we think stupid.
Well, they always gave Rodgers good wide receivers. They just didn't use 1st-round capital to get them. Like, I mean, he had Jordy Nelson, he had Randall Cobb, he had Devontae Adams. It's not like he was playing with 2 substitute teachers. I mean, there was always at least one good guy in there. They just were like, we're not going to waste a 1st rounder on him.
Yeah, but exactly. Those guys were not 1st rounders either. I mean, they weren't like you're saying, they weren't like all-stars by any means until there.
But I think some teams are just good at scouting certain positions. Like we see this with the Steelers too. They get, wide receivers in the 2nd and 3rd round, and those guys just start and they play well.
There's a somewhat fantasy relevant pick. The Colts took Jelani Jones.
Jelani Woods.
Or Jelani Woods. I don't know why I said Jones.
It's all good.
It rolls off the tongue better. Maybe you should.
He should change his name to Jelani Jones.
We should speak with him and
try to jump into Jelani Woods' DM and just be like, "Hey,
idea.
Your name should really be Jelani Jones. Why don't you just change it?
Or at least hyphenate it."
Yeah,
Woods Jones.
But also Julio Jones was a very good player. Jelani Jones sounds like a Julio Jones.
Yeah.
I see it.
Is James Cook Dalvin Cook's brother?
Yes.
Wait.
I know, right?
I had never heard of that.
No,
never.
No.
Did you know that
Drake
Jelani Woods
London played
played basketball?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait till Cam Jordan's brother gets drafted in the 6th. We'll have to hear that 100 more times.
What about Jordan Cameron's brother?
That's a good point.
I definitely
Shout
always
out.
confuse those two.
Oh boy, what is happening? This Colts selection already happened. I'm just seeing it now, but I'm seeing
I'm with
what
you.
the selection is. Or the person selecting it, or the persons.
Bobby, do you have a time machine? Oh, here we go. Atlanta. Hello.
Oh, because it's. Oh, I get it. Okay.
Have you guys seen this Atlanta pick?
I've not seen it. If you see
Sandlot.
the pick, you can just say it.
Desmond Ritter.
Oh,
Who?
there you go.
Desmond Ritter.
So Desmond Ritter's now
who picked Desmond Ritter?
Atlanta.
Oh.
So Desmond Ritter's now are like 212 is what you're saying?
Pretty much.
I guarantee Pickett and Ritter are not that far apart.
Oh, that'll be fun to find out.
Ritter is definitely no, I agree. I think Ritter is going to go in the first now, whether he should or not, because people just be like, Falcons are a good landing spot. There's Kyle Pitts there.
Yeah.
There's Drake London there. He can overtake Marcus Mariota.
Yeah.
I'm talking myself into this. Let's go. I don't care that he was a 3rd rounder. Let's go.
Yeah, he'll be an early 2nd because it's going to be people who need quarterback, right? And they're going to reach for them. And
I need a QB3 in one league. I have the 112. I'm not going to lie. I might trade it down to take Desmond Ritter and be like, I don't care who's available here at 112.
What would be the so you might take him at 112?
Not at 112. I would trade it down to take him.
What would be the highest you'd be willing to pay? Just gut reaction.
201, just not the 112.
You just can't have the 1 in front of it.
You just can't have a 1 in front of it.
You have a little stuff
in a 16-team league.
Right. I'm thinking I would probably be in the mid-2nd, where I would be like, okay, I can maybe see it personally.
But also, to your point, it's actually it's a best ball, but it's a best ball that allows pickups and trades and all that stuff. So it's just best ball lineup only. So I'd probably still take one of the wide receivers because it'd be like, it's the points I'm going to get from Desmond Ritter really that much better than what I'm going to get from wide receiver? And the answer is probably no. That said,
like I said earlier, I think we see a lot of QBs taken in the 3rd round.
Hogue did tell us that 3rd rounders have better success than 2nd rounders.
No, I'm sorry, in rookie drafts, but also that would be fun. It'd be like, that'd be crazy. Like they were talking 3 QBs in the 1st round. I was like, are we even going to see 2? And
there was talk of 4 QBs in the 1st round for a bit.
Well, I said this yesterday. Rappaport put out a tweet that there was going to be all of these trades in the 20s, teams trying to come back up and get quarterbacks, and that didn't happen.
Yeah, I heard that on multiple podcasts where people were people smarter than me were sold that there was going to be 4 to 5 quarterbacks, and so there must have been a lot of teams putting out a bunch of misinformation.
Well, I mean, even following like some of the betting stuff was kind of weird because it was kind of showing that Malik was going to be taken first, but then it was Pickett that was going to be taken by the Panthers most likely, and the first team to even pick a quarterback was probably the Panthers. Like I really didn't see the Lions doing that. Like that would have been nuts. And even like the Falcons, like I don't know, like why would you take a dive like that in a top 10 in this QB class?
Well, and we have to remember too, and we do this ourselves, but all these teams are kind of looking at what 2023 is going to look like, and why, for example, take Malik Willis at 2, where you might be in the top, 3 or 4 again, and you have Bryce Young and CJ Stroud, and it just doesn't make sense to make a commitment to that kind of a wild card, just to have a quarterback and say you got a quarterback and have to pull an Arizona Cardinals where you go Josh Rosen, Kyler Murray type deal.
That was brutal. At least Rosen was drafted in the top half of the first round.
I think it was a top 10 pick.
Yeah, exactly. That was weird. And yeah, he clearly didn't pan out and wasn't the thing, but still weird, still very weird.
Good for them to actually make that decision,
So
I like the idea of just picking a QB every single year.
Totally.
Great pick by the Texans, which is weird to say. Christian Harris, linebacker, Alabama.
Yeah.
They've had a sneaky good draft.
They have.
Yeah,
They've also clearly shown that they believe in Davis Mills too, at least compared to this quarterback class.
So I heard that they were potentially going to trade for one of the two, like Garoppolo or Mayfield.
Texans?
I'm hoping not, because I literally just traded for Davis Mills in the league.
Well, I don't think they're going to trade for Baker, because if they wanted him that bad, they could have asked for him in the Deshaun deal.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah,
maybe the price now is so low that it's worth it to them.
It could be. Maybe they're going to trade a 4th rounder for him,
I'm telling you, Cleveland would be ecstatic if they got a 4th. At this point,
otherwise they got like 20 mil or something on their books, right?
Yeah, at this point, they're probably taking like a late day 3 pick just to get them off the roster and get some kind of cap relief. Because I think they're still going to have to eat some of that.
They're going to have to for sure. But that isn't that going to be part of it though? Like if they eat some of it, then the other team's probably willing to pay a little bit more. There's going to be some balance or equilibrium that they meet, But yeah, you're right. 4 might even be early. I'm not sure. Depends how much they eat, right?
I honestly think if they get anything better than a 6th, they cleaned up. Because they're stuck at this point.
And is Garoppolo really even available? You know what I mean?
At first it was the whole story about, he had the shoulder surgery and that's why teams are, they were kind of knocking on the door, but they were waiting to see how everything progressed. And now I'm just wondering if San Francisco goes, look, Jimmy Garoppolo got us to, the NFC Championship. And yes, I know, everyone's going to go, wins aren't a quarterback stat. I get that. But he was the starting quarterback. We have to give him a little bit of credit for, where the team ended up. And, is Trey Lance ready? Yes, all the talent in the world, but he came from North Dakota State where he didn't even play that many games. And then we just expect him to get thrown into the NFL and just be elite. Maybe the
we
49ers
did the same
are watching
with Malik Willis.
Yeah, except Trey Lance went with the 3rd overall pick.
Right.
We'll see if Malik Willis
they
goes
pulled
in
the
trigger.
trigger. These teams haven't.
The Ravens just make good picks every time. They just drafted Travis Jones, defensive lineman from UConn, who everyone had as a high 2nd rounder. They just literally just pick good guys every time. Oh, who's on the top of the board? We'll take this guy. It's oh, great.
I wish the Lions would do that.
Well, I think the Lions have done pretty damn well.
Yeah, actually, I'm actually even happy with the defensive end they drafted.
Yeah, you leave day 1 with the best player in this draft and the best wide receiver in this draft, if not for a knee injury. They're pretty good. And they didn't get suckered into taking Malik Willis number 2 overall. So
that would have been weird.
Everybody here was just if they draft Malik Willis,
Well, it was so weird because there was no steam behind that rumor. And then for like a week and a half, everyone was like, oh, it's a lock. Like they're taking him at 2. And I was like, where did this come from? But
Yeah.
But I just can't see Motor City Dan Campbell taking a QB at 2 unless he loved the guy.
Yeah, I mean,
no, he's riding out with Goff.
Yeah, as he should.
Goff's this guy.
Till 2023.
I hope that's only till then.
Till 2023.
You know how much I love Goff, Josh.
Big fan. Big fan.
Oh, yeah.
Big fan.
I do like him better than Baker, I'll be honest. Andrew Luck.
You would like me playing quarterback more than Baker. You hate Baker more than any player.
I just thought he was severely overrated.
You were proven right on that one.
I mean, but was I? I mean, he was totally decimated last year, but he played, you know what I mean? So he looked really bad. I mean, as much as I don't, like, I love his commercials. Let's be real here. But I just, I mean, a lot of quarterbacks wouldn't have been playing. So, like, at least he does that. Like,
but here's why I think you were proven right. Because the Browns, even after Deshaun Watson said, hey, you're not going to be the team, still put so much effort into getting him that they actually made him change his mind and accept a trade to Cleveland. That has to say something about how they feel about Baker.
Yeah, that's true.
And that's why I think you were proven right, because the team pretty much said, yeah, we'd rather not do this with you anymore. We're going to go in another direction. And no other team has, put any offer together or put an offer good enough to get him away from Cleveland.
So I asked people on Twitter where they would take Desmond Ridder in a Superflex rookie draft, and I got some non-trolling responses of 101. I've also gotten a response of 13th and a late second so far.
The trolling, the 101.
Yeah.
You got to love those.
Yeah.
I was going to say, by the way, the just NFL picks so far as in terms of, fantasy relevant. Sorry, IDP. We've only had 19 players. We can't even fill 2 rounds yet.
Wow. That's amazing.
That's nuts.
I said this earlier. We stopped caring even about the offensive players after like Sky Moore got taken.
And isn't this even like, didn't they say this was going to be a deeper draft because there was so many guys that had stayed over the the last few years, like because of COVID? Like, it's crazy.
If it doesn't start cooking, then I don't really care as much about if they go to day 3.
This draft was deep, but it was deep at all of the non-fantasy relevant positions, like offensive line. I feel like 98 offensive linemen have been drafted, and we're only at pick 77. I mean, edge rushers. I mean, how many of those guys have been taken? It seems like every other pick is another edge rusher, linebacker. But quarterback obviously not deep. Running back, we've had 3 off the board so far, and we're at pick 77.
Yeah, I said this before you guys joined, but we were warned about this class for a while for a fantasy perspective. And I will say I totally shrugged it off because I was like, oh, yeah, every year you guys like raise the chicken little, this guy's falling, and there's some value to be had in the draft. And I'm not going to listen to you, and I'm going to just like go deeper because you're making everyone scared. So I'm going to go out and get these picks. And now I'm like, oh, shit.
I was actually looking at some leagues today, and I'm like, do I even want to like get fancy and try to like trade for some picks like right now when people are kind of unsure what's going on? And I got to the point where the answer was no. Like I don't even want to try to act like try to get a deal or something like that just because if you have the 103, are you confident in drafting anybody?
I have a lot of 2022 firsts and seconds in Trade Addicts, and I was feeling pretty good about it for a while. I am not feeling so good about it now. And I also remember Riley Bymaster, who is a friend of the network and show, saying at one point, and I thought like jokingly, he was like, yeah, I'll trade you 2023 first, but you need to give up like 2 of your 2022 first. And I was like, oh, very funny. And now I'm like, retroactively, can we go revisit that trade again, please?
So the Colts keep making good picks. They just took Bernard Ryman, the offensive tackle from Central Michigan.
Man, all the directional schools here in Michigan are producing more players than
the Michigan State.
Yeah.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah, that's.
But
damn it.
Yeah. What do the Colts need? Another good offensive lineman. All right.
I mean,
yeah, for a team that didn't have a first round pick, they've had a really good draft.
So one of you who knows more about the prospects, tell me what I should want at the Giants' next 3rd round pick.
So they're up in 3.
They're not. I don't think they're up in 3. Or are they?
Pick 81.
What pick are we even up to? I've lost track.
78.
Oh yeah, so they are up in 3. So what should I want?
Well, the Browns just took Alex Wright, edge from UAB, another like 4th round guy going in the 3rd.
Probably Malik Willis.
I'm okay with it, honestly. Do it.
Yeah, I honestly think that might be the best pick for them. I mean, you don't know what you have in Daniel Jones. If he just is terrible or gets hurt, which both have been said about him. I mean, you have Malik Willis. You see,
it doesn't create a controversy because you selected him in LaFleur, so you can go, all right, Daniel, you're our starter. We said you'd be our starter, and then when he sucks, because that's kind of just what he does, they go, hey, let's try to
you. Beat me to it.
Yeah, they declined his 5th year option.
Oh, they declined it already. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and maybe it gives DJ a little boost. You go, look, guy's a 3rd rounder. Could beat him out. Like, you got this. Pump a little confidence into the guy. We didn't take
they didn't give him a heads up, and he goes, whoa, Sam Darnold got a heads up about them taking Sam Howell in the 5th round. How can you not warn me about Malik Willis in the 4th round?
And you just go, listen, Sam got the heads up because Sam Howell's taking his job. Malik's not taking your job. You got this. This is
I guarantee you, because of the way New York media is, even if Malik was taken in the 4th, instantly it'd be QB controversy.
Yeah, that's every city, man.
Yeah,
like
I would.
The backup goaltender and the backup quarterback are the most popular players in each city.
Yeah, the Chargers are on the clock. They'll probably take a good player because that's all they seem to do. I wish I had let me find a list real quick of best available.
I will say if the Giants took Malik, something mysterious would happen. I hate to say it, but something mysterious would happen to Tyrod Taylor.
Yeah.
Just like it did last year.
Yeah.
Wasn't it like didn't somebody cut his hand or something? Or
the team doctor gave him an injection that like fucked with him basically.
That was when
that was 2 years ago. Yeah,
that was when he was in LA.
Yeah. And then last year, someone cut his hand. But he's just had some horrible.
It's like he like pays like the trainer to do something so he can just sit back and get paid. You know.
You guys ever watch Blue Mountain State?
Say what?
Did you ever watch the show Blue Mountain State? It's a terrible show, but it's kind of funny. It's about essentially college football, and there's this character. The main character is named Alex Moran, and all he wants to do is party and basically be the backup quarterback. And when they ask him why he doesn't have ambition to be like the main primary quarterback, he's like, "Look, I get all of the benefits that a quarterback does, but I don't get tackled, and all I have to do is sit on the bench all the game. It's amazing."
So
I guarantee there's people out there like that. You know, like. Let me just sit back and get this paycheck, man. So I just got an alert that a trade went through that I didn't remember sending to somebody.
Oh, look who didn't listen to the show yesterday when we said cancel all your trades.
And I was on when that was happening. So like,
Bill, who did you trade?
So I had Cam Akers. I was kind of on a Marquise Brown kick. I wanted to try to add him on a few teams. So I kind of, spammed 5 or 6 leagues.
So what you're saying is you didn't just rush out to send me an offer for Velus Jones.
Say that again?
I'm saying what you're saying is you didn't just rush out to send me an offer for Velus Jones. You
Correct.
saw he landed with the Bears and you're like, man, I need him on
shit.
my team.
Yeah, no. So I sent an offer, and the main pieces were, I was sending away Akers and I was getting Brown, and somebody just accepted it.
So the Broncos just took tight end Greg Dulcich. So
from
wait, so you're upset about getting Brown? Just double checking here.
I got Marquise Brown.
And you're upset about it?
No, I'm fine with it.
He just didn't know what was going to happen.
I forgot. I'm like, oh shit! Like I just. I'm not super stoked about Akers. Like I'm totally fine getting him off of my roster. I don't know if you guys have any opinion on that, but
I'm fine with getting Akers off your roster.
I still like Akers, but I also don't feel strongly enough that I'm like, how could you trade away Akers?
Yeah.
Right? And Brown probably does get a boost from, that whole college QB chemistry type deal.
Hey, Bobby, your Giants are on the clock. Nakobe Dean is still on the board.
I mean, take Malik Willis. I don't know. I don't know enough at this point to care, which is great.
Just tell me it's good and I'll be happy, right?
Pretty much.
DeMarvin Leal still on the board. Leo Chanel. There are some good guys still, defensive guys pretty much on the board, unless, like you said, you're going to go with
I will base my reaction just purely on how Josh tells me to react.
Just when you see the pick, Josh, just say 0 through 10, and whatever number, Bobby will react accordingly.
Gotcha. Well, I'm waiting for it to come in.
You can also go into the negatives if it's a pick like Robinson again.
Was that a bad pick? I have no idea.
I mean, I've been told that it was an okay pick, but I did not like it at the time.
People have lied to Bobby, so.
Yeah.
Bobby, good news.
Wandale Robinson. I didn't even realize that's who it was.
You thought you were talking about Jackie Robinson.
The Giants selected Flott.
That seems early, no?
Who did they select?
Flott.
What?
Flott.
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 Well, that's
whatever that is.
Nope. I got no idea.
Flott.
Who?
Let's see.
Is it? I hope that's just his entire. He just has one name in it.
His name's just Flott.
It's like Ronaldo.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, he is a cornerback from LSU.
All right.
Cool. You got the not good one. That's good.
He's going to help us shut down AJ Brown, right?
Yeah.
He apparently has oily hips and a good closing burst.
Bill just wanted to say oily hips.
That's the ES. I think Matt Miller wrote that.
Bill was like, please let me get to say oily hips one time.
Oh shit, that's cracking me up more than I expected.
Yeah, so
Dan Dugan had him as a potential target for.
Oh, he has small hands as well.
Nice baby hands, team baby hands.
I do like when teams take 5th rounders in the 3rd. That's always always good business.
Yeah.
So according to ESPN, he was the 20th best on the board.
Cool. Yeah.
Those other 19, we don't need those guys. Give me 20.
Yeah, it's all right.
I mean, at least he's on the board, right? Like, I mean, he's not like 70th or something.
Martindale will turn him into an all-pro. You guys will be fools. You'll be on here having been recorded making fun of Flott, and he'll be like perennial all-pro Flott.
So, Wandale, where'd he play? Kentucky?
Kentucky.
And who was the guy, was it 2 years ago, where wasn't the Raiders drafted? He was like a wide receiver, quarterback. He was playing quarterback the whole year for Kentucky.
Oh, crap. He got drafted by the Raiders, and then
he got traded to Miami before the season started. Yeah.
Lynn Bowden.
Bowden, yep. Like, I wonder. Yeah, I always associate similar players, to the program. So I wonder if he was, because everybody was surprised he got drafted pretty early, right, by the Raiders.
Both guys,
oily hips.
Those oily hips, yeah.
Someone else said that Flott is small but feisty. Feisty, oily hips.
Feisty, oily hips. I mean, it sounds like a party.
Baby hands.
I do love when we just say, "Hey, this guy is fiery and has oily hips." I'm like, "Oh, so you're telling me he doesn't have talent?" Good to know. Because if he had talent, you would actually say something about his talent. When it's oily hips and fiery, yeah, that guy's not good.
This guy sometimes catches passes that are thrown his way.
Sometimes he doesn't. Like, oh, okay.
One day I'm gonna do my own scouting profiles, and it'll be like the top quarterback prospect, and it'll be like, this guy sometimes completes passes. One time he fumbled the ball. It was terrible.
It would have been great if you had started that this year, because that could have been your Malik Willis profile. He sometimes completes passes.
When he throws, he throws.
We should do like I'm probably dating myself here, but Mystery Science Theater.
Yes.
We should do that, but as draft analysts watching film. Like, tell me how fun would that be?
We would have had a blast this year. Oh, look at Malik Willis. He sometimes completes when he throws the ball.
Especially, it would be good if like analytics people were doing it.
Oh,
people
yeah.
that don't watch film like at all. Like Peter. Oh my God. Yes.
Watch as he rotates his hips and completes a pass for a touchdown. This is his
Every
highlight
cornerback
of middle school when he passed for a touchdown in front of his grandma.
Yeah.
So I will say that Atlanta just took the player that I think might have the best name in the draft, D'Angelo Malone, edge from Western Kentucky. Actually, a pretty good player. I think they got some decent value on him. But yeah, D'Angelo Malone.
He has long arms and good closing pop.
But he doesn't have oily hips, so I'm not all about that. All right, you better have oily hips if you want praise out of me.
Take the oiliest.
I do like my hips oiled.
Yeah, there's something very uncomfortable about talking about other grown men this way.
All right, on the oiled hips note, FF Dad Bun is out of here.
He's got to go oil his hips.
I got to oil my hips because literally I'm probably going to be it looks like I'm holding something else other than babies right now, but I will be holding babies in place of this motion here shortly. So it's time.
Yeah, good talking to you as always, Gabe.
Thanks for the invite. It's fun to pod again.
Good seeing you, brother.
Stay twinning. Ain't got to get twinning.
That's right.
Go Jags. Ish. All that good stuff. Malik, good luck.
Yeah. Take care, Gabe.
Deuces.
I'm glad my energy did pick back up a bit, though, because there was like a point like an hour ago where I was basically like, I need out of here. I can't believe I volunteered to host the rest of this.
I'm just hoping that the Eagles keep the bad day 2 going with this next pick here.
They did plenty getting
well,
Brown. Yeah.
That's why I said day 2. Day 1 was good. I wasn't pleased about that. Day 2.
That's not acceptable. We can't have Rocky happy.
Yeah. Day 2 has been much more what I like to see out of the Philadelphia Eagles. So I hope we keep those vibes going. And they take another guy that has no business being taken at this spot.
Dude, watch the Steelers after that pick Malik Willis.
Misery loves company, by the way. Oh, also that'd be hilarious. I want them to take. I wonder what.
Hey, Har, you got him anyway. You're good.
Yeah.
With a Pickens mixed in the middle, that's pretty.
He was starting to come around. I was saying earlier that I talked to him, and he was basically like, he had hit the point where it's like, okay, this guy's on my team, so I have to support him now.
Yeah.
So
acceptance.
Yeah. He's starting to make his way through the stages.
He's a much better human being than I am.
You think you would have been in anger for much longer, Josh?
Well, until he was good or until he was off the team, one or the other.
He gets stuck in stages.
I mean, I know exactly what he went through. I was like, God fucking damn it, you're kidding me with this fucking Daniel Jones pick. And then the next day I was like, I might not like the pick, but he's our guy now.
Yeah.
Gotta support him.
Nah, I stay better. I'm cool like that. It's you're all better people than me, because if my team had taken Daniel Jones at 6, I'd still be mad about it right now.
Who says I'm not?
Oh, Jesus. So, Philadelphia Eagles take Nakobe Dean.
God damn it.
There you go.
He's just going to wreck that division, and everybody's going to be pissed that they didn't take him.
Yeah, I mean,
it could be a great deal, or he just never is the same, right? Like,
here you go. Limited testing due to injuries, knee and pec. So it looks like both of them were on the money. So,
but also, like, give me that over oily hips any day.
I don't know.
I mean, he sprung a leak, obviously, if they're all oily.
No, man, the hips are fine. It's the knee and pec.
Oh.
So, yeah, I mean,
the knee's something that can get resolved, right? Like, it's just the pec is something.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It seems more like, and I'm looking at some tweets now, it seems like people were more about the pec than the knee, because he, as Lindsay said earlier, he declined to get surgery on it. So I don't know why. That would be an interesting thing to try to find out. I mean, usually players will take the advice of medical staff, and I'm curious why he didn't think that, unless it was like late in the season and he just wanted to play through it because he knew the team was a championship contender. But
yeah, that could be.
I will say I have read a story that Rappaport retweeted about Josh Ezadu, and I'm now rooting for him only because apparently he had a stutter and people made fun of him for it, and he worked through it, and now he's a giant. So it's similar. Nice. Whereas, like, I don't really know how to feel about this pick, but if you've had to overcome adversity and now you're in one of the biggest markets, then I would support you and root for you.
Who's this?
Josh Ezadu, the O-line or guard that the Giants took in the 3rd round.
Oh, okay.
Apparently had to overcome a stutter.
But how oiled are they?
So Har will be happy. The Pittsburgh just took DeMarvin Leal, defensive lineman from Texas A&M. That's a really good pick. Some good value there. So, listen, you might have baby hands on the team, but you got, you've made up for it since.
Yeah.
I actually got to troll Rocky a little bit today because someone, I can't remember who it was on Twitter now, was like, yeah, Kenny Pickett might be one of the worst picks of the 1st round, and Trubisky was much better than him. So I just did the ad, what is he, Dynasty FF Addict. I was like, hey, give him the emoji eyes. Hey, let's take a look at this. And then I think Rocky might have gotten into a little conversation with the guy. Gave him a little of that Philly what for. You talking about baby hands Pickett? Oh, we got to fight.
John earlier was saying that he had Jared Goff ranked over Kenny Pickett in Superflex for Dynasty, and I was just like, Jesus. That's a real thing, by the way. He legitimately has Jared Goff ranked over him because he thinks Goff will have like a great year this year in the Lions offense, even if it's just 1 year. And I was like, dude, come on.
I think Jared Goff is a fine Superflex quarterback. Like, you're never like, ooh, Jared Goff, I'm so glad I got him. But you play him and you're like, all right, he doesn't kill me most.
If anybody offered me Jared Goff for Kenny Pickett, or the other way around. Sorry, Kenny Pickett for Jared Goff. I could not accept fast enough. I'd reset that clock so fast.
Don't give me baby hands.
I have baby hands. I will accept all baby hands. I don't even know if my hands are baby, but we'll say for these purposes, they're baby hands.
Just measure them.
Let me just get out my ruler. No.
It would be funny if you just were like off camera,
like 5.25.
5.25. Hey, the Patriots finally made a good pick. Marcus Jones, the cornerback from Houston. That was like a late second. So, good pick. They got 1 out of 3. Not bad.
Oh man, so yesterday I went from thinking Joe Shane is a god to I don't know what to make of you anymore.
I wonder though if Gettleman like cut power to the Giants building and he's calling in these picks.
You know what's funny? So I don't know. You guys weren't here for the pre-show, but what I said is I was eating dinner, and I try not to be a superstitious sports fan, but I was eating dinner. And I sneezed on myself, and I sneezed on the hoodie that I was wearing yesterday, so I had to change hoodies. And then I was like, John, you know what's going to happen is Gettleman's going to walk out to like just wrestling theme music now and be like, no, this is going too well. I'm going to pretend I'm going to steal Joe Shane's identity and make the picks. And that's basically what happened.
Can you imagine that phone call? Hey, this is Joe Shane. Dave Gettleman, is that you? No, this is Joe Shane. Can you get the 45th best player on the board right now? All right, thanks. Can you give us a name? Whoever's at number 45, I'll talk to you later.
The analytics say take the guy with the oily hips.
And it's so funny because someone said earlier, man, it feels kind of weird talking about oily hips, but like this is what like NFL scout meetings are. It's like, hey, this guy's got oily hips and he's fired.
Look at Rocky, just able to add himself into the spree whenever he wants.
I had to come on. The Eagles got into Kobe Dean.
Yeah.
So,
hey, Rocky,
yeah, just hop in.
I'm not even gonna mouth it today, Rocky. Rocky, fuck you.
Yeah.
I'm too sky high to worry about your fuck yous, Bobby.
Yeah, we were just.
It's a much better pick than Wan'Dale Robinson. I'll say that.
Yeah, the Giants have been trashed today, so that's great. Oh, we got Shane back too.
What up?
Interesting.
The Kobe Dean, Shane.
Yeah, the Eagles fans suddenly show up after a good pick.
Yeah, weird. Like incredible timing.
I'll say what. Look, I was talking about it. I like that pick. He's obviously not going to be ready week 1. The longer the night goes on, I don't know if he'll be able to play at all next year. The more injuries keep coming out.
Right.
But I like that pick, right?
It's worth it at 150 or whatever it was.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't. They still haven't drafted a corner or a safety, right? But
sorry, 83. I've had too many Yanklings.
I love how the
many is
legend
too many?
of the Kobe
Like,
Dean is already grown. We took him at pick 150. This guy was great.
Math is hard, Josh.
What's up?
Math is hard.
What's really going to happen is like not a year, but in 2 years when he comes and plays well, it's going to be this guy was a UDFA. The entire league passed on him, and the Eagles were just so smart.
Eagles actually found him in high school, right? So what happened is he didn't even play college ball. He was a stockbroker and then actually a stock boy for 4 years. And,
let me break in here. Tennessee just took Malik Willis.
Finally.
There you go.
Wow.
Good.
How insane is that?
172. They took Malik Willis.
So Tannehill is about to get Tannehilled.
He was invited to the draft and he goes in the 3rd round.
Yeah, that's a kick in the balls.
86.
Well, wait, but Matt Corral also said that he showed up because he was told he was going in the first round. And he's not drafted yet.
I would be so ready to fight someone. I'd be like, this is not cool. Like, you guys punked me like this. Like, bro, I thought I was an instant millionaire. Like, I'm Malik Willis, right? I'm looking at, like, just even if I'm a flame out, a first-round quarterback, I'm probably looking at, with NFL pay, endorsements, all that good stuff, what, 50, 60 million, right?
Yeah.
Even if I'm bad at saving money, just put like 3 million away. I could live off that. Now, dude, I'm going to be like trying to win a roster spot.
This is why you take out insurance on yourself.
I'm going to the USFL.
Before the draft even starts, you go, I'm going in the first round. I'm going to insure myself. And if it doesn't happen,
hit yourself
I'm rich
with a
anyway.
Hammer. Oh, I was going to say, like, then you beat yourself with a weapon. But okay, yeah, your way works.
That works too.
Yeah.
Just commit some light insurance fraud,
So, like, yeah, Malik Willis. It was fun talking about you at the 102 for some months.
Jeez, man, how it hurts. It hurts.
Because the problem is like you can't even say, oh, well, he got drafted by Seattle. All he has to do is beat out Geno Smith and Drew Lock. Like, it's like Tannehill's been a pretty damn good quarterback the last 2 years.
Is he even a second rounder?
No, third rounder.
Yeah.
Oh,
no. I mean, in rookie drafts.
He's.
What was the question?
Yeah. Is Malik even a second rounder in rookie drafts?
I don't know.
He's probably a late second.
I think he is, just because people in general anchor whatever their first thought was, and everybody was told that he was going to be an early first. So people will be like, "Oh, I'll take him at 208."
Are any of you taking him in the second? Anywhere in the second?
I've done mocks, so 211 it gets real sketch. So I could see him at 211.
Yeah, I was gonna say at the end of the second, but then he's like that Mason Rudolph territory. Are you really getting excited about that?
If there's a running back that went in the 4th round or Malik Willis, I'm probably going to go with the running back.
I mean, but that's a fair point.
This is Davis Mills area.
I mean,
Isaiah Spiller's still not off the board, guys. I'm just putting that out there.
There still hasn't been a running back since Cook, right?
Nope.
No.
Right.
Yeah. So only 3 running backs, only 3 quarterbacks.
So it looks like
Cook's not even that exciting to me. Like,
and me either. He's
a good compliment to Singletary, but like
he cannot run the ball.
Oh no, but that's not what he's there for.
I know, but he's just a third down guy.
I mean, he's J.D. McKissick.
Yeah. So maybe one year he lucks into a high-end RB2, low-end RB1 season, maybe.
So Baker Mayfield's pretty much going to be a Carolina Panther, huh?
It seems that way.
Is that the worst quarterback competition of all time? Sam Darnold versus Baker Mayfield?
I mean, it all depends on how much Cleveland's willing to eat on that contract. Because at this point, you just take one of these other guys in the 4th round and just go, we'll do this shit for a year, and then take, one of the big guys when we have a top 3 pick again.
The answer to your question is no, Shane, because Drew Lock versus Geno Smith is worse.
That's true.
Yeah, that might be arguably the worst ever.
Yeah, that's true. Like there's actual XFL quarterback rooms that look at that and laugh.
By the way,
like, man,
has anybody checked in on Tim? I think Russ is the only one who has his number. So we had our pre-NFL rookie draft, and he took Malik Willis at 102.
Yeah, that's rough.
I took Malik Willis at 103 in one draft, and I was like, I was debating it, and I was like, I have to, right? He's a first round quarterback.
And anybody who had a
pre-round quarterback,
pre-NFL draft, rookie draft was taking them top 2 or 3.
We traded
the Kelvin Harmon slide.
Yeah,
we traded in the DFP league
quarterbacks
with Scott Barrett. I forget who we traded, but we traded to get to the 101. So it was a significant wide receiver that we traded. And you know who we drafted at 101? Malik Willis. You know who we drafted at like 205? Kenny Pickett. Do any of us know what we're doing at all? At all. No.
You got it right. You just mixed those 2 up. You got it right at the end of the day.
Well, and when I tell the story in 4 years, it's going to be reversed.
Right.
Like we definitely took Pickett at 101 because we saw something in him.
So Dallas just took Jalen Tolbert, wide receiver from South Alabama.
That's exciting.
Yeah, I like that pick.
I like Tolbert.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
No. I hope they dislocate his spleen.
Good old spleen.
I mean, they got to pop it right back in.
I've never seen this before. I don't know what to do with this.
Dislocation.
Wow, you don't see that often. Or
I can imagine the trainer. All right, I'm gonna do the rare pop in of the spleen.
Just spleen back in.
Just stay still.
Like, sir, I don't think you're a real doctor.
Post game press conference. What happened to Jalen out on the field? Spleen dislocation. Yeah. So Dallas doing good on day 2 after reaching on day 1.
Probably should look to see how many offers I have open.
By the way, in case you haven't heard, the Eagles got AJ Brown yesterday.
Shane back to being a Eagles fan.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm happy they got rid of Deshaun Jackson. That was a rough year for me. And then they did things like they they got AJ Brown. They drafted Devonta Smith, and then they traded for AJ Brown, and now I love them. And Howie Roseman's the smartest GM that I've ever met.
And by the way, obviously,
the joys of fandom.
Obviously, AJ Brown's going to overshadow everything. But at 13, got Jordan Davis. Oof.
Yeah.
That guy had a sweet suit on.
He does not, but he doesn't rush the passer. He had 4 sacks.
Yeah, he's a run DT,
stopper.
right? He's a run stopper.
Yeah. I mean, that was one of the highest on Georgia's team. I mean, it's one of those things where they had 72 guys,
and he wasn't
getting sacks.
And he's an athletic freak.
What he ran a 4.7 at 340 pounds? I can't run a 4.7.
I can't run a 7.4. Shane.
Yeah,
me either.
I could probably run a 47 minute. I missed it. So how do we all feel? I don't know if I was here earlier with Breece Hall. Did we already talk about Breece Hall?
I don't know if you're joking, Shane, because literally the entire show has been Breece Hall.
Breece Hall, good pick. How are you feeling about Sky Moore?
Breece Hall since I got on.
Sky Moore apparently is a top 4 wide receiver in the class now.
That's because, Bill, when you came on, we were at the No More Jets talk. When Josh hopped on, we were on Locked On Jets podcast.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was just,
so then let's talk about
because we had Larry on for a bit, and he and Gabe wanted to talk about Breece Hall for 2 hours.
I can't blame him, man. The Jets have had a hell of a draft.
Yeah.
There's a couple teams that really, really did well in the draft. So many that I haven't even really noticed the bad ones. Although I know that Houston drafted who drafted the Kenyon Green at 16.
Yeah, that was Houston.
That was Houston.
Okay, so they screwed up. But other than that, I can't even there's just been so many good drafts.
And they drafted John Mechie in the 2nd.
It's a little high. It's a lot of high.
John
It's
Mechie.
a little high.
Mechie.
But it was but it wasn't he probably should have been a late 2nd. He was an earlier 2nd. It wasn't insane.
Yeah, maybe it's just I have Mechie hate, I guess.
What did he do to you?
You don't want to know, Shane.
I like the Mechie. I like the Mechie in college.
I'm interested.
Yeah, I like the Mechie. Did you get in a fist fight with him? He's a small dude. You should have won.
Mechie, Mechie's the kind of dude that for fantasy you're probably not really about him, but for actual NFL, he's not a bad player to have on your team. And Houston needs all the help it can get. So just keep taking guys from Alabama. Just make that your draft strategy.
He's not a particularly good player either.
Oily hips.
He's very solid, I think.
He's meh.
Does he have oily hips?
The important questions.
That I don't know.
I was reading a scouting report on a cornerback, and they were talking about his oily hips.
Oily hips.
Apparently finishes with a punch too.
Like an actual punch, because that would be pretty cool. Just at the end
They'd
of
call that a
every
donkey punch.
Put some respect on Flot's name. That's my cornerback you're talking about.
Oh yes.
I swear that name is made up.
Flot?
That's his first name and last name.
What was his first name?
It's just Flot.
Cordale Flot. Yeah, that's such a made up name. I don't think that person exists.
But Flot just sounds like a sound effect from like a movie from the late 70s.
That's called flatulence.
Yeah, Bill, what's up, man? How you been?
Huh?
Just realized I didn't say hi to you earlier. What's up, Bill? Hey, Josh.
Hey,
Robbie. How's it going, guys?
Oh, man.
Happy to see you, Shane.
Is the draft still going on?
It is.
yeah,
I think they paused it.
the Raiders are on the clock. Maybe they're taking their Josh Jacobs replacement.
No, they're going to take someone to replace
Who would
Derek
that be?
Carr. It's going to be Sam Howell.
Zamir White.
Robinson
Oh,
from
Zamir
Alabama. Just get another Alabama guy to replace the old Alabama guy.
It's going to be Isaiah Spiller. Finally gets his landing spot and stuck behind Josh Jacobs.
Or he gets taken
Did
at
you
the
take
next
Spiller
pick
at
by Tampa
1-3, Bobby?
I wonder about Tampa.
113. Yep.
Oh, 1-1-3. Okay.
Not 103.
I was like, holy shit.
I'd be slamming my head on the desk if I took him at 103 right now.
All right, so they took Raiders took Dylan Parham, center from Memphis. Right about where he's supposed to go. This is where he should have been taken. So,
To be fair, at 113, I think I was debating one of the quarterbacks, so I can't hold myself too badly right now.
I think you said Ritter, right? That's who you were.
Yeah, I think it was Ritter who, you know, and maybe Ritter would make more sense there at the moment, but I'm not going to hold myself in too bad of esteem after the way this draft is shaking out.
Yeah, I said this yesterday, but yeah, after the way this is going, I'm very happy trading the 206 and 211 for Rashad Bateman.
Well, listen, Rocky. I have Velus Jones, who I took 505, and he went to the Bears.
Woohoo!
In the third round.
He's like 30.
And now he's going to be 501. Let's go.
Value bump.
So, do any of the second round wide receivers move above any of the first round wide receivers?
What was that, Bill?
Apparently, Sky Moore does. Sky Moore's the one that I saw on Twitter. Like, people are taking him over Chris Olave and James.
Well, of course, he went to the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And then you got what's his name that went to Green Bay?
Watson.
Christian Watson.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't know if I was on this show or earlier, but Watson. So I thought, and I said this earlier, it's funny because he's pretty raw. And if anyone knows anything at all about Aaron Rodgers, it is not. He does not suffer mistakes well. Like you name it, like
a Packers fan, by the way. Just letting you all know.
Yeah, Robbie. So like, what are the chances that Aaron Rodgers just beats Christian Watson to death during the offseason?
Something I saw that I felt good about was just a quote from Watson tonight, and he said Rodgers reached out and he said, just. He knows that Rodgers will be tough on him, and he hopes for it. It's the attitude you want to see. Anyone can have that, and then then Rodgers starts, yelling at you, and then it's a whole different story. But going into it with that, I like to see, and so I mean,
what he better say, or Rodgers will never throw to him to begin with.
Yeah, who's the tight end where he's just like, nah, I'm not gonna even throw you the ball anymore.
So if Rashad White just went to the Buccaneers at 91.
Oh
boy! So everyone's saying it. Next Keyshawn Vaughn. You know it's going to happen. We're going to do it.
Can the world handle two Keyshawn Vaughns?
Yeah. 111. We're going to go. I like that landing spot a lot for this guy. I think I'm gonna. Yeah, I don't think he's got much to worry about. He's only got, Leonard Fournette, who should be gone after this year. And then this Keyshawn Vaughn guy, I barely recognize him. Wait a minute. I drafted him at 111 2 years ago.
Hey, Bill, you think Rashad White can get 1,300 yards, brother?
I'm not even saying a fucking word.
I don't,
because that's just gonna get twisted.
So Robbie's Packers are on the clock. Robbie, who you want him to take?
I think I wanted Tolbert, so it's kind of too bad that they just missed out. But I think they either double up on receiver or they go O-line. I think where
Take
they
David
went.
Bell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just desperately want him to have second take, capital.
I'm
a David Bell
want
guy.
to believe. I still want to believe. I want an excuse to draft him in the second round. And
Yes,
I want it to be
I like David Bell a lot.
The pick is Sean Ryan for the Packers.
I don't know who that is.
Boo.
Me either.
Me neither.
I believe that they did a bunch of movies with him. Harrison Ford played them.
Yes. The Hunt for Red October was excellent. The one where Ben Affleck played Sean Ryan, not so good.
Jack Ryan's younger brother.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he's a guy.
He's the one that only graduated from like the local trade school. Not he's now on city council, not president.
I'm just seeing a picture of Sean Ryan. Got great hair. So
Oh yeah.
I didn't see anything about oily hips though, but great hair.
I hear
Oily
oily
hair
is
hips
important.
sink ships.
So before the draft, I tweeted out like I'm sick of seeing people's mocks. Can we just like go back and pretend this was just a mock? Do it again. Start from the top.
Oh man.
Sean Ryan.
Actually, looks like
I mean, is this literally like the worst rookie class in like for fantasy and history? Like
No.
when you combine it with
Dave
landing
said there was
spots and
only-
draft capital?
Well, we were in the third round, like partially, and Gabe had counted. There was only 19 fantasy relevant players drafted, so we didn't even have 2 full rookie rounds yet.
Yeah, I mean, there's only been
like
2 tight ends, 3 quarterbacks, 4 now.
do we care about anyone after Sky Moore?
Just in general, or
Isaiah
Like
Spiller
for
ever
fantasy.
drafted?
I mean running backs, but wide receivers, I don't know.
Like, I mean,
But which running back? I can't answer that.
right. I mean, we're always gonna, try to pile on the running backs and just hope we hit on one. But if we're not, we're probably not going to be super excited about anyone past Sky Moore, which is like a weird feeling.
We will. As soon as more running backs go off the board, we'll
If
follow.
Atlanta drafts a running back in the 4th round, he'll pop up to somewhere early 2nd, late 1st.
110.
Yeah,
because that's
in this
what we
draft
do.
probably
110 because that's what we do every year without fail.
Or if Houston does.
You already know Rashad White's going in the 1st round. Like, bank it.
Yeah. He shouldn't, but he will.
Yeah.
Even with Fournette there this year, though.
Yeah. Have you met us?
Fucking seriously.
You've met us. You are us.
No, but like the Keyshawn Vaughn thing, it was perceived that he had an opportunity to be like the starter right away.
Ronald Jones was still there. And
Ronald Jones is trash.
Okay, Ronald Jones is good, first of all. Ronald Jones is good, first of all. And the rest of the community still believed it at that time.
Rocky, the community hates Leonard Fournette, even though he's been productive for a couple seasons now.
Well,
I don't hate Leonard Fournette. It's just, look, we'll look at Lenny and we'll go, well, he's probably gone after this year, right? When Tom Brady actually retires, like when Giselle's like, all right, you can finally come home. Like, you know what I mean? Like after she tested it out, I was like, I don't think this is going to work. We beta tested it. We're going to try this again next year. But that's what we'll tell ourselves. I'm not saying it's right. You know what I mean? I'm just saying it's probably going to happen.
49ers take Ty Davis-Price.
Ooh,
the running back from LSU.
Yep.
That's this guy Russ. Russ took him in our draft in like the 5th round or something, 4th or 5th round.
Oh, I see.
I'm
When
feeling
Russ
really good
takes
about
someone in the
trading
5th
into
round
the
that gets drafted, we get excited about it. When I take someone in the 5th round,
I did not say I was excited. I just
No Velus Jones.
I'm just pointing out a fact. I did not think he was going to be a 3rd round. I didn't even know who that was when Russ took him.
Me either. I still don't.
And on an MFL, it said Tyrion Davis-Price. I'm like, you just took that because he's a Game of Thrones character.
But you know what's going to happen now that he's a 49er is they're going to rotate him in just enough to make like Elijah Mitchell be not a good fantasy asset. And then they'll use Trey Sermon somehow too, and they'll all just
1,300 yards.
Bobby, first of all,
You were just
this
a year
guy-
early, Bill.
this guy won't sniff the field, but the guy they get 3 rounds from now, that's
Yes.
the guy who gets mixed up.
Yes.
Yeah.
When they
Sorry,
draft
Eli,
Keontae
you're
Ingram in
gone.
the 6th. Yeah.
Tyrod or
Oh.
Tyrod.
Guys, wait.
whatever your
Breaking
name is.
news. The Panthers have traded into the 3rd round. Is this their quarterback? We have to hype it up because Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport are hyping it up.
I'm really nervous
Sam
right
Howell.
now. This is exciting.
Yeah.
I'm gonna love when they just grab a center. So, got you guys.
It's the
These
battle of the
quarterbacks
Sams in
suck so
Carolina.
bad, we don't want them.
I already talked about that.
Oh, that's so gonna happen, Rocky.
They gave a heads up to Sam Darnold because they're taking Sam Howell in the 5th.
There's a new Sam in town.
They'll only have to change the bottom tape on the locker.
What do you mean it looks like we just taped over Darnold?
They just have a piece of with duct tape that says Howell on it.
Just imagine like the front page, Sam's I am. Like just, it writes itself.
The Panthers take Bailey Zappi. No.
Listen, at this point, I wouldn't even be surprised.
I know.
I wouldn't even be surprised. All right.
How many picks are even left in the 3rd? I don't know with all
Like
these
10.
comp picks. Yeah.
105.
So we're in the home stretch.
Yep. I don't even think I'm going to watch tomorrow. I'm just going to read after.
Yeah.
I
have the NFL app. I'll just follow it on there.
I've literally
It'll be on the TV, but I
no
won't be
qualms
watching
with
it.
saying I don't care about the 4th through the 7th. Like, just tell me who the UDFAs are because I
Matt
like those guys.
Corral for
Matt
the
Corral.
Panthers.
Ooh.
There you go.
Right. Yeah. My 103 in Mini Dynasty looking great now.
The Golden Corral.
The Panthers are like, yo, we're going to take you at 6. Don't worry. Show up for the draft.
I did like Corral before he went at the end of the 3rd round.
You mean starting quarterback Matt Corral?
Right, he is going to be the starting quarterback probably.
What's not to love?
Is he not still in the 1st round in this shitty Superflex draft? That was a joke. You should not take Matt Corral in the 1st round.
No, I might take him in the 2nd.
You shouldn't, but people are because he.
Are you serious, Rocky?
At the end of the 2nd. Who
Would
else
you
is
take
there?
him
There's
or
going to be a
Malik Willis?
shitload of running backs and like going in the 4th round and a bunch of crappy receivers.
You taking him or Malik Willis first?
That is a good question.
Thank you. That's why I asked.
I mean, I like Corral better than Willis. The whole thing with Willis that me and Shane were talking about this earlier is the ceiling and the 1st round draft capital. Otherwise, he's like dog shit.
Now it's just ceiling.
Yeah, and now it's just ceiling. So
TC took Matt Corral in our league at 111.
yeah, I would not be taking him at 111.
It's better than taking him at 103.
It is better than taking him
I
at
would take him in
103.
that same area you guys were talking about Malik earlier, like the 210, 212 range. I would take him there.
Trade all your seconds for late seconds and take the quarterbacks and hope one pans out.
Yeah. I mean, he seriously could. He's probably going to be starting games this year.
I mean, Sam Darnold.
If he's not the week 1 starter, he's going to be starting at some point.
Sam Darnold is terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like how Rocky
That's worth
says
a late second to me.
he is going to be starting games, as in all of them.
Yeah. Well, I was being conservative.
He's this year's Gardner Minshew.
There you go.
Goes in
Yeah.
backing up a shitty quarterback and
Yeah, he's no. Yeah. I seriously, he's not going to have any long-term value or anything. But
Well,
maybe
you don't- you
he
just need
starts
a
in Carolina,
quarterback for a
has a
year.
couple good games, and you sell him for a second or something at 23 second. Which you'll probably get a better player.
is the 23? I mean, it's got to be deeper, right? Like, I mean, I know that the the front end is really.
Yeah, I've heard it's more
higher.
top heavy than deep, but I can't imagine it's as bad as this year's going to be.
It's going to be it's at least 12 deep. Like I was looking at a few mocks the other day, and it's got a chance to be like 20 deep. Where you have like good players, really good players, and 1 through 12, it's going to be so much stronger than this 1 through 12. Like just collectively, like especially because like 9 through 12 in this draft is just a shithole.
I'm afraid to see like these drafts. This
I know. I got an offer 2 days. I think it was yesterday before the draft. I got 110, 209, and Devontae Parker. Was all I gave up for a 23 first. I am so happy. I mean, I was happy when it happened. I'm even happier now.
So apparently, before this trade went down for them to take Matt Corral, there was legitimate trade talks for Baker Mayfield, but the talks stalled because of the guaranteed money for Mayfield. So the Browns, I guess, just screwed themselves because they just lost pretty much their only legitimate trade partner.
Yeah,
man, it's just.
I mean, are Baker and Jimmy going to go anywhere? Or are they just going to get cut and just
I think
play this
Jimmy
year? What the heck's going to happen?
Jimmy
with them?
stays in San Francisco.
They're going to go work for 1-800
and
Cars for
backs
Kids.
up Lance, or you think he starts?
I wouldn't be shocked if he starts.
That would be not good.
I mean, we're assuming that Lance is good.
Hey, my trade addicts team needs him to be good.
I don't even think it matters if he's good. You go 3 firsts for him. He's got to start.
Yeah, he's got to start.
Yeah.
Like you're going out there. I don't want to play. Too bad. Disappointed dad. Like, no. You're going to play sports.
You're gonna play sports.
I bought 3 different baseballs for you.
Yeah, this is
I think I hit my limit. I think I'm tapping out. Got past the Packers pick. I'll call that a success.
Right on. Congrats on actually drafting a wide receiver.
Thanks, man.
Congrats on the upcoming wedding too, Robbie.
Yeah, thanks, Bobby.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Yeah, a few weeks away, so we're getting there.
Right on.
All right. Have a good rest of your night, everyone.
All right, you too. Good night.
Take care.
Good night.
I just remembered and realized that I've been on this for an eternity.
and
It's a long time.
Bobby doesn't like the podcast.
It's true. I'm rusty.
Hey,
I don't have that stamina.
He pushed for this day 2 show.
Yeah,
I did, and I regret it immensely.
It's only been 4 hours.
Yeah,
I've been on here since 6:30, sir.
I'm just looking at what the live counter says.
Now,
Were you preparing the show sheet?
I was. Me and John, you know.
And all the show sheet said
Bobby,
was,
get over it. You potted for 8 hours in the last year. I potted for 8 hours in the last month or less.
Last week.
Yeah.
Shane, what was the answer I asked you about Daniel Jones and Tua? On your,
Tua.
I asked you for your Q&A on DLF. I don't have a subscription anymore.
Hey, we'll go sign up with FanDuel and you get this Experts package. You also get 4 for 4 and the Fantasy Life app, which I thought was free, but apparently not. No, I went with Tua, considering their cost isn't that too far apart. The real answer was neither. And just add the Tua and get a real quarterback.
Bunch of Tua haters.
Sorry, Bobby.
That's all right. Daniel Jones is not a real quarterback. Also, the Colts traded in for the pick.
No, they're going
nice.
quarterback.
They took Nick Cross.
That's not a quarterback.
It's not.
I'm not very good at this predicting stuff.
Also,
Which
Rocky,
pick is that?
you missed when I was updating the scrolling too, which I did for a bit after Andrew left. Then I just went, no, we're not doing this anymore.
I couldn't believe he did that all night last night. I would not have bothered with that. I liked the idea, but I would have just given up after a while. even in the first round.
Let's see. I don't even know what pick we're on anymore.
That's all right.
I'm very happy though that the Giants decided to be the Giants again today.
Yeah, fuck you, Rocky.
Yeah, a lot of NFC East here.
Yep.
That's true.
It's true.
All right, see you, bitches.
Three
The
quarters
Lions,
of
no, the Eagles have had the best draft of anyone here, but then the Lions have probably had the second best draft of anyone
I was
here.
gonna say Lions have had a really good draft. Jets had a great draft.
That is amazing. I think I said this yesterday, but what they traded up for 12 for was ridiculous.
That was ridiculous. Like,
they gave up
I
nothing. They moved up 20 spots.
Yeah, they moved back 12 in the second, and then here's our third round pick to move up 20.
All right, so if any of you are in the league with Dynasty Madman, I'll give you some intel, right? He's been DMing me all night about the quarterbacks as they go off the board, and he's like, I like that landing spot for him. They're drafting him to be a starter. Dude, it's the 4th round. Stop it. Stop it. Just give up. He won't give up. So if any of you want to trade rookie picks to him, it'd be like, oh, dude, you can get Matt Corral. He's probably going to be the starter in Carolina. There you go. Do that.
I'll have to hit him up. Madman, I got the 110. This is definitely the Malik Willis spot. You're gonna want this.
You're gonna have to report back what the earliest quarterback is drafted in any of our leagues, like aside from Pickett, of course.
I was gonna ask, maybe you guys talked about this. Where are you slotting in Pickett as of right now?
I think we did talk about it, and I forget what I said.
114.
I mean,
I'm 114. Is that what you said?
With how things have shook out, I am happy with my 109 pick of Pickett in our league.
I mean, if you're like in a 14 team, like I'm cool taking him at 103 if you need to, but I mean, I think
what about
in a
12 team, I think because
in a 12 teamer, I can't take him in the top 3.
No. But that's what I'm wondering. Like, how far does he go down before? Yeah,
probably
I think
5.
I was gonna, mid to late first range.
I was gonna say 106.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not super enamored with the wide receivers either, to be honest.
Yeah, so. I mean, I'm taking both running backs over him for sure.
Yeah, you mean Cook and
yes, that's it. Cook and White. That's what I meant.
Yeah, Cook and White.
Bill, your line's on the clock. What are they going to do here?
I'm super nervous. I'm not nervous. I lived through an 0-16. I don't get nervous anymore. Sam Howell.
I like it.
Did they suck?
No, I just asked them who they're going to.
Okay, who he thinks they're going to take. Okay,
he gave me a Sam Howell.
That
was the first person I saw in availables.
Hey, Jared, we just want to have a real quick talk with you. Sam's going to come in and take your job.
We should do these clips just like Sam. Hate to break this to you, but it's Golden Corral time.
I mean, if they didn't have Amon-Ra, I would want them to take Bell.
Yeah, I'm sad that Bell is not gone yet.
Amon-Ra, we got some bad news for you. Taking Bell.
Listen, this wide receiver over here, he's got oily hips. You're gonna have to go get him.
Gotta go with the oily hips.
People said not to worry when we took Jameson Williams. You should have been a little worried. Then we followed it up with David Bell. We might be trying to send you a message. Just saying.
I'm sure that's more towards Josh Reynolds.
I think Josh Reynolds has got that talk plenty of times throughout his career. Yeah. I think he knows what the deal is.
Good for him for sticking around, man. Like he's like one of those guys that gets picked up every time he gets dropped. You know, like I mean, in the NFL, not in our.
Listen, play for as many teams as you can. Who cares if you do it for like 6 weeks at a time? Make your money.
He'll have like a varsity jacket with like all these different letters on it from the different teams. Or his luggage will have all the cities on
it. Josh, we knew that you broke 600 yards receiving that one time, but David Bell has joined the team, so there's your bags. Pack them.
All right, so Kirby Joseph, safety from Illinois for the Detroit Lions.
I don't know what that means, so okay.
that means you drafted a player named Kirby Joseph.
I won't need to know that for long. And he's the number one safety available.
And he
Kirby,
spells
like, wasn't that a video game?
Kirby. No, he spells his with an E.
He's a ball hog.
So Kirby
I was just gonna say, Josh, does he have Willie Hips?
Shows an impressive understanding of route concepts and zone looks.
Does he end with a punch?
He understands them. He just can't beat them.
Right,
coach.
Yeah.
You
he's a coach. He's the son of a coach.
Coach, I can tell you what defense they're running. I can't beat it, but it's spotted immediately. Like that's a too deep zone. But yeah, I'm just not going to get open.
Oh, here you go. He excelled at covering kicks at Illinois.
Nice.
So we just drafted a special teamer in the 3rd round.
So Washington just took Brian Robinson.
Oh,
yeah.
R.I.P.
There was a whole bunch of smoke around them taking a running back.
I should have never traded up to take Zamir White.
Oh, guys, I found a new thing for Flott. So Cordali Flott played against Kadarius Toney in high school. They're just like, hey, here's your friend. Stop acting out. We're bringing your friend in. Don't worry.
There you go. That's worth a third, right?
Yeah, clearly. And Toney, this speaks very well for Flott. In high school, Toney's team beat his team 42-7.
There's going to be a little animosity there, I guess.
He said that Toney is a human joystick.
Oh.
They probably just brought him in to be Toney's hype man. Like, hey, man, you're a human joystick.
They just drafted Flava Flav.
Flott, Flav. Sounds pretty close.
So Brian Robinson is a lot less interesting.
Yeah, it's he doesn't catch passes, does he?
Not really. Yeah. He did his last year. They caught.
Yeah, it was like 30. Caught 35 of 38 targets. Yeah.
Oh, then maybe he's the pass.
Prior to that, he hadn't. But he's going to Washington with McKissick and Gibson.
So,
what the hell is he going to do?
Should I drop Jared Patterson?
I think that boat has sailed.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Well, son of a bitch.
Why the hell does Washington want a running back so bad? They brought it. There was stuff
because last time they drafted a receiver to play running back.
They brought in Spiller and the top 3 guys. Spiller and I don't know if they brought in Robinson or not, but yeah.
Well, have you seen their quarterback?
They traded for him.
Oof. Doesn't make it better.
They did trade for him.
I mean, yeah. Are we?
The
really
Eagles got a first for that guy, by the way.
So it's obviously not the GM's fault. Well, I mean, Jalen Hurts is your quarterback
this year.
Jalen Hurts went to the playoffs last year, though.
The team went to the playoffs last year.
Also, here's some good news for Giants fans. Joe Shane, when asked if he's received more interest during the draft for James Bradbury, no.
Did anyone do the follow-up question of how much interest were you receiving before the draft?
I don't know. I just saw a Giants beat reporter report that. It was kind of funny.
Apparently, Brian Robinson is not an ankle.
David Bell is a Cleveland Brown.
Oh.
Well, that's the replacement for Jarvis.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's horrible. They got Watson.
It's just that offense is so not dynamic.
It wasn't, but it was with Baker Mayfield.
No.
No.
It's not dynamic now.
In general,
with David
they're
Bell
a running team,
and Amari Cooper.
Team.
Well, yeah.
They just they remind they're all Paul Pierce's. You know what I mean? Like they're all like, I don't understand how this dude gets a jump shot off. Like he's so slow. That's them.
Bringing
basketball. People were not really loving Keenan Allen.
Yeah, that's true, and that's a lot of the comp is to him, right?
I mean, there's at least opportunity there.
I mean, and he's going to play in a space where they don't really have anybody.
Cardinals pick Mayaji Sanders. I have no idea who that is. I'm just reporting the facts.
Just the facts, ma'am.
I'm just here so I won't get fined.
So the Jets, what stud are they going to pick? Because that's all they've been doing this draft.
Sam Howell.
The Jets are going to draft Aiden Hutchinson here.
Be better than Zack Wilson.
Yeah. Sorry, Detroit. We have a steal one card. Who's their tight end?
Who?
The Jets.
Tyler Croft and
CJ.
Or Tyler Conklin
and the dude from
CJ
Minnesota.
Yeah.
Conklin.
Tyler Conklin, yeah. I had the wrong Tyler at first. Croft was there last year, though, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
He just bounces around the Northeast.
Someone just put in a league chat. How high is David Bell going to go in this rookie draft?
Probably 203.
It's yeah.
God,
the way things are shaking.
I'm really excited to put my spreadsheet together after this, guys.
Is it 2023 yet?
I was going to that comp pick in Dash. Really just did so much with it.
Yeah, proud of you, Bobby.
I was going to stay up and do my rankings tonight, and I don't care. I don't care nearly enough to do it.
Shane's rankings are going to end after 8 players, and he's going to go, I don't care about the rest of these guys.
It sounds like, no.
Trade your picks.
No. Give me 2024 first. Fine.
You go to the DLF rankings, and there's the average, and everybody's super low except for 8 players. Everybody's tied for 9th.
The Jets selected J.R. Rickert.
Tight end.
Yeah.
Isn't that the guy that Sal's been talking about?
Yeah.
He
He
coached
knew
them.
the kid.
So it's Jeremy Ruckert?
Yeah.
This wasn't, at least not, unless this is a typo, this was not Jeremy Ruckert. It was J.R. Rickert.
Ricard.
Richard.
Pronounced Ricard.
It's
no one gets that reference. All right.
I get it.
I didn't hear it.
He's a Ricard.
Yes.
Oh God.
Oh, man.
That movie wasn't that long ago.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it is Jeremy
That'd have
Ruckert.
been.
I was going to say, I think they meant Jeremy Ruckert.
It is Jeremy Ruckert? Well, that's pretty cool. Good for him. Long Island kid, right?
Yeah.
I liked Jeremy Ruckert. I wanted him for the Giants, actually.
I was looking for anybody that matched the name you said. I'm like, I don't.
J.R. Rickert.
Bobby is trying to pump excitement into this draft class.
Making up players.
Yeah, like Slot.
JC Ricard.
Look, when Wink Martindale makes Flott a perennial All-Pro, I'll have the last laugh in his oily hips.
That's That's true. Flott also sounds like a made-up player, so I get where you were going there, Bobby.
Next one is just Deion Sandcastle.
The Rams at 104 take Bobby Koch. Yeah, I know that guy. He's got oily hips and a punch.
That guy's got quite the tight end.
He's fiery.
We've heard that all he does is sit in a chair all day, but that's all we need.
I mean, in this draft class, honestly, sitting in a chair all day could get you in the 6th.
If I was doing the similar, like he's thrown some passes that were caught sometime for myself, it'd be like one time in a game of flag football, he caught a pass. How many were thrown his way? We don't know.
Maybe the Dolphins take a running back here and just
Myles Gaskin season again, baby.
Yeah, I don't think so, Bobby.
It's always
that was hilarious last year. He dodging the bullet gifts.
Yeah, only to fail so epically.
Yes, that's right. He dodged the bullet and shit the bed anyway.
Yeah. So what you're saying, I think I hear you here, Rocky, and what you're saying is solving a med season?
Exactly. That was my point.
They're not drafting Zamir White.
I hope they are.
That would be fun.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, gentlemen. I'm tired of talking about this fucking draft tonight. And,
you're not having fun talking about this draft, Shane?
No, I love it, but I do want to finish. I'm trying to bang out an article, and I want to get it finished before. Well, it is fan fiction. It's fan fiction. Yeah, I love it.
It's fan.
Not the only thing Shane's trying to bang out tonight.
All right, man. I appreciate you guys
good to see
having me on DAP Network. Love you all. Peace out.
Love you, Shane.
I wish I could do that, but I've made it this far that I'm dedicated to making it to the end.
I didn't show up till late. I got to stay till the end.
What?
I said I didn't show up until late. I got to stay for the end.
Yeah, seriously.
Russ never showed up, so
I was going to ask that. Yeah, I'm disappointed in Russ. You know, Mr. DAP Network doesn't show up either night.
I've seen him on like 5 shows today.
Really? That would be hilarious.
He's like, I'm not gonna be out with those dicks.
Yeah. These guys, all they do is talk about oily hips. Can't do that.
Bobby podcast one time a year. Fuck that guy.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll make him wait another year.
Hey, we can do the Russ scouting report. Goes on podcasts, just not on his own network.
Yeah.
John and I talked about it at the top of the show. We were like, he sees a podcast and he goes, "Look at me. I'm the captain now. I host this podcast."
I'm the captain now.
I've done that with like 5 or 6 shows. So I was like, it's only fair that someone does it to his show. So I'm taking this one. This is mine now.
Fortunately, this show's only on once a year, so you're good.
Yeah. Whereas Russ
just pops up everywhere. All of a sudden, he's hosting DTC. Like, what the hell?
Is he really?
Yeah, him and Izzy and a
coach. He's on Wall Street. He's on Game Night.
Dynasty Grind with Peter and Zach.
Yeah, Dynasty Grind with Peter and Zach.
So,
I'm sure,
the trade show with Addison.
DAP Network is no more soon.
Yeah, he's just abandoning us.
Here, just take it.
So here's what I'm going to do then. I'll come in. I'll be like,
you
know what? Russ is no more. I'm here. We're going to make this bigger than all of Russ's shows combined. Let's fucking go.
Yeah.
Let's go, Bobby.
We're going to be up to 40 downloads.
Bobby's saying I'm the captain now.
Yeah.
Channing Tyndall.
I used to work with some athletes in my old job. I'll reach out to them. I'll be like, yo, promote this shit. And they'll be like, why? I'll be like, I want to spite this one guy I know.
And some of the athletes that Bobby used to work with, 3rd round pick Malik Willis. Let's go.
I will not name drop here, but I've actually in my old job worked with some of the most well-known athletes on the planet.
Nice.
Yeah. They would never promote this show, but if they did, it would be huge for you.
Bobby be like, remember me? I need a favor.
Be like, remember me when I helped you set up online registrations for your youth camps? Yeah.
Yeah. You remember me. I know you remember me. So this is the deal.
Here's the thing. I go on this podcast. I talk with my friends. Sometimes we talk about men having oily hips. Are you in or are you in?
Are you in or are you out?
I'm just going to ink in right here. We're penning you in.
The Chiefs take Leo Chenal, linebacker. That's a great pick for them. They're having a really good draft.
I have no idea who that is.
The Dolphins.
Linebacker, Wisconsin.
Channing Tindall.
He's a big off-ball linebacker. Plays with good leverage.
Did you already announce that?
Do I have to make the obligatory oily hips reference, sir?
Channing Tindall.
His hips are less oily than flat.
Leo Chenal.
His hips are dry.
Oh, no.
His hips don't lie.
Leo Chenal moving down all the IDP ranks after that one. That would be good though. You do hear that term "oily hips" used by scouts. I would just love for him to be like dry hips.
Dry hips.
Dust.
These things don't rotate at all.
I love it. Mr. Oily Hips himself.
I'm just waiting for you guys to notice.
I noticed it.
Yeah.
Oily hips Koch.
You need to change your name in the Cool Kids Club to that.
Yeah.
For all 4 people that will get it.
Right.
You should just change it.
They're all on the screen right here.
Yeah. Wait,
you should just change it to Oily Hips and answer those questions.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. I'll do it. I don't care. I got nothing to lose.
I don't care. I do what I want.
Let's see.
We got 2 more picks.
Yeah, it's with the Rams and the Niners. I think it's low chance we get anybody we care about here.
Very low chance.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
And if we do, it's not good.
Come on, we can get Sam Howell to back up Matt Stafford here.
Exciting stuff.
This is.
I mean, Stafford's getting hurt more and more.
Why did that not just save? 1 second. I changed it to Oily Hips Koch, and it didn't show up in the Cool Kids Club.
What the hell?
Russ put up a filter. Nothing.
No oily hips.
He's on. Oh, here we go. Logan Bruss, offensive guard, Wisconsin.
Oh,
there
yeah.
we go.
That's thrilling.
They're just protecting Sam Bradford, just getting him all the protection.
Sam Bradford.
I do it all the time. I don't even care anymore.
They're about the same quality.
Yeah, Matt Stafford. It's kind of similar. Matt Stafford, Sam Bradford.
Oh. Danny Gray, wide receiver, SMU, to round this thing out.
And by the way, in DMs at least it says Oily Hips Koch, but not. I tested it.
Yeah.
So when somebody randomly DMs you, they're gonna be like, "What the fuck?"
I just want to try at Oily Hips and see if anything happens.
All right, so this is done.
I believe so.
I can update my spreadsheet now.
Was that the last pick?
Yeah.
I was too invested in trying to update my name in the Cool Kids Club.
I saw that Danny Gray is a guy who might go today, and I had never heard of him before, like a couple days ago.
Danny Gray, 111 in your rookie drafts. Let's go.
Yeah, baby. Once Tito gets traded, Danny Gray to the moon.
It's going to be fun, though, to see what rookie drafts look like. Because
oh, my God.
Besides Breece Hall, everyone is going to be different. completely different.
I kind of thought that anyway it was going to be wild, but I mean it's really going to be wild.
I think the Seahawks are trading a fifth for Baker Mayfield, right? They're like, this is what we're giving you, the Browns. Take it or leave it.
Who is?
Fifth?
Yeah, no, sorry, a 6.
Okay, now that's what the Browns are really.
Yeah, we're definitely not at 4 anymore. I'll rescind that comment.
I told you, if they get anything better than a 6, they better call that into the office right away.
So in Superflex, we're looking at the 2 running backs, probably top 2 for most drafts. And then
I don't know.
I'm not sure about Walker, but
yeah, neither am I.
Why would you not want a running back who's going to a team that runs the ball constantly?
Because
over Breece Hall, who's going to a team where everybody loved what's his name from North Carolina?
Michael Carter.
Yeah.
So John DeBerry tweeted, when you're on the clock in your upcoming drafts, and then it's just a gift that says no thank you.
I mean, factually correct. I mean, because sure, they're a run first team, but they're going to be down by
hot garbage too. Yeah,
like they're going to be able to run for like a quarter and a half, and then it's going to have to be, well, we have to have Drew Lock throw the ball now. Like, we don't have a choice in the matter.
I mean, he sucks anything outside of 10 yards. So, I mean, where's he going to throw it to?
It doesn't matter. They're going to be down 14-17.
Yeah, so they're just going to be dumping it off to the running back because he can't complete anything.
Yeah, DK Metcalf and
except he doesn't catch
I mean,
passes.
You saw how well he connected with
Penny will be the third down back.
Yeah, he will be. You're right. So you would take what? How many wide receivers would you take over Walker?
That's tough. I mean, I wasn't as high on Walker as most people coming into the last couple of days.
So you would take the 5 of them?
I wouldn't take. I'm also not high on London, so I would not take London over him.
I would not take London over him either.
Would you take?
I might take him over some of them just because I think other people will value, and maybe I can trade him. I would definitely take. I would take Wilson over him. Yeah. I would take Jameson over him.
Yep. What about Olave?
I would take Olave over him too. I like the fit for Olave.
Olave is where I think I might take Walker.
Yeah, would you take, I mean that's where I debate it. Burks? Like 104.
Who was that, Bill?
Burks.
Yes.
That's I forgot about him. I would take Burks over Walker. So yeah, 104, 105 is where I'd have somewhere in there, 105-ish.
But would you take Pickett?
Ugh.
That's a good question.
Because I mean, we're now that means like probably in the 105 to 107 range.
I mean, I think some people that like I said, I'm lower on Walker than most people were prior to the draft. I think most people. I think there's going to be 102s where.
Oh, guaranteed! Walker, like if I hadn't traded my 102 and traded X3, that's who I was taking.
Yeah,
before
and you would still right now.
Even with Malik Willis, I was taking him. You know,
and right now you would still take him 102 over any of the receivers.
I probably would because I'm not sold on any of the receivers. Like I'm not super stoked about any of those guys, honestly. So, I would just
I like some of them better.
But like I say, I'm biased because he's a Spartan, you know, and that's where I went to school. So,
I shared my top 12 in our private chat via a link to my tweet. So
I'm sure it's gonna be great.
We are gonna have to sell the 102 in the Timeline Listener League. Then
what's that, Josh?
I said we're gonna have to sell the 102 in the Timeline.
I mean, I'm not gonna take them. Like if I had 102 in like 5 leagues, I'm not taking them in all of them.
I'll go through Bobby's top 6. 1 is Breece Hall. 2 is Do I Have to? 3 is You Can't Make Me. 4 is Please No. 5, Why Me? 6, Ugh.
And then 7 is maybe if I hold my nose. 8 is nope. 9 is mom pick up, I'm scared. 10 is I'm blinking twice. 11 is Homer Bush's gift. And then 12 is ... pick it.
I like it.
Yeah, I hope that people post their like first rounds just to see how different they are.
Oh, it's going to be the least. There's really no chalk.
When I pulled this up, right below Bobby's tweet, there's a guy with his top 9. Like literally. He has Hall, Walker, London, Wilson, Burks, Pickett, Olave, Moore, Jameson Williams, and then it says tier break thoughts.
I mean, if I had to do like an actual top 12, I have no idea what I'm doing at this point.
I mean, that's not far up, except he has Jameson way too low for me. And London way too high. I'd probably flip-flop.
I was going to say, he's got London way too high.
I don't know. I still like London. I know people are worried about the landing spot because there's Pitts there and Mariota for 1 year. But it's that this whole class, you're going to have to look at it as like what could happen essentially, because otherwise you're just not going to find anything to get excited about.
Oh, I don't care about the landing spot. It's the player. He could have ended up in Kansas City, and I'd still be like
London.
Yeah.
Me and Josh are like yeah.
Well,
we're simpatico on London.
I'm not a professional scout, but like when I watched him, he looked like a tight end. Like, I mean, that was the first thing that popped into my head. Like, I mean. Now they're looking like they're just going to go big because all defenses are going small, right? Like they're small and fast. So like maybe the theory is like we're just going to play the opposite of what everybody else is, and we're just going to post up on these 5'10", 170-pound DBs, and that's how they're going to play.
Yeah, I mean, at least year 1, he's going to get a crap load of targets. I mean, there's nobody else but Pitts there. And teams are
they're like the Twin Towers.
Him, yeah.
Disparaging the good name of Olamide Zaccheaus.
I mean, they don't even have Russell Gage anymore. It's like, geez.
They do have Auden Tate too, who's also very big.
Another big dude.
Yeah. They're just gonna post up everybody, box them out, and catch footballs.
Yeah. They're gonna run alley-oop.
J Mike.
Oh wow! Just as I was about to take off.
Oh, happy days.
J Mike.
Stay on longer.
Is that frozen?
He was frozen for a second there.
That was a great face.
It was.
J Mike,
are you as depressed after these 2 days as we are?
Listen, I am feeling real not great.
J Mike, did you see my top 12?
No, I haven't seen it. I'll have to.
So let me read it off to you. Number 1, Breece Hall. Number 2, do I have to? Number 3, you can't make me. Number 4, please no. Number 5, why me? Number 6, ugh. Number 7, maybe if I hold my nose. Number 8, nope. Number 9, mom pick up, I'm scared. Number 10, I'm blinking twice. Number 11, Homer Bush's gift. And 12, Kenny Pickett.
It's pretty good. That's rock solid.
It's accurate.
Rock solid.
But
I know y'all are probably closing down shop, but I saw you were still alive, so I figured I might as well jump on. Just to say nothing else.
We were talking realistically about what we would do, and we all have no idea.
Yeah, this will be a really fun, and this is something that we many people said and were excited about. Well, I don't know if people were excited about it, but people said like our drafts are going to end up being all over the place. We know that every league's going to have a Drake London fan. We know every league's going to have a George Pickens fan. And we know that every league is going to have a Chris Olave fan. And so in terms of where all of these guys start falling in your leagues, it's going to be really fun to part out the 104 through the first round, really. And even when you get into the second round, like what are people doing? What are you doing with Malik Willis, who goes into a really, I think, interesting situation, but he goes to the third round. He's the third quarterback off the board. I don't know. I find all of this intriguing and scary for our drafts. But it's interesting. I think it's interesting.
So I think that there's going to be 9 wide receivers taken in the first round.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. 2 running backs, a quarterback, and 9 wide receivers.
Yeah. Like, I mean, because you'd say the 6 that were drafted in the first round. And then Pickens, Sky Moore, and Watson, yeah.
Well,
and where do you put Pickett in there? Where are you putting Pickett?
I was talking with some folks earlier. I think one like late first sounds right to me, or at least just thinking about it right now. Like this area of like I feel like the really interesting transition point around 108, 109. I think Pickett's kind of slots interestingly right in that area right now as I have names and stuff written out as they've gone this evening. I think the piece for this for me that's way more interesting, and let me ask you guys this. So I'm sorry, I don't mean to come in and just start asking questions and stuff.
No, go for it.
Hey, Bobby read that tweet 8 times already. So
that's true.
Please.
At what point in your drafts are you okay trading out of your pick for a random 2023 first?
102.
101.
102.
102. So it's Breece Hall with the blip for Bill and Josh.
That's
obviously
it.
Bobby.
Yeah, I was just joking about 101. I do 102 though.
Okay.
And it's sad that I even think that.
But it's not sad because there's no like lockdown. This is the 102. We thought it was going to be Malik Willis when he was a first rounder. But
J Mike, I'd also flip it though and say like, because we all feel that way, there's going to be someone from this class that comes out and produces really well. We just don't know who that is.
Well, that's the issue. And then you're also going to be able to get deals to buy into the draft because this is what everybody's thinking.
One of those wide receivers will maybe come out and have a great rookie season, right? And then they'll be worth like 223 first or 323 first or whatever ridiculous price you want to name. And so there's definitely risk, but if you're willing to take that risk and you really believe in your guy in this class, you could potentially make a huge dynasty value profit by essentially swimming into it while everyone is, even though I was somewhat joking, I've seen a lot of sentiment of like, run away from your picks as fast as you can.
I think I'd just rather have late first round picks as opposed to early, right? Like, I mean, if you can trade back at all, which I just don't see that being something that we're going to see a lot of people wanting to move up unless it is to get to 101 or if they really need a quarterback or, something like that. But like, I think everybody's going to want to have the 109 to 12 picks.
I disagree just because like when you start looking at 109 to 112, like who are you taking and feeling good about?
Well, it'd be those wide receivers that landed in what we consider good spots.
Right, but those are guys that went a bunch of those dudes went second round.
Right.
And not that's not necessarily a bad thing, but like I guess one of the questions that I'm gonna have is if I do want to trade back, like who do I have like the courage of my conviction to really lean into in that 109 to 112 space? Obviously with my homerism, I'm like, ooh, Wan'Dale Robinson. He's the first offensive draft pick for the Giants and their new regime. Like I can talk myself in as a homer, like leaning into that, right?
Any making me feel better about Robinson is a good thing, J Mike. So
I'm just saying, no, because listen, he wins at all levels. Obviously, what he did at Kentucky in terms of what he was able to do as a wide receiver, getting away from the never mind. This isn't that show. I'm sorry.
Well,
he's an Oompa Loompa though.
But does he win in the intermediate? Yes, and that's something that the Giants don't currently have on their roster. So he has a place out the gate in terms of, do you have a place that you can actually fit in and produce? But that's not the point I'm trying to make.
This is why we need J Mike on the show to give me a warm hug when I'm feeling down because everyone's shitting on the Giants pick, and he just comes in and says exactly what I need to hear.
It's just because my mind automatically goes to how does someone win? How does someone, like, what is their calling card, and how does someone make their stamp? And that's the thing that he proved this last year when he was at Nebraska. He was gadgety. At Kentucky, he showed so much more as an actual receiver. Anyway, again, not the point I'm trying to make. I'm just saying, and Bill, I think that's what's going to make for really fun trades in leagues when you feel like, hey, like get me to 1-9, 112, and I'll figure it out. Pickens, Bell, or who am I missing? Who went to KC? Christian Watson,
Sky Moore.
Yeah, Sky Moore. Like, people are going to be thrilled. Like, sweet, give me one of those guys.
Well, and I think that some of those guys might even get taken earlier, right? Because people are going to buy into that.
No, I think Sky Moore is going to skyrocket.
Yeah. So, and I don't have, like, so you're talking about being convicted with your pick, where that's not how I draft. Like, I am very much, I'm just going to pick who I feel, is going to give me the best chance to appreciate and value. And with me not knowing, I don't have the conviction because I don't scout. So for me to say, like, I know this guy is going to be better than this guy, I have no idea. And so if I have no idea at the 103, I may as well move back to 110, feel like I'm getting a similar player, and I get something else. You know what I mean? So that's kind of like how I view it.
None of us have any idea, Bill. We just pretend we do.
But that's our entertainment, though, right? Like, if you want to buy, like, I trust my eyes for quarterbacks more than I do other positions. So I probably have that bias, like that I am better at drafting them, and I'm not, but that's part of my entertainment and fun, right? Like, that I think I do. So that's okay. And I just don't have that with, any of these players where I'm like very convicted, like, and my only bias is Walker because he went to State, and so like Breece Hall's the only one I really believe has like the true package of tools to succeed.
I think that top 4-ish area is like the only place you're going to be able to trade down from. Like, no one's going to be trading up to 108 or something. So
yes.
Go ahead,
that's
Josh.
So scary to me. Like, it's just kind of like, and we were talking about this earlier, Bill, when we were talking about Walker. Like, you were saying you take Walker at 102, and we were kind of talking about maybe wide receivers we would put in front of him. If I can't make the decision at 102, like, what am I going to do at 108 when I'm like, okay, maybe like
there's less options.
I was just going to say the decision maybe is made for you,
but maybe it's not, because maybe the 2 or 3 guys I kind of liked were taken, and now I'm sitting here like, I got a whole bunch of dudes I don't like.
And that's different. Like, for me, I just don't have that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, that's why I'm able to make that decision.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Bill. The other thing I would do, and J Mike, you missed this earlier, is I was saying if I had those slate first, I would honestly trade down to like the early mid seconds. Just take basically like all the quarterbacks and go, one of you has to hit, right?
Hey, Rocky, I don't know if you were here when J Mike asked this, but at what pick would you be willing to flip it for a random 23 first?
103.
So we're all really far up.
Close.
I said 102.
I was thinking 102. I was debating when I paused there. I was debating 102 or 102.
Who do you really like it too?
Yeah,
yeah. Who's your 2 there that you're excited about, Rocky?
For me, it's probably Garrett Wilson. Still, I hate Zack Wilson, but I love the Garrett Wilson talent, and hopefully Zach flames out in a year. And I love Jameson too, but I'm that's another iffy landing spot, but I'm not too worried about that. He's not a guy I expected to have a big rookie year anyway. So
love how you're doubling down on. Actually, this is more like triple or quadrupling down on Zack Wilson.
Zack Wilson. Yeah, and I'll probably look stupid this year. They've loaded that offense up so much that he's probably going to have a good year or something. But
why are you even saying that? You said the same thing about Drew Lock, and fucking he sucks. So if you believe he sucks, he probably sucks.
Yeah, you're
Don't
right.
Be buying into all the
no, and I am. I still do not like him one bit.
So. He knows a wall that has shit on it. Still has shit on it.
Yeah, right. I bit into that, Rocky. When should have stuck to my convictions. I kept saying Drew Lock is trash, and then people were like, "Oh, but he's got all the weapons now," and so I was
one of those people.
Yeah, and I had to hedge and be like, "Okay, if he has weapons, he could succeed with what they surrounded him with. Fine." But I was also like, "But he's still trash," under my breath, and everyone's like, "Oh no, Bobby, he's going to be." The top, especially like Hogue back in the day and Stompy and whatever, we're like, oh, he's going to be top 10
take into account all of us and our bias, right? Like it's just built into us because we're fans first, you know.
Yeah, well, it's also just I don't like having negative takes. So then, even when I think a player's trash, if you give me a reason to think they're not trash, I'd be like, okay, yeah, you're probably right. He's not trash. It's fine.
Even Wilson, I'm not super excited, like just because of the whole Zack Wilson thing. The more I'm thinking about it, maybe I would flip 102 for 23 first.
Yeah, but we also have to look at it like this: like the Jets. I mean, whether or not you like Wilson, the Jets have said, okay, we're gonna figure out if this dude can play or not. We're gonna load him up with weapons. We're gonna throw him out there, and if he sucks, like. We have to redo the QB.
We have Mike White.
Mike White.
That's
me Hall of Famer Mike White. But I think they're going to figure it out pretty quickly whether Zack Wilson is that guy or not. So
I'm curious though. I mean, he was the 102. I mean, even if he sucks this year, are they going to bail after 2 years? Do you think?
No.
We're seeing that in the NFL now.
I know Rosen, but other than him, we haven't really seen much of it. Like
not after 2 years.
We've gotten after the rookie. Year 3 or year 4 for Baker, and he's done.
4, yeah, after his rookie.
4 years of Baker.
But if Wilson gets 4 years, that's 3 years of Garrett Wilson's career.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that we're starting to see teams pull the trigger a lot more quickly than they did in years past, and I think. This is a new trend that's starting in the league where it's like, if this guy doesn't do it and he doesn't do it quickly, we're out. Like we'll do this again, whether it's, the Cardinals path where they just draft another guy, or if it's a team like, like Los Angeles, where it's like, all right, Jared Goff is average at best. Let's just trade for, let's just trade for what's his name? Matt Stafford.
Sam Bradford.
Or Sam Bradford, like I do. Cleveland will trade for Deshaun Watson. I mean, it just seems like teams are a lot more willing to pull the trigger on a quarterback now if they don't think he is a guy that can get them to the Super Bowl. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with Wilson. They're definitely trying to give him all the tools to succeed. Now it's on him to see if he can actually do it.
I know you guys have been streaming for forever, and this is my last question. I'll leave y'all alone. I'll jump.
I got a question for you.
I haven't. Okay. I want more questions, Jamie.
Let's play a quick game. It's just literally you answering yes or no. I'm holding you to this. This is going to be an audio and video format for eternity because Google will keep this into I don't know if you've watched or played Horizon Forbidden West. This is almost like trying to find all of the various functions out into the universe. So like it'll be out there. Somebody's gonna be able to find this for eternity. So don't screw this up. Anywho,
no pressure.
This game is called Late First. Bill comes back to podcasting only to leave as I ask this question. Okay. The game is simple. It's called Late First or No. So that's the only answer. Late first? Yep. Or no. No, I'm not.
Okay.
All right. Super flex, all the bells and whistles, whatever float your. That's that. Late first or no. Christian Watson.
Late first.
Bobby.
Late first. I also just did my actual ranks or tried to.
Okay. Josh.
Late first.
Rocky.
Yeah, late first, but barely.
Okay. Bill.
Am I saying what I'll do or what I think the people will do?
You.
No.
Okay. Yeah, I think people will definitely be. I'm with you, Bill. I see what you're doing there. Playing the game. I see you. We'll keep going here. I'm skipping Kenneth Walker. I think we're all in on Kenneth Walker still in the first round.
Yep.
Wan'Dale Robinson. I'm not grading on a curve. I'm not going to stone you. I won't block you on Twitter. Just be honest. Bill, we'll start with you. Wan'Dale.
Nah.
No.
Cold as ice. Rocky. Okay, Josh.
Oh, hell no.
I should have answered that way.
I ain't asked for all that. Dang.
But that's
He
what you
doesn't
got
need
when you
the
talk
he doesn't
about
need the
Wan'Dale.
sauce on it.
Fair. That's fair. Bobby.
Depends.
Okay.
Are you gonna answer these?
Depends on how
Mike?
much his homerism affects
No.
drafting.
It depends. Is Tony still on the team or no?
He is.
Then no.
Okay. I think Christian Watson, I think that's really borderline for me. I'll say no. Because I think I'd rather have a couple of these guys over him. But we'll get there. Sweet. Moving on. And definitely Wan'Dale. The 101 of drafts. the 101 Wan'Dale.
J. Mike does not hide his homerism there.
I don't, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? I troll when it's like Benny Snell, but when they're actually good players, like Wan'Dale's actually a good player. But anyway, I digress. Moving on. I'm not even talking about Taekwon Thornton. I don't want y'all to throw tomatoes at me. George Pickens. Late first or no?
Yes, late first.
Okay.
Nah.
Okay, Rocky's no.
Wait first.
Okay. Josh didn't even want to answer. He was like, "Oh, late first." Teeth grit and everything. Oh, yeah. Late first. Bobby.
Yeah, because I think he has the opportunity to grow together with Pickett, which means something.
Okay. I think everybody's probably in on Sky Moore late first. KC.
Yeah.
You also just solved I didn't know who I was going to put at 12 in my official Rapid React rankings, but I guess it's Pickens.
That's why I'm here. I just ask questions. I let smart people think. Ask questions. Let smart people think. I know my role here. All right. This is the last one. James Cook sneaks in the last of the second here in the NFL draft. Late first or no?
So I haven't really thought about this whole thing. I mean, it's absolutely no. Like I just don't know how far back.
Yeah, it's a hard no for me too. Okay. Like I wasn't as high on Cook as a lot of people were prior to tonight. So
okay,
yeah,
it's a nah for me, but I think Bill put him down for like 1,300 yards.
Probably. I mean, chalk me up for it, Josh. Whatever you think, whatever number you think I should call, just go ahead and put it in there.
Okay, Bobby.
Does he have oily hips? I can't remember.
Yes,
I mean,
but not as much as
Flat.
That one.
Flat has oily hips.
Flat, yes, flat.
Yeah. No, he's probably. I mean, I'd say like early second-ish, probably, just based on people getting. Here's the thing: my rankings that I also shared, and what I'm responding right now, is based both on how I feel about them and how I feel the community will react to these landing spots.
Okay.
I think my first
it's a
Boschian
answer of like I want the people who are going to be valued.
Very Boschian. What'd you say, Bill?
No, I'm just like my first reaction is like I don't know if I'd pick them before 206. Okay. But again, I don't like I have to go and look at like landing or where they were drafted, draft capital.
Okay. I'm curious if Cook is the running back that we do this every year, that we shove into the first round because everyone needs running backs. It's a good team. There's going to be a role for him with Josh Allen throwing him the ball, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, because you get a receiving back from a running quarterback. That's always a good recipe for success.
So as Shane said, the Keyshawn Vaughn.
We've seen so many receptions out of that.
But I agree with you, Josh, that's what people will think.
Yeah, we do it every year.
They did go for J.D. McKissick.
And
now they get James Cook. Did they want that receiving back?
Yeah. Well, you got to have somebody to play the role. I get it, but
and that's really interesting because I think I think that as fantasy, I think we undervalue continuity in offenses. So here's the weird part, right? Daboll and Joshane lead.
Shane, Bobby?
But
Shane, yeah.
But Ken Dorsey's still there, right? And Ken Dorsey was part of that group. So how much is this offense really changing? And we know that James Cook's probably the most accomplished pass catcher in the backfield.
Yep.
So he immediately comes in now. And this is for a team that hasn't traditionally leveraged the running back out of the backfield often. So like all these things working against each other, and we don't really know how it's going to shake out. I'm curious what his touch count's going to be. Not necessarily touch count, more on the lines of how much does James Cook eat into Singletary and the artist formerly known as Zach Moss. I'm just curious how all that shakes out.
Like what the snap share will be, you know?
Yeah, it'll be really fun, and especially as the season progresses, right? I think
Zach
that'll be
Moss
fun.
still on the team.
I will also say, J-Mike, this exercise made me feel very good about the fact that I traded out of my 112 in our pre-draft, even though I got was Miles Sanders and Zach Ertz. Because it's T Preem, I feel pretty good about getting those two after looking at what the options would be at 112 now.
Pretty good.
Even though I'm not even that high on Miles Sanders
anymore. Yeah.
J-Mike, what pick will you trade away for a 23 first?
I'm in on the first few picks of this draft. So I'm still in on Brees. I'm still in on Kenny Walker. And I'm definitely still in on Treylon, 100%. And that top. So this, I think what gets really interesting for me is in the wide receiver 1 tier that I have of the rookies. As I've kind of looked at it throughout the evening, Treylon, Garrett, J-Mo are my top tier of guys.
I'm with you there. Not in that order, but those 3 guys.
Yeah, like those 3 players. I think if all things were equal, I think I'm taking Treylon first for a lot of reasons. But I did have him as the highest film grade for me, and I know he's not AJ Brown, and I know that a lot of people have exhausted the fact already, like the whole thing. So I don't want to do that. I just want
because AJ Brown is on the Eagles. I just had to remind everyone.
Listen, man, who had? I know a lot of teams had like really good weekends so far. Who's had a better weekend than Philadelphia? I mean,
exactly.
They crushed it.
Kobe Dean too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The week. Sorry,
Rocky does not need his ego pumped up right now.
Detroit did really well too, Bill. Detroit did really well too.
The Jets have entered the chat. I mean,
yeah, they had an awesome day too.
Oh, they did.
Or awesome weekend so far.
The wrong New York team has entered the chat.
Yeah, so that's where I'm at. So I'm probably somewhere around like I think I want Treylon. I would say around 104, 105. Because I'm also like I'm way in on J-Mo to Detroit for a lot of reasons. So Bill, I don't know how you feel about it because I know that you're the hometown team and whatnot. But I'm way in on J-Mo in Detroit. I'm excited about that. Actually,
I'm excited about it for sure. Yeah. I felt like, you know, it's a perfect pick because they're already admitting they're not going to be good this year.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
And so why not take the guy who's arguably the best player? You know, a lot of people say is the best wide receiver in the draft if he didn't hurt his knee.
Yep.
And so you can wait. You can afford to wait, and actually it helps you like more than it hurts you by him not being on the field.
And next
he does
year
all the things
catching passes from his former quarterback.
Say that again.
Next year, he'll be catching passes from his former quarterbacks. That's all good.
That'll be so good. That'll be so good.
Bryce Young.
No, but yeah, I was just gonna say the golly. No, he. I mean, he's everything that offense doesn't have, and we're like desperately needs.
Yeah, he's a good fit.
He's able to drive volume. I'm way in. I'm way in on J-Mo. So yeah, I'm 104, 105, good, or 104, probably 103, 104. Good question, Bill. I appreciate
those grills, man. He was wearing. He had the bling going.
Yeah, he did.
This was
he's gonna fit in Detroit, man.
This was the year of wearing your signing bonus around your neck, man. Some of the
man,
Sauce Gardner.
I like
that was
Sauce
incredible.
Sauce bottle,
Sauce, holy shit!
He said he needed a little extra sauce. Got a second chain with the sauce bottle on it.
They didn't need any help.
Who was the guy that had like the red?
Talking about
like around the trim of his like tux.
He had the red stripe like across the.
Oh no, that was.
Was it one of the tackles?
That was DC from Georgia.
Jordan.
That's what I thought. Jordan Davis, yeah.
But one guy, it was a Dolce and Gabbana like tux, and I actually looked up all the styles today on like there's actually people like writing articles on the outfits of these guys.
Look at you, Bill, the fashionista.
Yeah, look at that. I even have the button up tonight. Like what?
I wish we could throw back to the 80s where like guys didn't get their signing bonuses right away and they just had like
their jeans and
JC Penney suits on. They didn't really fit right, you know. It was like a green shirt with a red tie.
I really feel this.
Did y'all see Breece Hall today in his t-shirt?
That was awesome. Good for him, man, just for showing up.
I'm not mad at it. It's just funny. It's like,
like he is the opposite of what everybody else was doing.
My wife and I were watching it, and I was like, man, you couldn't pay me to go to the draft. I would just want to be like at my house with my friends over in a t-shirt and jeans, and then sure enough, like they just like panned to Breece Hall. I was like that. Like that's what I want to do. I want to be that guy. Yeah. Like don't have me come to New York and then sit in the green room for like 2.5 rounds because somebody told me a lie. Like, no, thank you.
I mean, I feel so
appreciate
bad.
Y'all.
Go ahead, Mike.
No, I was just gonna say thank you all for letting me crash for a minute.
Well, before you go off, I think I maybe found like Ritter's. I don't even know, either just a Ritter fan account or Ritter's girlfriend or like Ritter's cousin. Because I was just talking to someone and they were like talking about people moving up to trade for people and maybe pushing someone down. I said, or Ritter, and she retweeted it. And I went through her timeline and it's like all about Ritter right now. So either she's just trying to get that 3rd round bag, 4th round bag, whatever it is.
Listen, people love, again, reporting live here in Cincinnati. People love them Desmond Ritter here, and I'm happy that he went. I'm happy that
she's from Springfield, Ohio. She's trying to get that 4th round bag.
Yeah,
bro, that's 15 minutes up. That's 15, 20 minutes away. So yeah, she probably is thirsty.
J Mike knows her.
Don't tell me her name. Let me log off before you tell me. I don't want to know.
No,
I won't make any connections. Thank you guys. Good to see y'all. I love you all. Truly good to see y'all.
Thanks for hopping on, J Mike. Love you too.
Good to you, Nick. All right, guys. I need to call it. My eyes are starting to burn.
All right, oily hips.
I don't know how you did this the entire time.
It's just pure love.
Yeah, love of the game. Hips were well.
He couldn't even keep a straight face.
He was fiery throughout.
Ready? Ready? Hips are just a well-oiled machine. Love the game. It was a tough game.
Nobody's been watching this for like 2 hours.
It's a tough game out there. We made it through. We've had people come in and out, probably just like my grandma and my mom. I'd like to thank them for watching and staying with us the whole time. I'm sorry about all the comments about oily hips.
Don't apologize for that.
Thank you for staying with us on the Dynasty Addicts Podcast Network, where Russ Fisher did not show up for his own podcast network.
On 2 different nights.
He just couldn't be bothered, and gotta respect the game. So there you go.
Bobby, one last question before we leave. You're doing day 3, right?
Oh yeah, same place, same time tomorrow.
Sweet. All right.
Actually, the rest of the night, you guys will be hopping off, and I will just be doing a mock.
Oh my God!
Shout out to Lindsay.
Oh, Lindsay!
She's been here for most of it. She just posted in the chat just now. Lindsay Kennedy. We love you, Lindsay.
Oh, that's so rewarding to know that she's watched this horrible debacle of a show.
honestly,
and put up with 300 oily hips references.
Not only is she a great human being, but she was like a half a step away from winning Scott Fishbowl last year. So shout out to her.
Lindsay,
don't even bring it up, Rocky.
We appreciate you here at the Dynasty Addicts Podcast Network, which I am definitely a part of and definitely have been a part of the entire year.
That's right.
And Bobby owns the whole thing now. So Russ didn't show up; it automatically goes to him.
Finders keepers.
So what we haven't discussed is that Dynasty Addicts Podcast Network is.
He already changed the password.
It's a publicly traded company, and I bought 51%. So Russ is now out, and yeah, there'll be.
Did you like the 49 cents back?
It only cost him $43 billion. He got a better deal than Elon.
I did. But in all seriousness, Lindsay, thanks for sticking with us. It's nice to have someone else that was not necessarily on the show actually paying attention, because I did see the number of viewers, and glad we had you laughing. That's what we set out to do. This has been the second round of the draft, and I'm going to stop talking now before I fall over. Good night, everybody, and good luck.
Bye.
Good night, Bobby.